Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei became the solar god. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The sun. It was virtually one of the most powerful sources of energy in the universe. While it was certainly not the greatest and omnipotent source of all, it was potent nonetheless. It represented the conscious ego, the self and expression, personal power, pride, authority, leadership qualities, and the principles of creativity, spontaneity, health, and vitality. The sun itself had the potential ability to inflate and implode upon itself, commencing the destruction of a Class 5 or X apocalypse. The severity of the sun was like a nuclear furnace that provided as the colossal source of energy for many light years in any direction. In the ancient times, the sun was revered as a deity or an object of divine origins. The goddess of the sun and the universe, Amaterasu, was the one who shined in the heavens. Amaterasu Omikemi was the supreme goddess of Shintoism and the ruler of the plane of heaven. As she floated above the skies, bringing light back into the world, the goddess adopted a look of thoughtfulness on her face. The goddess of the sun had long jet-black hair that reached all the way down to her waist. Her eyes maintained an almond shape and a deep brown-black color, and she had a pale skin complexion. As she looked down from the sky, there appeared to be a baby clutched protectively in her arms. The infant was sleeping softly in his mother's arms, completely peaceful. Amaterasu tilted her head and placed her hand gently over her infant's son. Immediately after, an aura of solar energy whirled around the baby. The infant's body began to glow in intensity until his skin gained a much lighter tone. His hair began to rise up slightly and gain a reddish-purple shade of coloring, before it returned to its original light brown color. The sun, as well as its nigh-infinite solar energy output, was used and manipulated by Amaterasu in order to conceive the child in her arms. As a result, the child had no physical father, but instead he was created from the vast energies of the sun and the goddess of the sun herself. Amaterasu smiled as she felt the power of her son grow. She looked around the trenches of the sky, and then she sighed as she looked back to her son. "My precious little son. I want nothing more than to keep you here with me, but you cannot stay here. I wish you could, but with your dreadful Uncle Susanoo, I would be a fool to risk doing such a thing." In spite of her animosity towards her brother, Amaterasu knew that the weight of Susanoo's presence on Takamigara was minuscule compared to the rest of the dysfunctional world they dwelled upon. Susan no Mikoto, the god of the sea and storms, and the younger brother of Amaterasu, was known for his fierce temper. Amaterasu would never forget the event in which Susanoo destroyed her rice fields, hurled that DMN pony at her loom, and decimated one of her attendants. These acts were the reason for Amaterasu hiding herself in the Amano-Wato, heavenly rock cave. This caused the sun to fade away, and as a result, life forces began to deteriorate. Eventually, Amaterasu was persuaded to leave the cave, and from that point on the sun returned to its nigh-mighty throne in the universe. Amaterasu was well aware of Susanoo's petulant nature. If her brother became aware of the being she had conceived from the sun, he would no doubt want to challenge and harm her infant, no doubt due to the Shinto storm god's jealous nature. But the presence of her brother wasn't the only reason she was making her choice. Susanoo was a mild nuisance compared to the other reason. "I do not want you to suffer in this world, my sweet. It is far too dangerous for someone like you to be involved in." As she watched over the sky, she looked down to see an explosive and flame-like aura covering her son entirely. Amaterasu smiled warmly, and swirls of solar flares began to cover her body entirely as her physical body disappeared. Issei City, Honshu, Japan. Amaterasu reappeared with her son and looked around the inner shrine. The Issei Grand Shrine was a Shinto shrine that was dedicated to Amaterasu. The shrine consisted of two groups of buildings: the Imperial Shrine, Kotai Jingu, also known as the Naiku, Inner Shrine, and the Toyuke Shrine, Toyuke Daijingu, which formed the Geku or Outer Shrine. The shrines were constructed of wood, and every 20 years both were rebuilt. The empty site of the previous shrine, also known as the Kodenki, was strewn by white pebbles. The building on the empty site was a small wooden shed. The goddess of the sun frowned as she walked over to the mirror and looked at it for a couple moments. It was the reason for her leaving the heavenly rock cave. As she looked at her reflection for the second time, she tilted her head and looked down to her son. With a saddened look, she laid her infant down onto the ground of the shrine and crouched down to him, gazing at him lovingly. Feeling her eyes watering, she gave her son a brief but loving kiss on his forehead and softly rubbed his hair. "I love you. So much," Amaterasu uttered sadly. "Even if I am not with you physically as the sun, I will always be there." As she pet her son's head, Amaterasu released a quivering sigh as her body started to flicker in and out, her presence returning to Takamagara. A couple walked towards the Issei shrine, with various assortments of clothing and food clutched in their hands. The man had spiky brown hair and brown eyes, while the woman had long brown hair in a ponytail and warm brown eyes. The couple were known as Mitsuru, Goro, Hyoudou and Sachiko Hai. Married for several years, the two had no children, living only by themselves. Mr. Hyoudou was an ordinary office worker, while Mrs. Hyoudou was a full-time housewife. They had both come to Issei City in order to honor the sun goddess known as Amaterasu. As they walked inside the shrine, the Hyoudou couple paused in their steps as they heard something strange. "What?" They turned to see an infant crying on the floor. Mrs. Hyoudou walked closer to the infant, and her brown eyes widened as she quickly approached. The baby with brown hair was struggling to lift himself off the floor. "A baby? What's he doing here in the shrine?" Sachiko muttered out as she gently picked up the baby. Mitsuru walked over to his wife and rose an eyebrow. "Did someone leave him here?" Mrs. Hyoudou didn't respond as she looked at the baby more closely. The infant was absolutely adorable, and there was a certain aura about him. Her eyes widened as a golden aura suddenly emanated from the infant. The aura then changed to a flame-like reddish aura, which seemed to explode outwardly. The ground of the Issei Grand Shrine began to shake in tremors, with Sachiko and Mitsuru doing their best to maintain their balance. Moments later, the aura surrounding the baby abruptly dissipated, allowing the Hyoudou couple to regain their balance. They looked at the infant with curiosity and awe on their faces. What on earth just happened? The infant stopped his crying, and he opened his eyes, prompting the Hyoudou couple's eyes to widen even further. Mitsuru his eyes. Mrs. Hyoudou stuttered. Mr. Hyoudou walked over to look at the baby, and he rubbed his head in puzzlement. "It's strange. He looks like he could be our son, Sachiko. But those eyes of his." The Hyoudou couple looked around the shrine, in hopes of trying to find who the infant belonged to. But as they looked around more, there was no one in sight. Mrs. Hyoudou sighed as she looked back at the infant. "It's as though someone left him here. And as far as I know, we were the only ones to come to the shrine today. Should we take him home with us?" "Well, it's like I said. He looks just like us. It's strange." The Hyoudou couple looked at each other, and then they looked back to the infant. "What should we name him?" Mr. Hyoudou asked. Mrs. Hyoudou looked around her surroundings, and then she smiled. "I see. We'll call him Issei." "We're calling him Issei? You mean after the shrine?" Mr. Hyoudou asked. "Well, yes, that." The Hyoudou matriarch said as she smiled at the newly named infant and hugged him close to her, "but also because I wanted him to live an honest and sincere life." The newly christened Issei's eyes started to flutter as Sachiko's warm embrace enveloped him. That's right. Our little Issei." Realm of Heaven. A handsome-looking young man with long blonde hair and green eyes looked up in an abrupt manner. His 12 golden wings that jutted out from his back glowed in interest from the sudden surge of godly energy. The energy he felt was akin to that of the sun. It was absolutely monstrous. "Michael? Do you feel that power as well?" Michael, the leader of the angels and the seraphim, turned around to see an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure. "So you sensed it as well, Gabriel?" Gabriel, angel and a seraph, also one of the guardians of the throne of heaven, put her hand on her chest and smiled as she felt the great power surge. "This power, it's so vast and overwhelming, but at the same time, it's so pristine. It brings me such joy and warmth. Michael's green eyes widened again, and he turned back around as he continued to gauge the level of the overwhelming pressure. As the first creation of the biblical god, Michael didn't expect to sense a great surge of power like this, a power that was akin to the sun. Where is this power coming from? In the underworld. A man in his 20s with black hair and golden bangs looked up in amusement as he suddenly sensed a great power. What's this? A monstrous power had suddenly risen out of nowhere, and it piqued the man's interest greatly. Maybe I'll keep an eye on this. This should be interesting. Surzek-sama. Do you sense it? A handsome and young man in his early 20s with shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes nodded in response as he looked over to see a maid with silver hair and matching eyes. Yes, Graphia, I do. It's a very unique surge of power. Enormous even. And it seems to be constantly rising as well. I wonder who possesses that power. 5 years later. What do you want? No one asked you come over here. What's with your eyes? They're weirding us out. Go somewhere else. A 6-year-old Issei Hyoudou looked down shyly as he walked away from the kids during break time. He sat on the school bench and watched as the kids played around the playground. Recess had just started, and already, the kids were ostracizing him. Issei was a very soft-spoken, yet kind child. As such, he was a very silent boy, as he rarely spoke to anyone. With his quiet nature and shy demeanor, people often labeled Issei as a mute child. The little boy never once wanted to play with the kids around his age, seeing as they made fun of the particular aspect of himself that was quick to notice. His eyes. His left eye was a soft and warm almond light brown color, while the right eye was a bright yellow-orange shade. Issei was often ostracized due to the different colors of his eyes. And so, he chose to stay only to himself. But sadly, Issei couldn't catch a break. As he sat on the bench, Issei looked over to see a couple of boys walking towards him. Looking at them cautiously, he moved off of the bench and went to go somewhere else, until one of the boys appeared in front of him. The little Issei stopped and stood still, waiting for the verbal bullying to begin. Although Issei had been bullied, he chose to endure through it all. He didn't particularly have any wish for payback, as he knew it was just a waste of his own time. But very slowly, the bullying was starting to get on his nerves. The name-calling he could handle. Hell, even isolation he could handle. But physical confrontation was something that he never experienced before. Let's find out what happens, shall we? Hey, weirdo, where do you think you're going? One of the boys asked. Issei ignored them and remained still. He wasn't going to bother in speaking to the boys. What's wrong, weirdo? Cat got your tongue? There was still no response from the brown-haired little boy, and one of the boys narrowed his eyes. Hey, we're talking to you, dummy. The boy rose his fist up and landed a punch to Issei's head. Suddenly, a golden flame-like aura manifested around Issei, and it flared out explosively. Ah! The kids playing on the playground turned to see who was screaming, and they gasped. The boy who had attempted to punch Issei suddenly recoiled and drew his hand back in shock. The boy's hand was burning profusely as a result of the contact of Issei's aura. The boys, frightened from the scene they witnessed, quickly ran away, cursing Issei's name. If they had turned around to look back at Issei, they would have seen a greatly pained and saddened expression on the little boy's face. 2 hours later, let's go out for some ice cream, okay, sweetie? Sachiko Hyoudou looked down at her son as they walked hand in hand towards the store. She had found out about the incident between Issei and one of his bullies, and if she was completely honest with herself, she was just concerned about her son. She knew how Issei suffered at school due to his unique eye coloration. However, she and Mitsuru accepted that quality about him. But they also noticed that as Issei grew, so did a few quirks of his. The Hyoudou couple noticed the changes in Issei as the years passed by. When the sun was up, Issei was noticeably more lively. Not cheerful, yet not melancholic either. He seemed to have a lot of physical energy for a little boy. When the sun was down, however, Issei seemed to be a little reclusive, waiting for the sun to come back up. As they approached the ice cream parlor, Mrs. Hyoudou looked down to her son. "We're here, honey. What flavor did you want?" Issei looked up at the categories and tilted his head. Scanning the list, the little boy lifted his finger and pointed to the desired flavor. Sachiko followed her son's direction, and she smiled. "Did you want mint chocolate chip, sweetie?" Issei nodded in response. Mrs. Hyoudou smiled and directed Issei to sit on the nearby bench. As he waited for his mother to order the ice cream, Issei looked around his surroundings and looked up to see the sun. He never understood why, but the sun gave Issei so much energy and warmth. No matter how hot the sun was, or how much the temperature was, Issei could always endure it. As he looked back around, Issei jumped in surprise at the sight that had suddenly appeared in his direction. Sitting next to him on the bench was a tall woman with long black hair and dark gray empty eyes. She had pale white skin and pointed ears, and appeared to be dressed in a gothic Lolita fashion. What creeped out Issei the most was that the woman was staring at him with a hollow gaze, completely devoid of emotion and expression. As Issei looked at the woman with caution in his eyes, he looked down to see two large orbs of flesh that seemed to be barely covered by cross-shaped black tapes. The young Issei felt his face redden at the sight of the woman's abundant chest, and he attempted to look away as he scooted away from the woman. He looked back at the ice cream parlor to see his mother talking cordially with the cashier. When the little boy turned back around, he immediately felt a cold hand place itself on the back of his head. His body went tense from the invasive touch, and Issei looked up and was too late to react as the cold hand pushed him forward, causing the child to be enclosed into the warmth of soft yet bountiful pillows of flesh. At this point, Issei was frantic as the woman continued to suffocate him with her chest. After a few agonizing moments, his head was finally pulled back, allowing Issei to regain his breath. As he recovered, Issei flinched when the woman suddenly moved so that her face was close to his in a matter of seconds. Issei started to sweat and tried to back away, before realizing that he was almost at the edge of the bench. Keeping his mouth shut, Issei slowly looked back up at the woman, who still stared at him with her dispassionate gaze. The woman lifted her finger up and placed it on Issei's forehead, gently sliding it across his temple. Issei shivered at the woman's touch, and an ominous feeling came over him when he suddenly saw a series of snakes manifest around the woman. One of the snakes crawled onto the terrified Issei and opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. Issei gasped and tried to move the snake away, before he felt the snake embed its fangs into his neck. The woman's eyes noticeably narrowed, gaining a more hollow look in them. Suddenly, a familiar explosive and golden sparkling aura manifested around Issei and traveled to the snake. The woman's dark eyes widened as the snake's body slowly began to disintegrate. Showing an expression that was akin to surprise, she removed her finger from Issei's forehead. Issei gained a fearful look in his eyes and he got off of the bench in order to put some distance between him and the woman. The little boy rubbed his sore neck, but there were no physical marks to be seen. As he looked up at his apparent attacker, he felt his nervousness skyrocket at the curious look the woman was giving him. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, also known as the Ouroboros dragon, tilted her head at the little boy in front of her. Before leaving the dimensional gap, Ophis had sensed a godly source of energy. The power seemed radiant yet enormously vast. The power from this boy seemed to exude a presence not unlike solar energy. Solar energy was a source that was often stated to be potentially limitless, due to its substance deriving from the sun. There was no known limits of the amount of light and heat the sun could produce. With the colossal amount of solar energy within this young boy, the energy could be converted into pure raw power and strength. So long as the sun remained, of course. Eerily quiet, Ophis leaned her face closer to the young Issei. Staring at Issei with her dark gray eyes, Ophis suddenly gave Issei a spine-chilling smile. No sharp teeth. No fangs. The confused Issei could only stay still, not knowing what to do. The young boy suddenly felt two cold hands placing themselves on his cheeks. Shivering again from the temperature of the woman's hands, Issei looked into Ophis's gray eyes and felt a little unnerved by the eerie smile on her face. Moments later, Issei flinched when Ophis puckered her lips out and gently pressed them to his forehead. The Ouroboros dragon's body shivered from the contact, and her eyes glazed over. She could already feel the dormant power within the boy, and at this rate he would ultimately become stronger in due time. "You belong to me," Ophis stated, her voice monotone, yet deep and sultry as she hugged Issei close to her chest. "My little mate." "Issei." At the call of his name, Issei found enough strength within him to push himself away from the woman's tight grasp. He turned around and looked up to see his mother holding 2 ice cream cups. Issei looked back in front of him, and gasped when he saw that the woman had disappeared, as though she was never there to begin with. Trembling a little from the unexpected encounter, Issei almost missed Mrs. Hyoudou handing him his treat. Issei's room. From his bed, Issei looked out the window as he watched the sunset. He never liked it when the sun descended into the night. But he wasn't afraid of the dark. He just preferred the sun to be out most of the time. As he situated himself and snuggled into his bed, Issei closed his eyes and allowed himself to fall into a peaceful sleep. A pure white magic circle suddenly appeared next to the little Issei's bed, and a silhouette emerged from the circle. The silhouette brightened, revealing the angel Gabriel. Gabriel quietly walked over to the bed which contained the source of the potentially limitless power she and Michael had been sensing. She tilted her head as she gazed at the sleeping Issei. What a pleasant energy! Both she and Michael had deduced that the power the young Issei was akin to that of the powerful radiation of the sun. The longer the sun rose up in the sky, the more powerful Issei became as he grew. The little boy was going to grow into a force to be reckoned with soon enough. Gabriel tilted her head as she placed her hand on Issei's cheek, rubbing it gently. "He's so pure. It's strange. Despite this fragility, I can feel an enormous amount of godly solar energy within him." The angel sighed and lowered her head, puckering his lips out to kiss Issei on his forehead. The pure white magic circle appeared from under her, and she disappeared once more. 11 years later. "Hey, I heard we're getting a new student today." "Really?" "Yeah. I hear it's supposed to be a boy." "A boy? What do you think he's going to be like?" "Maybe he'll be as cute as Hyoudou-san." "No way, impossible." A group of girls gossiped about the sudden news of a never-before-seen student arriving to the school known as Kuo Academy. The institution was originally an all-girls school, but was formed into a co-ed school, along with a new school building that was made. Students conversed in the hallways, waiting to go into their classes. Outside of the school, a young man with brown hair walked up to the gates of Kuo Academy. Dressed in a black blazer with white accents, a white, long-sleeved dress shirt with a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes, Issei Hyoudou quietly walked up to his new school. Walking inside, he noticed that the hallways were very quiet. Being none the wiser, he proceeded to find his first classroom. From above him, a girl stood at the top of the steps. Her wavy long crimson hair fell down to her thighs as she looked down. Her blue-green eyes narrowed and kept watch on the new student, a mysterious smile forming on her face as she twirled a piece of her hair. "Very interesting. So he's our new kohai. Sona will definitely be intrigued with him." "Yes, you are absolutely unique, little kohai." Ria's smile slowly changed to a contemplative frown. "It's almost strange," she said to herself. "His aura is so overwhelming, but there's a certain quality about it that's not unpleasant." Issei's classroom. Knock knock. Pausing in her demonstration, the teacher walked over to the door and opened it. A warm smile passed across her lips, and she turned back to look at her class. "Okay, class. I'm sure you've all heard that we have a new student coming here today." "Well, you heard right. Here he is, so please welcome him." Issei Hyoudou nervously walked inside his classroom, trying to avoid the eyes of the many students. Immediately, he received a series of unreadable glances from the class. "Hey, what's with his eyes?" A girl whispered to her friend. "Are they contacts or something? His eyes look kind of weird." Issei looked away as he released an inaudible sigh. Just as he predicted, some of the girls were already giggling in his direction, while some of the males took their time glancing at him with uncertainty and judgment in their eyes. He hadn't even been in his first classroom for less than 5 minutes, and here he was, already being judged upon. The teacher looked at her new student and offered a sympathetic smile. "Why don't you introduce yourself? You don't have to be so shy." Complying with his teacher's suggestion, Issei looked up at the class, and he bowed down in respect. Hello. My name's Issei Hyoudou. I'm new here. So please take it easy on me. A number of the girls noticed the soft-spoken and quiet tone in Issei's voice, and they felt a bit confused. The males, on the other hand, rose some eyebrows as they noticed Issei's last words. Take it easy? One of them whispered to the other, what's he talking about? The teacher blinked as she too noticed Issei's last words, but she made a reassuring smile. Why don't you go take a seat? A girl suddenly raised her hand from her desk, intending to get Issei's attention. Hyoudou-kun, over here. You can sit with me. Issei looked up and saw a black-haired girl with innocent violet eyes. The girl smiled and patted the desk next to her. Issei walked over to the desk and sat quietly as he listened to the teacher. He noticed some of the students giving him weird looks, most likely about his eyes. Sitting comfortably into his seat, Issei quickly noticed that the girl was not too subtly looking over at him. She then edged forward to him to whisper, My name's Yuma Amano. It's nice to meet a new student as cute as you. She said with a wink at the end. Not expecting the words to come out of Yuma's mouth, Issei blinked in surprise, and he mumbled a hesitant thanks in reply. Holding back a giggle, Yuma smiled warmly and looked back to the teacher. Had Issei not turned to look back at the teacher, he would have seen Yuma's eyes quickly glancing to him from the side. What's with this kid? Azazel-sama told me to watch him. He also told me that this young boy had a strange energy. But this aura is so ethereal. It's completely untainted. I've never sensed anything like it before. She continued to watch Issei with an unreadable look on her face for the rest of the class PRD. In the school. As he made his way out of the school, Issei placed his hands in his pockets and tread forward, his hearing picking up the chatter of the students around him. His eyes. They're so strange looking. One brown, one yellow-orange. The right eye looks like the color of the sun. Issei-kun. Blinking in surprise, Issei turned around to see Yuma running towards him. She smiled at him and put her hands behind her back. I was just wondering. If you wouldn't mind, would you like to hang out sometime? Issei blinked several times, and he was about to respond, until he noticed that the sun was descending slowly. Looking back at Yuma, Issei shook his head and sent her a sad expression. Sorry, I have to go. I've got to go back home. I'll see you tomorrow, Yuma-san. He said quietly. Yuma once again noted his soft-spoken tone in Issei's voice, and she felt herself a little captivated by it. As she watched Issei leave, Yuma's confused expression evaporated into an impatient look. Atop of the building of Kuo Academy, 4 young women stood watching Issei depart his new school. One of the girls, specifically a red-haired individual, sighed. Such a very interesting boy. I haven't seen anyone quite like him. He's so quiet and shy it makes me want to hold him and give him a hug. Though, his eyes seem to be subject of mostly everyone's minds. A fuffu. A well-endowed girl with black hair tied in a ponytail with an orange ribbon, let out a stuck giggle as she watched Issei cross the bridge. Her violet eyes seemed to gleam as she turned to look at her red-haired friend. Fufu. Despite that baby face of his, he's so mysterious. That aura radiating off of him is so otherworldly. A fuffu, it makes me want to spoil him so much already just to see his reaction. It's his first day, and you already have the urge to spoil him? A third girl with glasses commented in annoyance. Her eyes narrowed in contemplation as the visage of Issei started to disappear from her and the rest of the girls' sights. He's certainly gathered my attention. His aura is so utterly clear. I don't think this young boy is even aware of how potent his aura is. He's earned quite the stares from the other students. But he just looks away, albeit in a reclusive manner. What do you think? She turned to look to the girl next to her, with the latter having knee-length black hair and blue, semi-rimmed glasses. The girl adopted a serious expression as she answered. His eyes. They contrast so much. One is brown, like the color of an innocent doe. But the other one has the color of our sunum. Such a strange boy. Fufu. Does he interest you that much, Fuku Kaishu? The orange ribbon-wearing girl asked. You misunderstand me. The blue glasses-wearing girl responded as her face developed a pinkish-red tinge. Don't be so embarrassed. You're not the only one who's interested in our little Kohai. Smiling at her friend, the crimson-haired girl narrowed her eyes. And to think, Azazel has already sent some of his subordinates to watch him. Yuma Amano, or should I say, Rainier, is proof of that. Looking down at Yuma, who seemed to be deep in thought, the crimson-haired beauty then looked towards Issei, and her blue-green eyes brightened. Pure as light, yet so powerful as the sun itself. You really are an interesting boy, Issei Hyoudou. In the underworld, base of the fallen angels. So, how was he today? He really didn't look anything special, Azazel-sama. He just looked so shy. Yuma Amano had her arms behind her back as she answered a man with black hair and golden bangs. Azazel, also known as the leader of the fallen angels, crossed his arms in thought. Azazel-sama. Yuma began, I understand his aura was one of the main reasons you asked me to watch him. But what's the other reason? Do you believe him to have some type of sacred gear? Azazel hummed as he looked off to the side. Not exactly. His aura is definitely not human. Excluding the fact that sacred gears can be stolen, only humans and half-humans can wield them. This kid, on the other hand, has a godly aura, and it's completely inhuman. So he doesn't have one. A godly aura. Yuma mused to herself, so could he perhaps be a deity? More or less. Azazel replied nonchalantly, earning an annoyed look from Yuma. Yuma looked down on the ground, and placed her hands to her side. It'd explain why he's so damn strong. Both Yuma and Azazel looked over to see a young woman with navy blue hair and brown eyes. She was dressed in a trench coat, miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. Azazel smirked and lifted up a finger. Whether he's a deity or not, he's certainly powerful enough on his own. The male fallen angel then hummed to himself as he pondered for a moment. But if he did, I wonder what it'd be. Near Issei's house. Issei sighed as he continued on his way home. Well, at least it wasn't too bad today. His first day at school was actually tolerable than he had anticipated. He didn't have to deal with the bullying or physical confrontation at all. Some of the rumors regarding his eyes, he could handle that already. Reaching all the way to his house, Issei looked over to see that his parents' cars were gone. Blinking in wonderment, Issei opened the house door and peered inside, widening his eyes at the first thing he saw. A beautiful girl with long dark silver hair, which was tied up into a ponytail, and dark ruby eyes, looked up as she heard the sound of Issei walking into his house. Issei stared wide-eyed as he gazed at the unreadable look in the girl's eyes. The young man only rose an eyebrow when he noticed a playful-looking smirk slowly forming on the girl's face. The smirk on her face immediately softened into a warm smile as she inwardly sighed. Fufu. Long time no see, my dear Ayatoko. Laiko-san? What are you doing here? Laiko Hide, the adoptive older cousin of Issei, crossed her arms as she sent her crimson eyes towards Issei. You don't sound or look happy to see me. And no, Issei quickly tried to defend himself as he stuttered. Laiko rose an eyebrow, but she continued to walk forward with Issei. As of now, she had never interacted much with her adoptive cousin. The only time she had seen him was when she and her parents often visited the Hyoudou residence all those years ago. But even then, it was rare for her to even talk to Issei, let alone get him to talk to her, due to his reclusive nature. Not unlike her parents, and Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou, Laiko never possessed any ounce of animosity against Issei about the different coloration of his eyes. However, not even she was blind to tell that those eyes were the reason her adoptive cousin was so quiet. Seeing a nearby bench, Laiko put her arms to her side, and with a wave of her hand, she directed Issei. Issei Toko over here. Come sit with your cousin. Issei, noticing Laiko's movement, complied and followed the girl in order to sit on the bench with her. As the cousins looked around the area of the shopping centers, the female of the two crossed her legs. Issei. Issei turned to look at Laiko in response. You didn't really give me a reply to my earlier statement. You're not mad that I came to visit, are you? Issei's eyes softened, and he looked his cousin in the eyes. No, of course not. I'm not mad at all. It's just that I didn't expect for you to arrive at my house today. Liko gave a warm smile in response. It's best to keep things interesting. Had you been informed earlier, you probably would have stayed upstairs in your room just to avoid seeing me. That's not true, Liko-san. The girl's eyes widened at the honest tone in her cousin's voice, before she smiled and looked off to the side. How sweet of you. Well, at least you're actually talking more. When I used to come over to your house, you were as quiet as a mouse. It was hard to get you to speak at all. Hell, it was hard to even find you in the house. But I like my privacy. Issei muttered to himself. Sure you do. Liko teased before sitting up from her spot. So your mom told me that today was your first day at your new school. How was it? Issei looked up at the girl, and his eyes seemed to have gained a much brighter edge to them. It was okay. Just okay. I didn't really talk to anyone at school today. So that's the... A smile spread across Liko's lips. Were any of the girls at your school attractive, Ayasutoko? To be honest, I didn't really look or pay attention. I was just waiting for the classes to end. Liko's eyes rolled in mock exasperation. Knowing you, I wouldn't have expected anything less. She said, albeit in a teasing tone. Issei flushed slightly in embarrassment, prompting Liko to chuckle again. My poor naive Ayasutoko. You're too innocent for your own good. Raising an eyebrow in confusion at the comment, Issei tilted his head. Liko looked over to the nearby bookstore and smiled. I've been wanting to find something to read. Bookstore? This isn't exactly what I had in mind when you said we should hang out, Liko-san. After teasing her adoptive cousin for a little while, Liko had decided to take Issei with her to the bookstore. According to Mrs. Hyoudou, Issei had a lot of interest in the sun. And after realizing that she desired to buy some new books of her own, Liko thought this was the perfect opportunity to spend some time with the shy ball of light that embodied her cousin. Well, since I initiated it, I get to take you wherever I go. Liko said, sticking out her tongue at him. I don't think that's how it works. Issei retorted, before he frowned softly, and besides, I don't need any books. That's true. You don't need any books, but you do need to take part in something other than lying around in your room and waiting for the sun to rise back up. I won't have my little cousin being a social outcast. You need to get out more often. The young man sighed from his cousin's remark, and complied as he looked around the sections and categories of the store. Liko chuckled and walked away from Issei, giving him some space. About 10 minutes later, Issei stopped and crossed his arms. For a bookstore, it sure had a large space. As he walked further, Issei looked over to the next aisle, and he bumped into someone. Oof! Issei collided with the unknown figure, and they both fell onto the ground. Rubbing his sore chest, Issei looked up to see a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. He wore the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, albeit without the blazer, and his sleeves were rolled up. Scattered next to him were an assortment of notepads and writing utensils. Feeling guilty, Issei went to pick up the items and handed them to the boy. Sorry about that. The short blonde-haired boy shook his hair to fix it, and smiled gratefully as he accepted the items back. Nah, it's all right, man. His gray eyes then widened in surprise. Hey, I've seen you before. As they both stood up, Issei blinked from the other boy's comment. He didn't remember seeing the guy in front of him at all. The young man pointed to Issei, and he smiled cordially. Yeah, you're the new student that came to Kuo Academy today, right? He's a student there too? Issei thought to himself, looking down when the young man held out his hand. What's up, man? The name's Genshiro Saji. I'm the secretary of the Kuo Academy Student Council. Issei reached his hand and shook Saji's own in respect. Issei Hyoudou. It's nice to meet you. Saji smiled wider. Nice to meet you, newbie. He replied, his new nickname prompting Issei to pause for a moment, before nodding. So this is the guy Kaicho told us about. Saji thought to himself, she was right. He's got a lot of power. Though by the way he acts, you wouldn't be able to perceive him as strong. His eyes are kind of weird, But it's not like anyone else is normal these days. Wait, Issei began, suddenly remembering a fact about Suji. You said you were a secretary or something? Yeah, of the student council. What does the student council do? Well, we basically help share students' ideas, interests, and concerns with teachers and the school principal. So you're like the speakers for the students at Kuo Academy? Yeah, I guess you could put it like that. Issei Hyoudou. Both Issei and Si turned to see Liko, who had already acquired a few books of her own. Liko-san. Liko smiled as she walked over to her cousin. She had already known where he was, seeing as he tended to wander around unfamiliar places. She had to admit, she was a little surprised and proud to see that Issei was actually talking to someone. Perhaps her little cousin was edging out of his own shell. Just a little bit. I see you haven't found any books yet. Issei let out a light scoff as he looked away, while Saji held back a chuckle at the sight. Liko crossed her arms and looked over to Saji. So, your name? I'm Genshiro Saji. I go to the same school as your cousin. Really? Well, it sure is a small world, isn't it? Looking back to her quiet cousin, Liko sent him a smirk. We're not leaving until you pick out at least one book, Issei. Sighing at his cousin's stubbornness, Issei looked over to Saji and nodded his head to the young man. It was nice to meet you, Sa-sen. Saji smiled and nodded in respect. Likewise, newbie. Issei's house. Oh, that wasn't so hard, was it? Liko teased, prompting Issei to frown to her. I don't see why you need so many books. Issei commented. Because I like to read. Why did you pick only one book? Liko answered. Duh. Issei chose not to respond. That's what I thought. After persuading, though if one were to ask him, it was more like forcing Issei to purchase a book so they could leave the bookstore, Liko felt a bit more satisfied as she sat on her cousin's couch. She felt proud of herself for bringing Issei out of his shell, even if it was a little bit. Looking at the book in Issei's hand, Liko pointed to it. What's the book supposed to be about? Issei looked at his book, and he lowered his head somewhat. He showed Liko the front of the book. Return of the Sun? Interesting title. Liko said. She wouldn't put it past her expectations for Issei to purchase a book whose plot centered around the sun laying back onto the couch. Liko opened her first book and inwardly sighed as she relaxed. Hey, Liko-san. Turning her attention to her cousin, Liko put down her book. So what are you doing here, anyway? Staring at her cousin for a moment, Liko smirked and crossed her arms. Is it a crime to visit my baby cousin? Issei's eyebrows raised at the name. Baby cousin? Fufu. Liko chuckled as her crimson ruby eyes glinted in amusement. Feeling a bit confused by his cousin's faint giggling, Issei turned his attention to his recently purchased book. Looking at her cousin for a few moments, Liko set her eyes over to her book. Liko-san. At the call of her name being spoken once more, Liko gave her younger cousin her attention. While her face didn't show it, she felt a slight wave of happiness that her cousin was actually starting to talk more. Issei opened his mouth, but then he closed it. Liko frowned at her cousin's behavior. It almost looked like Issei wanted to say something, and was genuinely trying to get the words out of his mouth. What is it, Issei Toko? Liko asked gently, wanting her cousin to let it out. The elder Hyde felt a bit of pride as the sound of her voice seemed to bring Issei out of his nervousness. What happened to your hair? Issei asked softly. Liko's eyes widened a bit at the question. And my hair? She repeated. Yeah. Issei answered with a nod. Why is it all gray? You're not getting old that quickly, are you? At Issei's last sentence, Liko tried in vain to suppress the amused smile that threatened to split her face. Leave it to her precious Liko to ask something like that in his usual naive fashion. Of course, if it had been anyone else, Liko would have had a more violent reaction. No, silly. Liko humored her younger cousin. I'm not getting old. I just dyed my hair. You killed your own hair? Issei asked in a hesitant tone with a tilt of his head. The urge to either flick her cousin on the forehead or shake her head in disbelief reached Liko's mind. The elder Hyoudou let out a sigh as she looked her cousin straight in his eyes. Issei-Hyoudou. She uttered. Issei asked, wondering what his cousin wanted. Flick. Huh. Issei rubbed his forehead in surprise, while Liko lightly glared at him with her arms crossed. I changed the color of my hair, Issei. She explained. The slight pain in his forehead slowly fading away, Issei removed his hand from his temple and blinked several times at his cousin. Her smile returning, Liko sat in a more casual position. What do you think, Issei-Hyoudou? She asked as she placed a few strands of her hair behind her ear. Do you like it? Issei blinked again as he titled his head. Liko-san looks so different. Not expecting her cousin to say that, Liko didn't react. She didn't know how to interpret Issei's answer, so she was at a loss on what to do or how to proceed next. But if Liko-san's happy with it, Issei continued with a small yet faint smile, then I guess I'm okay with it too. Plus, you kind of look like an angel. As much as she tried her damnedest to hold it in, Liko failed to stop the crimson blush that succeeded in spreading across her face. You okay, Liko-san? Issei asked in confusion. Your face is all red. I'm fine, Issei-Hyoudou. Liko stammered, before she quickly composed herself and gave him a gentle smile. Her younger cousin blinked at her a few times, before he smiled back in return and moved his attention back to his book. When she was sure that Issei was no longer paying any mind to the atmosphere around him, Liko's smile disappeared and was replaced by an embarrassed frown. An angel, huh? The elder Hyoudou inaudibly sighed as she shook her head, trying once again to suppress her returning blush. Why did her little cousin have to say things like that? The student council room. So you encountered Issei Hyoudou at a bookstore when you accidentally bumped into each other? Saji nodded as he answered the girl with the bob-cut hairstyle. Yeah, Sonakaishu. You were right about him. He's strong, very strong. Sona Citri, the president of the student council, narrowed her eyes as she crossed her arms. What did he seem like? Saji shrugged in response. To be honest, he seemed pretty much like a shy guy. His personality doesn't really sync with how strong he is. But regardless, he's an all-right guy. Sona looked over at the secretary of the student council, and she set her violet eyes to a different space in the room. What is the reason for his shyness? Saji turned around in surprise to see the girl with blue, semi-rimmed glasses looking at the piles of books on the shelf. I didn't really ask him. Saji answered. Underworld, residents of the Phoenix clan. A handsome young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes, narrowed his eyes as he tried to ignore the intense surge of energy. For a number of years, he had sensed this power, and as it grew, so did his interest. Riser-sama? Oniai-sama? Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix clan, turned around to face a large group which consisted of 15 young women. Shaking and rubbing his head, Riser crossed his arms. Don't bother me right now, girls. I have some thinking to do. Leaving the surprised group of girls, Riser retreated elsewhere, trying to figure out where and how the energy source came to be. This energy, it's a source not unlike that of the solar flares from the sun itself. It even rivals the heat of the Phoenix clan, perhaps even surpasses it. Shaking his head in order to clear his thoughts, Riser scoffed and looked away. What am I saying? This is ridiculous. Listen to me, I'm paranoid over something that I haven't even experienced or seen yet. Humph. Shaking off his paranoia for only a moment, Riser Phoenix walked off to another section of the underworld, hopeful in gathering some pleasant thoughts. Kuo Academy, next day. Excuse me, Issei Hyoudou? At the call of his name, Issei stopped in his pace and turned to see a handsome young man with short blonde hair and light gray eyes walking towards him. The blonde-haired boy smiled at Issei and held out his hand. How are you? My name's Yuto Kiba. Issei reached to shake Yuto's hand in respect. It's nice to meet you too, Kiba-sen. Nodding in respect, Yuto looked around the hallways and looked back at Issei. The word around school says you're a new student here. Am I right? Issei nodded in reply. Well then, I should tell you that I really think you'll like this school. Issei rose an eyebrow at Yuto's statement. I will. Hey look. It's Yuto Kiba. Our Prince Charming. Is that the new guy? He's so cute. Hey, maybe he's another Prince Charming. No way. We can't have more than one Prince Charming. Why not? Issei adopted a puzzled look from the strange comments he was hearing from the girls in the hallways. Hyoudou just smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I guess that means we're rivals, huh, Issei-san? The brown-haired young man was genuinely confused right now. He had no idea what the girls were talking about. Hey, Issei-kun. Both Issei and Hyoudou turned to see Yuma Amano running towards them. Behind Issei, Hyoudou's eyes narrowed just a bit, but he quickly softened his expression and smiled. Yuma noticed the demonic aura within Hyoudou, but she composed herself as she smiled at Issei. How are you doing? You worried me a little bit after school yesterday. Issei rose an eyebrow at her words, but then he remembered what Yuma was talking about. Yeah, I was tired, so I wanted to get home as quickly as possible. Sorry I made you worry. No, it's fine. Yuma smiled warmly, just as long as you're okay. Issei took notice of Yuma's tone. Why was Yuma so worried about him? He sure was interacting with a lot more people than he had anticipated. Looking cautiously at Hyoudou for a bit, Yuma returned her sight to Issei. Hey, Issei-san. Hyoudou cheerfully interrupted her. Yuma sent him a subtle but irritated glare too. Hyoudou, how dare he interrupt me? And with a smile no less. Issei took a step back as he noticed Yuma's eyes taking a more darker and sinister look. Hyoudou smiled as he continued his sentence. After school is over, I would appreciate it if you would come with me. At Kuo Academy, we have an organization called the Occult Research Club, and the president has been eager for you to see the club for yourself. The mention of the Devil's Club prompted a look of surprise from Yuma. What does the daughter of the Gremory clan want with him? Are the devils watching him as well? Issei blinked at Hyoudou's offer, and he lifted a finger up to speak, until he started to hear a series of painful shouts from outside. Hey look! Someone's fighting the perverted duo outside. Perverted duo? Issei thought to himself. Issei, Hyoudou, and Yuma made their way outside to see a crowd of students. Pushing past the crowd, the trio looked in surprise to see two males groaning in agony on the ground. One male was a jock, and the other male wore glasses. Why? All I wanted to do was touch some of your épée. Why is she so cruel? Issei rubbed his head in confusion. Yuma scoffed and crossed her arms, clearly not amused at the scene in front of her. Idiots! Issei blinked and looked over at Yuma in puzzlement. You know them, Yuma-san? Unfortunately. Matsuda and Motohama. They're the infamous perverted students here at Kuo Academy. They've caused a lot of trouble here, and it looks like someone actually did something about it. Such idiotic perverts. Lifting his head up at the familiar voice, Issei stared in awe at the sight of a familiar silver-haired girl glaring coldly at both Matsuda and Motohama. Laiko-san. Laiko Hyoudou looked up at the call of her name, and her harsh glare morphed into a warm and soft gaze as she smiled at Issei. Issei Toko. What happened over here? And why are you at Kuo Academy? Planting her foot on top of Motohama, Laiko smiled as she explained the situation to her cousin. On a whim, I wanted to see what my baby cousin's school looked like. But as soon as I entered the school gates, I caught these two idiots following me. She kicked both of the perverts for good measure and crossed her arms. You're not planning to attend here, are you? Issei asked. If his cousin was attending Kuo Academy, it was definitely going to be a strange year for Issei, knowing Laiko's personality. Laiko closed her eyes and shook her head in response to Issei's question. Not a chance, cousin. I just wanted to see what your school looked like, that's all. Not a bad appearance at all. Both Yuma and Hyoudou shared reluctant glances as they watched the verbal exchange between Issei and Laiko. Cousins. From what I can tell, her aura is completely human. Issei's on the other hand. That's weird. Her energy isn't the same at all as Issei-san's. Are they even related? Smiling in amusement, Laiko stepped back and waved to Issei as she made her departure. Chuckling at the look on her cousin's face, Laiko left the school gates, wondering other ways on how she could get Issei out of his shell. Take care, cousin. I'll see you at home. she called out to Issei. The crowd of students had already scattered back inside the school, leaving Issei, Yuma, Yuto, and the perverted duo outside. Ignoring the groans of pain from Matsuda and Motohama, Yuma narrowed her eyes as she looked over to Issei. Ha. Well, I'll see you later, dang. I've got to get back to class. Both Issei and Yuma turned to see Yuto waving goodbye at the former as he entered into the school. Looking back at Issei, Yuma dissolved her serious look into a cheerful smile, and she connected her arms with Issei's own. Issei flinched from the unexpected contact, and he looked over at Yuma in surprise. Yuma giggled at the look on Issei's face. Come on, Issei-kun. We don't want to be late to class, do we? Giggling cheerfully, Yuma pulled the unresponsive yet surprised Issei inside Kuo Academy. Above the building floated a familiar figure. The figure possessed the appearance of a long black-haired young girl with hollow dark gray eyes, dressed in a fashion akin to Gothic Lolita. Narrowing her eyes in her smaller form, Ophis watched the fallen angel pull what was hers into the school. The boy. He belongs to me. Not one soul shall take him away from me. He is mine. Feeling a burst of emotion swell within her, the Ouroboros dragon closed her gray eyes, and numerous snakes manifested around her body before she disappeared completely. As Issei walked out of his last classroom, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered the one who tapped him was Yuma. Why, Yuma-san? Smiling cheerfully, Yuma put her hands behind her back. Hey, Azastash. Hey, Aisen. Issei and Yuma turned to see Yuto Kiba walking towards them. It took Yuma all of her willpower to prevent herself from snarling in irritation. Why does he keep interrupting me whenever I need to talk to Issei? Cheerfully ignoring the annoyed look on Yuma's face, Yuto smiled as he spoke to Issei. So did you think about what I said earlier? About visiting the occult research club? The president really wants to see you. Issei blinked and rubbed his head in confusion. Yuma widened her eyes and before she knew it, she was grabbing Issei's arm. Ignoring the surprised look on Issei's face, Yuma flashed Yuto a mocking smile. Sorry, Prince Charming, but Issei-kun and I have plans for today. Both Issei and Yuto widened their eyes, the former in shock, and the latter in disbelief. We do? Issei stuttered. Yuma smiled as she looked over to Issei. Well, of course, silly. We talked about it in class. But we dash. Come on. We should get going. Pulling a confused Issei along with her, Yuma snickered as she noticed the look on Yuto's face. Serves him right. Watching Yuma drag Issei out of the school, Yuto rose an eyebrow and crossed his arms in thought. What would a fallen angel want with An? In the occult research club. So the fallen angel said she had plans with Issei? Yeah, Bucho. Yuto answered. The crimson-haired girl narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms. What does a fallen angel want with him? Not only that, but what does Azazel want with him? She sighed and put her hands on her desk. And here I was hoping he would feel a bit more comfortable in coming to the occult research club today. Yuto smiled and tried to reassure the girl. Ria-sama, I'm sure he'll come around. We just have to make sure Yuma Amano doesn't do anything too drastic. Rias Gremory, the president of the occult research club, the school's #1 beauty, and as well as one of Kuo Academy's 2 great ladies, adopted a serious look. Getting up from her desk, she walked over to the couch tables and picked up a chess piece. The pawn. As she looked at it closely, her blue-green eyes seemed to be glowing with great concentration. I only have access to 8 pawn pieces. But I'm starting to dread that even those might not be enough. I don't think mutation pieces will work, even if I borrowed a few pawn pieces from Sona. Placing the chess piece down onto the board, Rias walked over to the club window and peered out of it to see Issei walking along with Yuma. I can't rush it though. Besides, there's a chance that he doesn't even want to become a devil. But perhaps I can convince him. Smiling deviously, Rias narrowed her eyes as she kept Issei in her sights. I won't let an interesting kohai pass by so easily. Outside of Kuo Academy. Yuma-san? Why did you? Yuma smiled at the confused look on Issei's face and giggled. Sorry about that, Issei-kun. I guess I just wanted you all to myself for a few minutes. But why? Yuma giggled again and put her hand in front of her mouth to suppress her laughter. He's so innocent about all this. Calming herself, Yuma smiled and turned to look at Issei. Issei-kun, are you free tonight? I was thinking we could hang out. Issei blinked and rubbed his head in confusion. Well, I dash. Ring ring. Issei and Yuma widened their eyes at the sudden beeping noise, and the former reached into his pocket, taking out his cell phone. Flipping it open, he widened his eyes as he read the message. Looking up at Yuma, Issei gave her a shy look. Sorry, Yuma-san. I have to go home again. What again? Yuma widened her eyes as she watched Issei run across the bridge for the second time. Huffing softly, Yuma crossed her arms and pouted. Every time I suggest something we could do together, he always has something he has to do. Geez, it's not like I'm plotting to kill him or anything. That'd just be stupid. Feeling a little annoyed and disappointed, Yuma stormed off the opposite direction, trying to calm herself. Issei's house. Issei opened his house door and looked inside to see Laiko already standing in front of him with a satisfied smirk on her face. Blinking in confusion, Issei shut the door behind him and rubbed the back of his head. Laiko-san. Smiling at her cousin, Laiko brushed her dark silver hair back and placed a hand on her hip. Fufu. So you got my message. Let's go. Go where? Fufu. It's a surprise, my Hitoko. It wouldn't be fun if I just told you, now would it? Well, Issei started before he inwardly sighed. Is the place where we're going to that important? Laiko flashed Issei a small smile, prompting the latter to widen his eyes at the sight. Does my baby cousin not want to spend time with me? Harsh. Issei noticeably tensed at Laiko's words. And no, that's not it at all, Laiko-san. Laiko's small smile widened as she grabbed Issei by the arm and dragged him with her. Great. She responded cheerfully. In the underworld, base of the fallen angels. Something troubling you, Rainer? Yuma Amano, now dressed in an immodest variation of Ensand M attire, pouted as she crossed her arms. Azazel rose an eyebrow in wonder, and then he shrugged and looked back to researching more about sacred gears. Nothing, Azazel-sama. Humph. She's just set off because she didn't get to hang out with her precious Issei-kun. Rainer turned to glare at a buxom fallen angel, who had blue hair and golden brown eyes. Mind your own business, Calawarner. My, aren't we snippy today? Shut up. Now, girls. Let's not fight now. You can do it tomorrow. Rainer and Calawarner rose simultaneous eyebrows as they looked at Azazel, who was still researching with a concentrated look on his face. The student council room. Absolutely not, Rias. What do you mean, Sona? Aren't we friends? Sona fixed her glasses as she listened to her childhood friend begging her. Narrowing her violet eyes, she answered her friend in a calculating and cold voice. Yes, we are friends. However, our friendship shouldn't be affected by your desire to claim our Kohai. Do you wish to claim him as a piece for yourself? Sona rolled her eyes at Rias's accusation, but she complied by answering her anyway. Even if I wanted to make Issei Hyoudou my pawn, it would be pointless. Rias widened her eyes in confusion. What do you mean? I know he costs more than 8 pawn pieces. I'm sure I could retrieve some more. Sona eyed her friend for a moment, and closed her violet eyes. It's pointless, Rias. Issei Hyoudou is much too powerful. As far as I'm concerned, none of our pieces can be used on him. I don't understand. It's as Kaicho has just stated. Rias looked over at the black-haired girl with blue, semi-rimmed glasses with square lenses. Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council, narrowed her eyes as she stood next to Sona. We all know that Issei's energy structure indicates that he is by no means a human at all. But regarding the pieces possessed by you and Kaicho, they are useless against Issei. Rias blinked several times in disbelief. Mean they won't work on him? But why not? Perhaps he is more than just a non-human. Sona mused. Eratsura. The 3 beauties of Kuo Academy looked over to see a black-haired girl with the orange ribbon in her hair. Akino Himejima held a surprised look on her face as her violet eyes widened in disbelief. Is our little Kohai so powerful that not even the evil pieces will work on him? Correct, answered Tsubaki. Another factor we should consider is his energy output, Rias. It's absolutely colossal, even by the standards of a devil of the ultimate class. And that it's constantly growing. Sona stated. Rias narrowed her eyes as she listened carefully to Sona's words. So even if we found out the number of evil pieces we would need to recruit Issei, that it still wouldn't be enough? It couldn't be dealt with anyway. As I said, the massive energy output he possesses seems to rise substantially every so often. It doesn't matter how many evil pieces we collect, they won't work on Issei Hyoudou anyway. Rias crossed her arms and she frowned. Well, there goes my hopes of adding him to my peerage. It is a shame. I know I would have loved to get a new Kohai. Akino added in her 2 cents. It is a shame. Sona said. What is it, Tsubaki? Sona asked her. Realizing quickly she had hummed in disappointment out loud, Tsubaki composed herself and crossed her arms. Nothing, Kaicho. I had something bothering my throat. Ophis. You don't have to lie, Tsubaki. We're all a little disappointed as well. It's a shame our little Kohai won't be able to join any of our peerages. Akino said. Tsubaki fought in vain to suppress the blush that slowly formed on her face, but alas, it appeared, and she lightly glared at the amused Akino. She couldn't deny that she was a little disappointed when Sona had informed her that Issei was unable to join her peerage. At first, she had thought that Rias had defeated Sona in a bet to see who would claim Issei, but imagine her surprise when Sona had revealed that Rias wouldn't be able to claim Issei as well. Rias sighed as she placed her hand on her cheek. Guess that's what I get for wanting a powerful young boy in my peerage. Suddenly, a flame-like magic circle appeared in the middle of the student council room, and a silhouette appeared out from above it. Rias, Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki covered their eyes from the brightness, and as the light faded, they removed their arms from their face. Squinting her eyes, Rias widened her eyes in shock, as well as the other women in the student council. Riser Phoenix, releasing a pool of flames that surrounded his body, glared at the crimson-haired beauty. Where is he, Rias? Where is who? Riser narrowed his blue eyes darkly. The boy called Issei. I need to find him. At the mention of their Kohai, the 4 most popular girls at Kuo Academy narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Sona crossed her arms as she glared at the Phoenix male. What do you want? With him, Riser? With a scoff, Riser wiped some dust off of his blazer jacket and looked towards the women. Not that it's any of your business, but I'll tell you anyway. I wish to fight him. In the shopping centers. Why are we at the mall? Issei Toko asks so many questions. Issei cautiously looked around his surroundings and saw many people mingling around the mall. He didn't know why Laiko had taken him to this place. Smiling at the look on her cousin's face, Laiko changed her expression and narrowed her eyes. She took a seat next to him on the bench. Her facial expression then morphed into a concerned yet harsh glare. Issei Toko. We need to talk. Issei widened his eyes and turned to look at his cousin. About what? About you. What about me? Sighing and placing her hand on her forehead, Laiko turned to look at her adoptive cousin. What is your opinion on life? Raising a confused eyebrow at the unexpected question, Issei rubbed his head. Well, I don't really have an opinion, Laiko-san. I know that life is short, but... Staring at her cousin with an unreadable look, Laiko closed her eyes and shook her head. So small. Ha! You're so small, my Issei Toko. Too fragile. Issei widened his eyes at the reply. Laiko turned to glare at her cousin with harsh and sharp crimson ruby orbs of vision. With the way you are always acting, life is not going to be your greatest ally. Life is going to take advantage of you, because it relies on your personality to help screw you over. The young man looked at his cousin in surprise. Aye. Narrowing her crimson eyes until they were slits, Laiko stood up from her seat and maintained her harsh glare. You're weak, Issei. And because you're so weak, You'll never be strong enough to live your own life if you keep acting like this. You need to stop being so nervous and better yourself. Liko sharply gulped down the lump in her throat. She knew what she was saying was harsh, but she had to get through to her cousin. With his shy personality, the world was going to be something that he would always fear, and God knows, Liko didn't want that tragedy to befall on Issei. As he looked up at his glaring cousin, Issei adopted a shocked look on his face. As he remembered bits and portions of his life so far, he widened his eyes on how Liko was correct. The harassment from the kids about his eyes wasn't the only thing that was harming him. It was himself. Shutting off from society and not interacting with people had certainly hindered him as a person. He had always stayed to himself, fearing that everyone would judge him based on his appearance. He was hurting himself. He was the one who was stopping himself from moving on. Aliko-san's right. I'm only hurting myself. And if I keep doing that, then life might just no. Life will hurt me. Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his cousin's nickname for him, Issei looked up just in time to see Liko placing her hand on his cheek. With soft yet stern eyes, Liko stared at her cousin with concern and pressed her forehead against his. I am telling you all this as a concerned cousin who loves you so much. Do you understand? Staring wide-eyed at his cousin, Issei gained a slight serious look and he slowly nodded. Satisfied at her cousin's answer, Liko removed her hand from Issei's cheek and went to walk away from him. I'm going to walk around the mall for a bit. I'll meet you back here. All right? Stay here and wait for me. Maintaining his sad yet somber look, Issei nodded to his cousin. Staring at her cousin, Liko went off to another direction. Issei Hyoudou. As he sat on the bench, Issei placed his hand on his cheek, thinking about what Liko had said. She was right, no doubt about that. He really had to toughen up if he was going to survive life. Here he was, avoiding everyone, and he wasn't even an adult yet. I still have a lot of years ahead of me. And here I am, wasting them away. Excuse me? Are you Issei Hyoudou? Looking up, Issei rose an eyebrow as he saw two girls in strange clothing. Who are they? One was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair had two Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head, while the front features bangs formed a slight V-shape across her forehead. She wore a navy blue qipao with gold accents, a white sash around her stomach, and black, low-heeled shoes. She also wore a black armbands over her forearms. The second girl had blue hair and light brown eyes. Her hair was styled with 4 short ponytails, with 2 of the 4 pointed up and the remaining 2 pointed down. The front of her hair featured split bangs going across her forehead, with side bangs framing her face. Her outfit consisted of a white haori with a red obi, which was worn under a red happy coat. She wore bandages on her forearms and shins, and wore black guards over her hands. Covering her feet were a pair of zori. Issei noticed the proud smirks on the girls' faces, and he felt that he was about to be in a dangerous situation. Who are you? The girl of Chinese descent placed her hand on her hip, narrowing her blue-green eyes. Who we are is none of your concern. The only thing you need to know is that our master, Riser-sama, requires your presence. Riser? At another section of the mall. Liko sighed as she ordered a beverage. She was getting mixed feelings about her talk with Issei. It had to be said. I'm aware of his past, but I can't have a cousin who shuts himself away all the time. If he keeps doing that, his life is going to be the worst. It just had to be said. Taking a sip of her drink, Liko closed her eyes and walked off to another section of the mall. Looking around her surroundings, Liko rose an eyebrow as she felt something behind her. Stopping for only a second, Liko turned around, only to see nothing. Raising an eyebrow, Liko turned back around and her crimson ruby eyes widened as she dropped her drink. In surprise. Ah? The Occult Research Club. Why on earth do you want to fight Issei? Rias asked. She was genuinely confused on why Riser Phoenix wanted to fight someone he didn't even know. Her blue eyes green widened. Did Riser sense his power as well? The Phoenix male scoffed and crossed his arms. That's none of your concern, Rias. Rias narrowed her eyes. It is my concern, Riser. But because he's a part of your peerage. Issei Hyoudou is unaffected by the evil pieces. Sona put in her 2 cents. Riser widened his eyes a little, and then he shrugged. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared next to him, revealing a busty woman with long, wavy purple hair that fell all the way down her back and matching eyes. Bowing down to Riser, the woman smiled as she lifted herself up. Riser-sama. Shulan and Mira have seized the boy. He is now in the underworld. Smiling, Riser placed a hand on the woman's shoulder and rubbed it. Excellent work, Yubaluna. Our match will start soon, I expect. The girls of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council widened their eyes, with Rias speaking their mutual thoughts. I'll ask you again, Riser. Why do you want to fight Issei? Turning around to face her, Riser sneered. You and I both know that his power has been sensed far across the trenches of the underworld, Rias. The reason I want to fight him is because I want to see if he is truly powerful. But he doesn't even know that he has powers to begin with. Don't you think it's dangerous to fight someone who doesn't know his or her own strength? Aquino yelled. Rias narrowed her eyes darkly as she nodded in agreement to Aquino's statement. Riser, I can guarantee that once my Oniai-sama hears about this, he'll dash. Spare your threats, Rias. Surzek-sama was actually one of the participants who agreed for this fight to commence. What? Oniai-sama wouldn't dash. He did. It seems he and I have the same wish. We both want to see the full extent of Issei Hyoudou's power. Smirking widely at the shocked faces from the girls, Riser put his hands in his blazer pockets. I got permission from Surzek-sama to have this fight with the brat. But I didn't tell Surzek-sama on how I would go about firing up the brat. Your attempted fight with Issei is pointless if he doesn't have any experience to support himself, Riser. That is not a fair fight. Tsubaki stated as she narrowed her eyes. Like that matters. Soon enough, I'll prove that this brat is nothing more than a barely lit light bulb. Placing his hand on the ground, a magic circle resembling the shape of a phoenix appeared. Looking up at the four beauties of Kuo Academy, Riser sent them a dark smirk. The fight between Issei and I is going to be broadcasted. You can come to the underworld if you wish. However, if you don't want to see the brat beaten to death up close, I suggest you simply watch from your little televisions. And with that message, the Phoenix Devil, along with Yubaluna, disappeared as the magic circle engulfed them and transmitted them away. Rias, Aquino, Sona, and Tsubaki all stood inside the Occult Research Club, all unable to believe what was happening. Arena in the underworld. Issei didn't know what had just happened. One minute he was at the mall, and the next minute he appeared to be in an arena of some sort. As he looked around his surroundings, he noticed a large crowd of formal-dressed people sitting above the arena. Where am I? Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei looked up to see a young man with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. He was dressed in a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the right with matching pants and black dress shoes. Underneath his open blazer was a white dress shirt that was not fully buttoned. Who are you? Riser smirked as he looked down at his opponent. So this is the brat I was so paranoid about. To think I believed that he was actually a terror to look at. Though his eyes are strange looking. No matter. I'll make short work of him. You want to know who I am? I'm the end of your life, that's who I am. Issei widened his eyes and took a step back. What the heck is going on? Those two girls. They said their master required my presence. Are you their master? Give the boy a prize. Blinking several times, Issei narrowed his eyes a little in annoyance. In his opinion, he knew the guy who was standing in front of him was belittling him. What do you want with me? Riser didn't respond, but he maintained his condescending smirk. Above the crowd, a man in his early 20s with shoulder-length crimson-red hair and blue-green eyes appeared and faded away before reappearing between Riser and Issei. He sent his eyes towards Riser before sending them to Issei. So this is the famous Issei Hyoudou. That's right, Surzek-sama. Riser added. Issei blinked in confusion. How do you know my name? I don't know any of you people. Surzek's Lucifer, the older brother of Rias Gremory, smiled as he looked back to Riser. Riser, I sense a great power within this boy. He smiled wider as he looked over to the confused Issei. I wish you good luck, Issei Hyoudou. But I don't understand. What's happening? Issei asked. Transmitting away from the two and reappearing on his throne, Surzex placed his hands on his lap as he waited for the imminent battle. Crossing his arms, Riser sneered at Issei. What's happening is that we are going to fight. And whoever is left standing achieves victory. Issei widened his eyes further. Fight? What do you mean? I don't want to fight you. I don't even know you. I don't even care about victory. Humph. Why? Because you're frightened you'll lose. I don't blame you because you're right to be afraid. No. I barely even know you. I didn't do anything to you. Issei shouted in great bafflement. Why did this guy want to fight him? He'd never met Riser at all. And yet, this man wanted to fight him for no reason. Gaining an impatient look in his eyes, Issei took a step back. No. There's no reason for us to fight. I won't fight you. Just bring me back to my world, and we'll never have to see each other again. Riser narrowed his eyes darkly. It won't be fun to fight him if he's so hesitant. A dark smile then grew on his face. Perhaps goading him is an option. I certainly don't want to waste my time fighting a hesitant opponent. I see now. You won't fight me because you're a spineless coward. Issei's eyes widened at the insult. What? No, I dash. Riser smirked wider as he continued his goading. Or is it because you're too weak? You're just a timid little fool who doesn't even deserve to live in this world. Issei looked taken aback from Riser's jibe. I dash. Or, is it because you're just a worthless excuse for a human being? Oh wait, you aren't even human, are you? What with those eyes of yours, it makes me want to just put you out of your misery. Feeling his heart pounding, Issei started to feel an emotion he had not felt in a long time. Unbridled hatred. Pure, raw anger. It was an emotion he had felt for many years. That day when the bullies had approached him at his elementary school, only to surround him into a physical confrontation. Their mocking words that he was starting to remember. Riser's smirk widened as he noticed Issei with his head down, gritting his teeth. Almost there. Now for the last one. If you're so hesitant to fight me, then this might change your mind. Issei lifted his head up and gave Riser a rare harsh glower. The crowd above the arena began to stare with widened eyes at Issei. Riser, on the other hand, appeared absolutely ecstatic. Above the arena, a large screen TV that appeared as an item akin to a jumbotron appeared. Riser smirked as he pointed to the screen. Watch closely, Brett. This is something I want to show you. Narrowing his eyes, Issei looked up as the screen showed less static, and his eyes widened when the static cleared up. Aliko-san. The dark silver-haired girl was unconscious, appearing as though she was trapped onto the wall with glowing binds on her wrists and legs. Next to her was Yubaluna, who was holding a staff-like scepter directed at Liko. As his eyes widened in disbelief and his teeth gritted with rage, Issei slowly turned to look at Riser. Riser kept his smirk as he noticed that Issei's entire body was shaking in an attempt to calm himself. Finally, about time this brat got angry. His eyes twitching, Issei tightened his hands into fists. Riser. Go. Humph. I don't think so, Issei Hyoudou. Riser looked up at Yubaluna and smiled wider. You know what to do. Yes, Riser-sama. Issei widened his eyes. What's she going to do? Humph. Answer me, Riser. Yubaluna, with a dark smirk on her face, closed her eyes as her wand brightened. Issei tensed at the sight, and he took a step forward as he noticed the woman placing the wand directly on Liko's neck. What are you doing? Riser, tell her to stop. Not even moving an inch, Riser smirked as he nodded for Yubaluna to continue. Her smirk growing, Yubaluna pressed the wand deeper onto Liko's neck, and the wand glowed brighter, until the wand suddenly emitted a wave of fire that immediately morphed into a cloud of smoke, the result resembling the explosion of a bomb. Issei froze in his spot, his mouth agape with absolute shock. Ha! Well, that's done. What do you think about that, Issei Hyoudou? Riser taunted. Raising an eyebrow at receiving no response, Riser set his blue eyes towards Issei. The young man's body shook in tremors, his brown hair covering his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Issei trembled as he closed his hands into fists. Why you? How could you? Riser, why? The Phoenix male smirked as he had finally gotten what he wanted. It's about time he got serious. Perhaps our battle will be more satisfying. Setting himself into a battle position, Riser widened his eyes when he felt the ground shaking. He looked up to see the crowd trying to balance themselves, as they all looked in confusion. Hey, what's happening? The whole arena's shaking. What? Riser widened his eyes further. Everything's shaking? He looked back down to stare cautiously at Issei, whose hair still covered his eyes. Suddenly, Issei's hair began to rise up. However, it lowered back down before it rose up once again, the change repeating constantly. Riser looked down to see the ground of the arena beginning to lift up as cracks were ejected from the ground. Gee! Riser looked up in surprise to see Issei's hair rising up once more, but this time it seemed to take a spiky shape to it. His former brown hair had morphed into a orange-yellow jutted upward hairstyle. Orange-yellow spiky locks of hair spiked upwards, pointing in all directions, giving Issei a whole different look. Riser widened his eyes in shock. What happened to his appearance? Riser! At the call of his name, Riser widened his eyes when he saw Issei's body tremble even harder. Issei lifted his head, revealing his original soft multicolored eyes, now morphing into constricted pupils. Before Riser could react, Issei lifted his head up and let out a great bellow, as his irises and pupils disappeared completely. Greiraya. A large orange-yellow aura of the leftover solar energy within his body flared outwardly and covered him entirely. What? Riser screamed. In front of him was now a quiet orange-yellow spiky-haired Issei, whose body seemed to be more developed, and his skin tone glowed lighter than usual, along with his energy output increasing from the aura that surrounded him. Empowered by the solar energy within him, Issei turned his pupilless eyes towards Riser, who looked at the angered young man in absolute shock. "Who the hell are you?" Gritting his teeth, Issei clutched his fist, and with a bellow, he released a flare of solar flare-like energy that formed into an aura. "I told you that I didn't want to fight you. I begged you to stop, and to let go of my cousin. I asked you to quit it." Issei started to shake as his aura flared out once more. The crowd above the arena stared in shock at the non-human. Narrowing his pupilless eyes, Issei screamed out his final outburst. "But you didn't listen, and you blew it. You blew it." Riser. Floating around in peace within her home, Ophis maintained her emotionless stare as she watched a massive red western dragon soar around the dimensional gap. BGMI. The Great Red, also known as the True Red Dragon Emperor God and Apocalypse Dragon, paused in his soaring and turned his head to glare at Ophis. Ever since he had taken residence in the dimensional gap, Ophis had been nothing but harsh and cold to him. The true Red Dragon Emperor God figured that the infinite dragon god could at least appreciate a little bit of his company, seeing as it always seemed so lonely. Besides, Great Red rarely went out of his way to actually stay with anyone. He was just trying to be a good friend to Ophis. But unfortunately, Ophis assumed the reason for Great Red's appearance into her home was because she thought he was trying to steal it from her. Great Red huffed in annoyance. It wasn't his fault. How was he supposed to know that the Ouroboros dragon craved silence? "Why don't you keep quiet, Ophis? If you haven't noticed, I'm trying to soar around here." Home stealer. The home snatcher. The Baka Red. Urusai. Stupid Red. Okay, you know what? You little dash. The Great Red stopped himself and lifted his head up. He widened his golden eyes when he saw that Ophis had just given him a rude gesture. With her middle finger. "Hey, you put down that tiny finger of yours. Where the hell did you even learn that? Do you even know what that gesture means, you little dash?" "Foo dash." Ophis cut herself off when she suddenly felt an immense surge of energy rising. Her gray widened considerably as she realized who had released that energy. It was that boy. The boy she encountered 11 years ago. When she had sensed his energy for the first time, it fascinated her. The boundless amount of solar energy infused within the boy absolutely captivated her. The boy had the potential to obtain nigh-limitless power and raw strength. In a way, the boy was akin to her. Ophis represented the aspect of infinity, as she was born from the nothingness of infinity itself. That boy had a similar aspect like her. His energy structure was entirely composed of the vast universal source of energy, the sun. So long as the sun existed, then its infinite energy was eternally renewable. But now the energy this boy was releasing was troubling. It was released in the form of extreme fury. It honestly affected her greatly. When she had first met the boy, both his energy and aura exuded a pure radiance. But now his aura oozed utmost ferocity. Something is wrong. The Great Red tilted his head as he too sensed the energy. What a peculiar energy. Looked down to see Ophis in a trance-like state. Her gray eyes appeared more hollow than usual. What's with you, Ophis? Ophis didn't respond to him directly, too entranced by the aura that boy was releasing. Something is terribly wrong. Dungeon of the Phoenix Clan. Crimson ruby eyes fluttered momentarily before they shot wide open. What the hell? Issei Hyoudou ummed in irritation as she rubbed her head. Where am I? The last place I remember was at the mall with Issei Toko. As she looked around her surroundings, she discovered that she was behind a pair of glowing bars. Widening her crimson eyes, Issei sat up to try to grasp on the bars and rattle them open, before recoiling in pain at the touch. A minute. Oh, so you're finally awake. Jumping at the sound of the unexpected voice, Issei looked up to see a teenage version of Chun-Li staring down at her with a smug expression. Issei narrowed her crimson eyes and got up from her spot. Who the hell are you? Xuelon smirked as she moved away from the glowing bars. Why should I tell you? It's not like you have any right to order me around. Shut the hell up. Xuelon chuckled as she observed the cousin of Issei with narrowed blue-green eyes. Riser-sama is about to face that adorable cousin of yours. I have to admit, for a weakling he's kind of cute. Very cute, especially with those different colored eyes of his. Don't you dare call him weak, you beach. Issei shouted. How dare this Chun-Li wannabe insult her cousin like this? Sure, Issei was soft-spoken and quiet, but he certainly wasn't weak. Issei's eyes widened as she remembered Xuelon's first sentence. Wait, who the hell is Riser? And where the hell am I? Where's Issei? Fufufu. Xuelon chuckled as she walked away from the girl. Hey, don't you dare walk away. Tell me where Issei is. Fufu. I can't wait for Riser-sama to beat this kid to a pulp. It's a shame though, he's actually a real cutie. OW-. Riser. Both Issei and Xuelon widened their eyes when they heard the echoed bellow of pure wrath. The dungeon of the Phoenix clans suddenly shook in tremors, as both Issei and Xuelon struggled to regain their balance. Was that Issei Toko? What the hell was that? The student council room. Rias, Akino, Yuto, Sona, Tsubaki, a girl with white hair and hazel eyes, Kaneko, and Saji looked on in amazement and shock as they witnessed Issei's solar transformation. The members had chosen to stay in the human world, and had used magic properties to create a viewing portable for the match between Riser and Issei. The members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council were literally shaking with extreme trepidation as they looked at Issei in his newly obtained solar form. Rias gulped down a nervous lump in her throat. Ichi transformed. I can't believe it. I can feel his power all the way from the underworld. The rest in the student council room didn't respond, until Saji spoke up, clenching his fists. I've never seen newbie like this at all. And it's all because of that stupid prick Riser. How could he do that to Issei's cousin? The four beauties of Kuo Academy widened their eyes and turned to look at Saji. His cousin? Yuto nodded and informed them. Yes, that girl was Issei's cousin. She seemed to really care for Issei, and vice versa. Rias felt her heart pour out for Issei. She lowered her head, her hair shadowing her blue-green eyes. Why? How could Oni-sama allow this to happen? She slammed her hand on the desk in a fit of rage. It's unbelievable. Rias lifted her head up and looked over to Sona, whose violet eyes narrowed darkly. I can see Surzek-sama allowing permission for Riser to fight Issei Hyoudou, but that I cannot see him allowing Riser to murder Issei's cousin. It is not like him. Are you saying that Surzek-sama was not aware of Riser's plans? Tsubaki asked. It's possible. However, that still doesn't change a thing. As a result of the combined actions of Rias's Oni-sama and Riser, Issei's personality, perhaps it is never going to be the same. Saji and Yuto exchanged mutual glances and they both lowered their heads in unhappiness. Amen that Riser. Now because of him, say. Yuto began. He felt that he couldn't say any more, and he sighed in sadness. Newbie, Saji said as he crossed his arms. Azazel's headquarters. Azazel and a surprised Rainier sat as they watched the fight between Issei and Riser through a magic viewing portal. I can't believe it. Is that really Issei? Rainier said in amazement, and a little bit of fright. The young boy she had been trying to get close to. He was so shy and quiet, and yet so kind. And here he was, transformed into a much more powerful state with his mind clouded by extreme fury. Azazel hummed as he crossed his arms. It's always the quiet ones. Who would have thought? Arena in the underworld. Riser Phoenix was a lot of things. He was known to be an overconfident, arrogant, and aggressive playboy with a holier-than-thou personality. He was the third son of the powerful Phoenix clan. He was also a Deech. A very contemptible Deech. Riser always thought he was a great tactician, armed with a powerful peerage and his own smarts. I really should have thought this through. Those were the thoughts that ran through Riser's mind as he stared directly into the pupilless eyes of the boy he had foolishly harassed. Issei Hyoudou. For many years, Riser had sensed the boy's immense power. For years, the thought of Issei's power had tortured Riser's mind, and it admittedly began to make him just a bit paranoid. Then out of sheer brilliance, Riser had gotten the bright idea of summoning his peerage to capture Issei and that cousin of his, in order to get Issei to fight him. After that, he chose to deliberately insult Issei, and then that he showed Issei Yubaluna killing his cousin on screen. Dumbest idea he has ever had. And to top it all off, he had made a risky bet. With Surzex and Lord Phoenix. If Issei won, he would inherit all of Riser's possessions. His mansion, his wealth, and his servants. Well, wealth was what concerned Riser the most. After all, the Phoenix clan wasn't exactly poor. There was a reason they were more than just noble. Although at this point, Riser would have guessed that Issei wanted nothing to do with his servants, especially after the idiotic stunt the Phoenix male had just pulled. He had really pulled a huge gamble, and now it was backfiring greatly. As Issei glowered at him with his orbs of sight, Riser couldn't help but feel an overwhelming chill down his spine. Shrugging off the feeling and narrowing his eyes, Riser got into a battle position, and out of his back burst forth flaming wings. Staring coldly at Riser, Issei remained where he was, his eyes narrowed into slits. All he felt was overwhelming fury. All of the suppressed rage he had built up from when he was younger had finally manifested in the form of his solar transformation. And now Riser was going to be the target of Issei's wrath. His rage growing by the second, Issei flared his aura, the light from it illuminating throughout the arena of the underworld. The devils sitting above the arena noticeably shook in consternation. They were extremely frightened, yet they were also shocked and amazed that a mere child possessed so much power. Sitting in his throne, Surzex Lucifer had an expression akin to bewilderment and shock. Originally he had agreed to allow Riser to fight Issei, merely because he wanted to see how powerful Issei was. But what Surzex didn't expect was how Riser intended for Issei to fight him. I did not foresee this. He certainly didn't expect Riser to go through what he just did. Insulting Issei, goading Issei into fighting him, and the last act of Riser's foolishness. Killing someone who Issei apparently had close contact with. Had Surzex known what Riser was actually going to do, he would have immediately cancelled the fight that had it not been for Lord Phoenix, the father of Riser. Moments ago, Surzex Lucifer widened his blue-green eyes as he watched Riser's queen eradicating the brown-black-haired girl with her staff. As he looked down to Issei, he felt such great sorrow for the boy. Narrowing his eyes, Surzex went to stand up to cancel the fight, until he was stopped by none other than Lord Phoenix. Lord Phoenix? Let the fight commence. But, for what your son has done I know what my son has done, and it's unfortunate for this young boy. That is why I am allowing the fight to go on uninterrupted. Narrowing his eyes, Lord Phoenix turned to look at Surzex. What my son has just done was foolish. From this battle he is going to regret his actions, and learn that he cannot manipulate the lives of others to get what he wants. Surzex stared in shock as he listened to Lord Phoenix's words, and he lowered his head in shame. It's my fault. With a snarl of rage, Issei charged at the Phoenix male in a great burst of agility. Riser, surprised at the speed, didn't even have enough time to dodge. Issei tightened his hand into a fist and landed a harsh punch to Riser's face. Ah! Riser yelled out in pain as he flew back from the impact. Son of a beach! Gritting his teeth at the pain, Riser finally smarted up and used his wings to balance himself. He widened his eyes when he saw Issei charging at him again. Narrowing his eyes, Riser charged towards Issei, lifting his hand into a fist to counter. As the two soared towards each other, Issei dodged Riser's punch. Widening his eyes in surprise, Riser was unprepared as Issei kneed him in the abdomen, causing the Phoenix male to cough out blood. Closing his mouth in order to prevent any blood from coming out, Riser flared his energy aura, successfully blowing Issei away from him. Riser clenched his hands into fists and harshly glared at Issei, who glared back at him with great ferocity. You stupid brat! How dare you do this to me? If there was any indication that Issei had heard him at all, the boy didn't show it. All he did was glare harshly at Riser, his pupilless eyes showing nothing but the pure intensity of his inner wrath. His eyes widening in rage, Riser let out a scream as his wings grew to a great size. Above the wings, a colossal energy sphere manifested, its essence containing the pure flames of the Phoenix itself. Here, brat! Dodge this if you can! After declaring, Riser shot the colossal sphere of flames towards Issei, who remained where he was. Riser widened his eyes as he noticed this. What the hell is he doing? He's not moving. As the sphere of flames drew closer to him, Issei narrowed his eyes, and he lifted his head up as he let out a great scream of fury. Gurahala. The sphere of blazes collided with Issei, seemingly consuming him entirely. Riser looked on in shock momentarily, before his face broke out into a wide grin. Haha. Yes. The devils looked on in shock at the sight in front of them. Riser's attack had completely obliterated the young boy entirely. As Riser looked back down, his eyes widened further, and he felt his breath leave his throat. The sphere of flaming blazes he had summoned onto Issei, was growing smaller. Aha! The entire arena amplified the scream of Issei, as the young man absorbed the essence of Riser's attack. The Phoenix male looked on in horror as he witnessed his sphere of blazes being consumed by Issei's energy aura. Suddenly, Issei's body glowed, until a much more distinct aura manifested around him. The initial aura Issei had previously emitted a orange-yellow color, but now the aura manifesting around Issei emitted a blackish-gray color. The aura engulfed Issei, causing a bright flash to illuminate within the arena. The devils shielded their eyes from the brightness, and then as the light faded, they removed their arms from their eyes. Riser opened his eyes, and he gasped as he flew back. His appearance. He's changed again. The young man he was fighting, his appearance had changed once again. Issei's hair was now a night black color, and was no longer as spiky as his solar form, but was more upright. His left eye had regained its dough-brown color once more, however his right eye did not retain its yellow-orange color. His right eye was now a black-grayish color. His facial features were also more pronounced, giving him a look of intense focus. Riser looked on in terror at the massive surge of explosive power radiating from Issei. He absorbed my flames. That's impossible. The student council room. He transformed again. Saji exclaimed. The members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council all looked on in amazement and horror as they witnessed Issei go through yet another transformation. Rias's body shook as she felt Issei's power explode once more. He's even stronger than before. He absorbed Riser's flames. Tsubaki said as her stoic expression disappeared completely. This is completely unprecedented. Sona exclaimed. Azazel's headquarters. This can't be. He transformed again. Rainier shouted. Yes, it seems so. By absorbing the flames of a member of the Phoenix clan, Issei achieved another form on his own. Those black flames, did they look like hellfire? Azazel mused. Hellfire. But he's not a devil. That's true. Azazel gained a serious look as he placed his hand under his chin. He's not a devil. However, the solar energy within his body changed when he absorbed Riser Phoenix's flames. There are many aspects of our sun. However, the most important aspects are the purifying, nurturing, and the destructive aspects. It seems that Issei's second transformation is the combined result of his rage, therefore signifying the destructive aspect of the sun and Riser's flames. A hellfire transformation. Hellfire Issei. Azazel smirked as he peered at the magic viewing portal, paying close attention to the black aura of blazes around Issei. Hellfire, the mystical flames of hell. It can cause excruciating pain upon contact instead or even cause instant death. Who would have thought that Issei could achieve a transformation like this, just by absorbing a phoenix's flames? This boy is very interesting. The male fallen angel mused. Heaven. Michael, the leader of the angels, gulped down a sharp and nervous lump in his throat as he tried to endure through the great power surge that had just manifested itself. How can this boy possess so much power? Widening his green eyes, Michael turned around to face his sister Gabriel, who had her hand on her chest once again. Her beautiful face had morphed into an expression of great sadness. This cataclysmic surge of power. It's from that young boy. It's so suffocating. In the dimensional gap. Ophis lifted her hands and put them to her cheeks as an expression akin to worry and shock formed on her face. The power she had felt from that boy, it had increased explosively, but yet it had also obtained a more distinct aura. There is something wrong. The spawn of the sun. He has undergone through another transformation. Great Red looked down at Ophis with an almost confused expression on his face. Out of all the moments he has begrudgingly spent time with Ophis, he had never seen her like this before. She looked so shocked. Ophis. The boy. He is different. More powerful, yet destructive. This bothered her greatly. The radiance and purity of the solar energy the boy had possessed is what fascinated and attracted her to him in the first place. But now this power was absolutely devastating. I do not like this. Not at all. He worries me. Great Red rose his head in confusion and huffed. Wonder what poor schmuck made this kid mad? Ignoring Great Red's comment, Ophis narrowed her normally stoic gray eyes darkly. The boy. He is mine. He belongs to me. Only me. Someone hurt him. They hurt him. They hurt what is mine. Great Red blinked in surprise at the foreign tone Ophis had used in speaking her thoughts. Never thought I'd see Ophis so possessive over someone. Arena in the underworld. Riser. Riser widened his eyes at Issei. The young man's voice was deathly cold. He felt a chill in his spine as he tried to endure Issei's icy stare. Bringing me here was your first mistake. Issei began. Golden bolts of lightning sparks surrounded Issei's blackish aura. Riser stiffened at the raw intensity of his opponent's power. Belittling me was your second mistake. The Phoenix male could only stare at Issei in horror, his mouth agape. Issei narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, giving Riser a fierce glare. Your third mistake was attacking my cousin. The blackish aura with golden sparks surrounding Issei flared outwardly, prompting Riser to back away from the intensity. The phoenix male paled as he noticed the ominous death glare Issei was giving him. And once I'm through with you, it will be your last. Unknown location. Albion, do you sense it? I do. Do you believe the other heavenly dragon has awakened? I don't recognize Draig's presence within the power you are sensing. The power seems to be unique in its own, on a much different scale compared to Draig's. A handsome young man with dark silver hair and blue eyes stood up from his spot as he crossed his arms. A disappointed scowl formed on his face as he looked off to the side. Humph. And here I thought I would finally have the chance to meet my rival. What a shame. Never before did I ever expect myself to say this, but do not cloud yourself in arrogance, Valet. And might I remind you, although I was sealed in a sacred gear, there is a chance that Draig was not. For all we know, the BSDRD's sealed in something else. After all, we were both apart when we were sealed. I have not seen Draig in a long time, but I feel that his return is near. Arena in the underworld, with pools of hellfire covering his entire body. Issei narrowed his eyes and charged at the phoenix male who had wronged him so. As he got closer, Riser gritted his teeth and charged back in retaliation, lifting his feet up in an attempt to kick Issei. Issei narrowly dodged the attempt, and he sent a devastating punch to Riser's stomach. The phoenix male widened his eyes in pain and held his abdomen. However, Issei was not done yet. Flaring out his aura composed of hellfire, Issei sent a barrage of kicks and punches, the hellfire augmenting his attacks. Riser coughed out blood as a result of Issei's attacks, and he coughed out more when Issei grabbed his head and slammed it down into the ground. Riser narrowed his eyes and tried to get up, before he felt a foot planted on his head, preventing him from escaping. Shuddering rapidly, Riser attempted to move his head up, and looked up to see Issei silently glaring down at him. Please don't do this. The girl. The one with the silver hair. She's alive. I swear it. Issei's expression didn't change, but that only prompted Riser to plead for his life once more. It was all just a ruse. I just wanted to see how strong you were. Your cousin is still alive. I swear it. Suddenly, an energy sphere consisting of hellfire began to manifest and cover Issei entirely. Black flame-like ribbons of energy spiraled around his body. Riser paled at the raw intensity of Issei's energy, and looked up again to see Issei with a calm look on his face. That won't save you. What? Surzex widened his eyes at Issei's words. What is he? What do you mean that won't save me? Riser roared in disbelief. That I'm going to kill you. Nothing will save you. Issei said coldly. Riser could only stare in shock, his mouth agape. Issei narrowed his eyes, as the black flame-like ribbons increased in size. His black hair started to wave to the side from the colossal energy flow from his sphere. Riser, this whole thing could have been avoided. If you had just left me alone. The young man's scream echoed throughout the arena, immediately silencing the chattering of the devils. Issei's eyes twitched as he glared darkly at Riser, and his expression morphed into what appeared to be a look of twisted melancholy. All of this? It didn't have to happen. But you screwed up. I warned you. I begged you. But now you screwed yourself over. Riser struggled to breathe as he felt his fear overcome him. It's too late. To beg for your life. Both Issei's and Riser's body began to emit small flecks of black light, resembling dust blowing off of their skin. This can't be. Surzex widened his eyes once more, and he shouted out to all of the devils. Everyone! Clear the arena! We all must leave. Issei narrowed his eyes as he looked up to see the people sitting down, now running out of the arena. He looked over to the side to see 14 young women. One of the women present was the very same one who had tricked him into believing that Lyko was killed. Yubeluna stared wide-eyed in horror as she caught Issei's gaze on her. He wouldn't dare. Watch me, Issei said quietly, as though he had read Yubeluna's mind. The energy sphere surrounding him increased greatly in size, causing Yubeluna to take a step back. Seeing the other 13 devils leave the battlefield, Yubeluna looked back reluctantly, and went to follow them, leaving only Issei and Riser. Riser's eyes twitched as he realized that this was the end for him. He had bet everything on his fight with Issei. His servants, his mansion, well, especially his wealth. Someone like, "Why, you can't do this to me." Narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth, Issei let out a scream full of raw fury as he released all of his energy, his body imploding into an enormous, black explosion. Aha! Gua! Riser screamed in absolute torment as he felt his entire body disintegrating from the great potency of Issei's attack. The Phoenix male let out a great bellow in pure agony as his body dissolved and disappeared into the bright light. Moments later, the light faded, revealing Issei. The young man remained in his hellfire transformation, feeling his energy regenerate seconds later. Next to him on the ground were the remains of Riser Phoenix. A pile of ashes. In the student council. The entire group in the student council and the occult research club widened their eyes in absolute horror and shock. They had just witnessed the death of Riser Phoenix. They still couldn't believe it, and they had just seen it with their own eyes. Issei Hyoudou, the shy yet kind-hearted young man that had arrived at Kuo Academy, had just killed off a member of the Phoenix clan. Azazel's headquarters. Rainier stood shell-shocked, unable to believe what she had just seen. "No, it can't be." Azazel remained quiet, his hand on his chin in thought. The Phoenix clan is known for their superior regenerative abilities. But Issei was able to kill off Riser almost effortlessly. But it shouldn't be too hard to grasp. After all, the energy explosion was composed entirely of hellfire. Such a powerful boy. Outside of the arena of the underworld. With the crowd of devils behind him, Surzex regained his balance after the vast explosion that had occurred in the arena. Such power! The entrance and door to the arena suddenly opened, revealing a calm Issei. The devils behind Surzex noticeably paled, taking note of the great energy surge from Issei. As Issei walked closer, Surzex walked up to him, ready to speak. "Issei Hyoudou The Crimson Satan was cut off when Issei suddenly sent a sharp punch to his face, causing him to soar backwards past the crowd of devils. However, moments later, Surzex was able to catch his balance and composed himself, placing his hand on his sore cheek. Did he just punch the freaking MLU red? Unbelievable! Lucifer-sama. Such a despicable brat. To kill a devil of noble blood, and then have the nerve to hit the Crimson Satan. Issei flared his hellfire aura, completely silencing the astounded devils. He glared darkly at Surzex, who sighed and rubbed his cheek. "Well, can't say I didn't exactly predict that he was going to do something." His pain fading away, Surzex sent his blue-green eyes to Issei's brown and black-colored orbs of sight. "Issei Hyoudou, I know that this will mean nothing to you, considering the state you are in. However, please allow me to say this." Issei stayed silent, keeping his glare on Surzex. The aura around him intensified, but he remained still. Surzex took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Issei Hyoudou, I deeply apologize for everything that had occurred here today. When Riser Phoenix came to ask me if he could battle you, I should have considered the consequences and alternatives." The young man in front of him still remained quiet. "I was so curious that I didn't even think to consider how you would have felt about the whole situation. I allowed Riser to forcibly take you here to battle him, and allowed his plan to commence. A plan I was not even aware of." This time Issei looked up in response. But his expression didn't change. Surzex opened his eyes and looked into Issei's own eyes. "I did not know how Riser would go about getting you to fight him. But please listen. The trickery Riser himself had conjured up. It was despicable. And it would never have happened if I had prevented Riser from going through with his plan in the first place." Issei remained at his spot, his eyes boring into Surzex's own. Looking at Issei in great seriousness, Surzex walked closer yet cautiously to the young man. "I am not asking you to forgive me, Issei Hyoudou. I just want you to understand." The devils behind Surzex remained quiet, waiting to see how Issei would react. It was pretty much a well-known fact that when someone was deathly quiet, something bad was bound to happen. But much to the devil's surprise, Issei only narrowed his eyes. Issei Hyoudou. Both Surzex and Issei looked to see a man who possessed similar features to Riser. Lord Phoenix, Surzex said. The father of Riser Phoenix walked over to Issei and put his hands behind his back in a formal manner. What my son had done was truly unforgivable. The Phoenix clan is known to be a noble clan in the underworld. But what Riser had just demonstrated, he let his arrogance and paranoia overwhelm him. That being said, I sincerely apologize for my son's foolish actions. Looking up at Surzex, and then Lord Phoenix, Issei narrowed his eyes further and walked past them, prompting the two males to raise eyebrows. Lord Phoenix turned around to look at Issei, noticing the young man had stopped. Issei Hyoudou. Before my son had begun to make plans in order to arrange his battle with you, he had started a bet with Surzex and I. If you had succeeded in winning, you would inherit all of my son's possessions. Surzex stepped up, while keeping his distance away from the young man. As a result, Issei, all of the properties formerly possessed by Riser Phoenix are now bestowed upon you. Because you won. A series of black flame-like ribbons surrounded Issei once more, and he transmitted away, leaving a surprised group of devils. Dungeon of the Phoenix clan. Issei reappeared in a dark place, and he grunted when he sensed his cousin's energy aura and someone else's. Walking towards the source, he saw Lyko and the Chinese young woman who had brought him to the underworld. Widening her crimson ruby eyes, Lyko stared at her transformed cousin with her mouth agape. Next to her, Shuelon widened her eyes and backed away. Issei, why you? Where's Riser-sama? Issei glared at the girl coldly. Lyko shuddered as she noticed the foreign expression on her cousin's face. He looks so different. Aside from his appearance, anyway. Shuelon narrowed her eyes and took a fighting pose. Hey, didn't you hear me? Where's Riser-sama? That he's floating around in the arena. Endlessly. Shuelon widened her eyes in confusion. Walking over to the glowing bars which contained his cousin, Issei placed his hands on the bars and closed his eyes. The glowing bars suddenly dissolved as they were absorbed into Issei's body, freeing Lyko from her prison. Running towards her cousin, Lyko wrapped Issei into a tight yet loving hug. Calming down for the moment, Issei allowed the exchange between himself and his cousin. Shuelon stared at the two in shock, unable to comprehend Issei's answer to her question. Floating around? Endlessly? I don't understand. Turning around to face Shuelon, Issei narrowed his eyes and walked over to her, their faces almost touching as he stopped. Shuelon paled at Issei's gaze. It was obvious he was struggling to control himself. The Chinese young woman didn't know why, but she suddenly felt her face heat up as Issei glared at her. Not saying anything, Issei walked past Shuelon, with Lyko slowly following her cousin. Of all the years she had known him, Lyko had never seen Issei like this. He was usually quiet, but now he was in a combined state of peace yet raw fury. Issei. As she watched Issei leave, Shuelon's face gained a light red shade, and she found herself frozen at her spot. What the hell is he? Outside of the arena of the underworld, Issei reappeared in front of Surzex and Lord Phoenix, glaring at the two of them. Before reappearing in the underworld, he had taken Lyko back to his house safely. While doing so, he noticed that Lyko had kept staring at him with a strange look. Seeing as he was transformed, he didn't put it past her. Issei Hyoudou? Surzex asked. Remaining quiet for a moment, Issei narrowed his eyes. What's this nonsense about me being bestowed Riser's possessions? It is exactly as I said. My son had permission to fight you, under the conditions he had agreed to. The conditions he had promised to you if you won, were to award you his wealth, the mansion, and his servants. Lord Phoenix explained. I don't care about any of those. And for the matter concerning his servants, they can all go to hell. Issei realized the irony of his last statement, but he settled for just gaining a sharp edge to his brown-black eyes. But I assume that this is hell, isn't it? Yes. That's right. Shaking his head at his ironic statement, Issei glared up at the two devils. Which means you too are devils. Well, to put it bluntly, I could care less about Riser's possessions and his servants. You might as well give the possessions and the mansion to the servants themselves, because I want nothing to do with either of them. Saying Surzex and Lord Phoenix were a little taken aback was an understatement. They were extremely surprised. Surely, Issei had earned the right to Riser's possessions, and yet he refused it. Just like that. Surzex rose an eyebrow. But surely you do realize the benefits of inheriting Riser's possessions. If I'm inheriting whatever pertains to that BSRD turkey, then whatever I'm gaining means absolutely nothing to me. Both of the devils widened their eyes a little at Issei's words. What a strange boy. They thought simultaneously. Looking around the underworld, Issei scoffed and looked back up at the two devils. I'm done. There's no point in me being here. Do whatever you want with Riser's inheritance, because quite frankly, I'm not going to know what the hell I want to use it for anyway. A pool of black flame-like ribbons covered Issei's body again, and he transmitted away from the underworld, leaving Surzex and Lord Phoenix contemplating amongst themselves. Earth, barren wasteland. Issei fought to keep his breathing steady as he stared at the ground, trying in vain to suppress the tears threatening to leave his eyes. His transformation had dissipated the moment he left the underworld, but the young man didn't care about that. He couldn't go home now. He knew he currently wasn't in his right state of mind. He stood on top of the mountains in the wasteland and fell to his knees as he gritted his teeth. Despite himself, genuine tears started to erupt from his eyes. No matter how much the fury within him blazed, no matter how close he was to losing his sanity, he couldn't deny the severity of what he'd just done. He had killed someone. He'd never imagined that he would be angry enough to actually commit murder. It wasn't like him. Issei's body trembled from the anger and confusion deep within himself. He wrapped his arms around his body and shook heavily from what he'd just done. The image of Riser slowly disintegrating into nothingness burned in Issei's memory. The young man shivered as he looked up at the clouds. He was deathly silent for a few moments, before his pupils and irises suddenly constricted. Issei screamed at the top of his lungs in fury and agony, his screams so intense that the mountains around him started to crumble apart. His roar screamed back at him across the atmosphere of the wastelands, causing more of the stone structures to break down. Clouds of dust suddenly exploded and dissipated, thrown away by Issei's energy. Issei screamed and screamed, his lungs allowing his pure, unbridled wrath to unleash itself. The ground beneath him quaked, and a large crater formed as his raw energy decimated the land under him. Issei's house. Issei Hyoudou. Laiko looked upon her sleeping cousin as he rested peacefully on the couch. What happened to you? You changed. After coming from wherever the hell she was previously, Laiko noticed that Issei had returned to his normal state, his brown hair and his soft, sharp, multicolored eyes resurfacing. Immediately after, he collapsed onto the couch, earning a well-deserved sleep. Laiko sighed as she sat on the couch. Who were those people? She had been trapped in that dungeon for a long time, and the only person she had seen was that Chinese girl. Laiko could tell that the girl wasn't human, but she still didn't know what she was. Laiko looked over to her cousin, and her crimson ruby eyes softened. Issei Hyoudou. Although she was very reluctant to do so, Laiko eventually stepped out of the Hyoudou residence to get some fresh air, leaving Issei in the living room. Suddenly, a series of shadows manifested above the ground, and they cleared away, revealing Ophis, the infinite dragon god. Her dark gray eyes gaining a curious look to them, Ophis floated over to Issei. She tilted her head, and she slowly sat on top of him, resting on his stomach. Tilting her head again, Ophis placed her finger on Issei's forehead, rubbing it gently. She was relieved that Issei had regained his pure and radiant solar energy once more. That devastating energy surge he had earlier possessed affected her than she had expected. She was satisfied that the boy she had met a long time ago was now back to normal. Bringing her face close to Issei, Ophis let an unreadable smile form on her face. Are mine back to normal? I like that. Different colored eyes fluttered, and they opened wide just in time to see dark gray eye boring into his own. Issei widened his eyes at the girl who had appeared to him 11 years ago. She was back, sitting on top of him, dressed in that same gothic Lolita outfit. Issei widened his eyes further as he noticed that there was 2 black cross-shaped tapes attached onto Ophis's chest. Shaking his head to clear his sidetracked thoughts, Issei looked up at the girl sitting on top of him in shock. It's you." The smile on Ophis's face seemed to widen, but it didn't reach her heavy-lidded dark gray eyes. "Yes, it is me. And you belong to me. You are mine. Only mine." "Heaven." Gabriel sighed as she put her hand on her chest. "His energy. It's back to normal." She was genuinely relieved that Issei had regained the purest form of his solar energy structure. The power radiating from his hellfire transformation had honestly worried her greatly. "Yes, it is. Let's hope it stays that way." Gabriel looked over at her older brother, whose green eyes lowered in a sad manner. Gabriel's eyes softened, and she looked off to the side. That energy from earlier. It was so catastrophic. The power he possesses greatly surpasses the power of Michael. It even far exceeds that of an ultimate-class devil by a large margin. Her eyes gained a saddened look as she remembered visiting the boy in his room 11 years ago. He was such a sweet little boy. What could have caused this change? In the underworld, a beautiful girl with long, black hair tied in twin ponytails narrowed her violet eyes as she contemplated. She was one of the devils who had watched the fight between Issei Hyoudou and Riser Phoenix. The girl normally dressed in magical girl's clothing, but just for that one occasion on what happened earlier, she now wore a formal navy blue dress shirt with a black skirt. Her violet eyes narrowed in concentration. Seraphal Leviathan, the current Satan in charge of foreign affairs, with the title of Leviathan, sighed as she crossed her arms. Serzex, Michael, and Gabriel were not the only ones who had sensed the boy's power. Seraphal could sense the immense power as well, and it greatly brought a pleasant feeling to her, due to the radiance emitting from the aura. But she chose not to interfere into the boy's life. Until Serzex Lucifer had agreed for the 3rd son of the Phoenix clan to fight Issei Hyoudou. Originally, Seraphal had thought that Riser was far too paranoid, and only wanted to fight Issei for the sake of reassuring his superiority. It turns out she was right, as Riser had intentionally provoked Issei into fighting him through despicable means. When she witnessed Issei accessing his solar and hellfire transformations, Seraphal couldn't deny that she felt great worry. She knew right then that Riser was going to lose, no question. But what worried Seraphal the most was the intensity of Issei's hellfire aura. In his 2nd transformation, Issei potentially had enough power to completely destroy the underworld. After Issei had destroyed Riser, Seraphal didn't know what to expect from the young boy. She was actually a little surprised that Issei had enough willpower to prevent himself from decimating every devil in front of him. That falcon punch he gave to Serzex was probably from his leftover anger. As she closed her violet eyes, Seraphal shook her head. "Serzex-chan, you baka. Why on earth would you do this? Now this young boy his life will change. The only question is, how severe is the change?" In the student council room, the members of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council all stood as they contemplated. They couldn't help but feel just a bit cautious. After the stunt Riser Phoenix had pulled, which ended up backfiring on him horribly by the way, the devils of the 2 clubs at Kuo Academy felt really conflicted. Due to Riser's actions, there was a large chance that Issei Hyoudou would hold a great animosity to all of the devils. The only devils who had come in contact with Issei were in fact Genshuru Saji and Yuto Kiba. The 2 young men severely hoped that Issei wouldn't go off on them by the off chance they would encounter each other again. They deduced that since Issei had unlocked 2 new transformations, they knew that he could potentially have the ability to sense energy. Which means he could tell the energy signature of a devil. Well, that certainly wasn't a good thing. Sona sighed as she fixed her glasses. Now that Issei Hyoudou can detect the energy signature of a devil, I think it would be best if we stay away from him. The rest of the devils turned to her in surprise, with Saji speaking their mutual thoughts. "But Kaicho, we didn't do anything. We weren't involved with Riser's plan at all." I'm aware of that, Saji. But you have to think about how Issei feels in his point of view. Although he has spoken to you and Hyoudou a number of times, he was, at that point, unaware that you two were devils to begin with. Both Riser and Rias's Oni-sama were the first two devils that had wronged him. I wouldn't blame him if he had adopted a slight prejudice against us. As he listened to the rationalization within Sona's words, Saji lowered his head and crossed his arms. DMN. He then sighed and looked away. I understand what you're saying, Kaicho. Rias narrowed her eyes as she looked out the window. How could Oni-sama allow Riser to do all of this? Now because of them, Issei's personality might have changed for the worst. If only he had just left Issei alone, then he wouldn't have perished. Sitting in one of the room's chairs were Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko. Akino adopted a disappointed yet saddened look on her face as she placed her hands on her lap. Yuto was not handling the situation any better. Even when he had been trying to convince Issei to come visit the occult research club, he had genuinely been trying to act as a friend to the young man. After Rias had told the rest of her peerage that Issei could not be reincarnated into a devil, Yuto had to admit he was actually a little disappointed from the news. Kaneko remained silent in her chair. She, along with Rias, Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki, had never even met Issei yet. However, the first day he arrived to Kuo Academy, she and the others could all sense him. But Kaneko was extremely sensitive to Issei's aura, due to her sensitivity to the life force of other beings. Next to Sona stood Tsubaki, who maintained her cold, stoic expression. Although her surface features showed that she was calm, inside she was feeling uneasy. What she had just witnessed was absolutely shocking. Sure, she had heard traces of the Great War between the three factions, and she wasn't unfamiliar to the sites of battles. However, she found it hard to grasp what had just happened to Issei. She couldn't get that boy out of her mind. First seeing him walking away from Kuo Academy, it wasn't hard for Tsubaki to decipher that Issei was a reclusive young man. It was because of his eyes. Those strange eyes. His left eye. The color of innocent dough brown. The color of dough brown represented innocence, naivete, and yet, it also represented vulnerability. It matched Issei's shy nature. His right eye. That represented the color of the powerful source of energy in the entire world. The sun. Originally Tsubaki could not understand what Issei's right eye signified. But that it finally came to her when Issei transformed into his recently acquired solar form. Issei's right eye represented his repressed anger. It represented the isolation that was forced upon him due to the different coloration of his eyes. Tsubaki narrowed her light brown eyes as she subtly looked to the side. Isolation. Only Tsubaki and Sona knew about the former's past. She was born in the Tsubaki clan, a clan which possessed an honorable origin that purified evil spirits. However, Tsubaki had a unique trait. Her mirror could only call to abnormal beings, and as a result she received a state which was basically isolation from the other members. Narrowing her eyes further, Tsubaki looked over to Sona, who had her eyes closed in thought. Sona had helped her overcome her fear of isolation. But Issei, before his battle with Riser, he almost seemed to accept being isolated from others. As though he was already used to it, accustomed to being alone. Issei Hyoudou. The boy intrigued her. But now because of Riser and Surzex, the devils of the student council and the occult research club would most likely never have the chance to get to know Issei. Opening and then narrowing her violet eyes, Sona crossed her arms. Attempting to become familiar with Issei Hyoudou is a huge risk. Perhaps we should not rush. After his battle with Riser, he might become hostile once he senses our energy. She sighed and closed her eyes. And to think, just a couple of days ago, he was just a shy student. Now he is literally a being that likely surpasses my Oni-sama. Perhaps even Surzex-sama himself. Issei's house. Issei couldn't say anything. What could anyone say in his situation? A girl who he hadn't seen in over 11 years looked exactly as she did before. She was sitting on top of him as though he was her personal couch. Who are you? Ophis, the infinite dragon god, also known as the Ouroboros dragon, tilted her head as she gazed down at Issei. I am Ophis. What is your name? Issei didn't even know if he wanted to tell this girl his name. As far as he knew, this girl could be a stalker or something. A girl dressed in gothic Lolita, who somehow knew where he lived, had managed to walk inside his house. With the door locked. Before I tell you, I need to ask you some questions. Is that all right? Ophis tilted her head again. Issei found it creepy the way she did that, but he took it as a sign from her to continue. Sitting up from his spot, Issei shook his head and rubbed his forehead. He looked at Ophis's now hollow stare. How old are you, Ophis? Infinity. Issei rose an eyebrow at the answer. Infinity? What do you mean? I have no age. What? Issei was so confused right now. Do you have anyone you live with? Any family? I have no one. The young man widened his eyes a little at Ophis's answer. The girl had no relatives? No one to take care of her? Why don't you have any family? The girl was strange, sure, but no one was that cruel to abandon someone like her. I have always been in silence. The nothingness of infinity is my progenitor. Issei rose an eyebrow again in response. She's got a good vocabulary. So you don't have anyone? I have you. The young man widened his eyes again at Ophis's possessive tone. What? Ophis's eyes seemed to darken, and she lifted her finger, putting it on top of Issei's forehead. Do you remember? 11 years ago. My snake bit into your flesh. The young man rubbed his neck in remembrance, and his eyes softened. Yeah, I do. When my snake bit you, that signified that you were mine. What? What the hell did Ophis mean? Did she? Wait. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Ophis tilted her head as she removed her finger from Issei's forehead. I marked you as mine. The young man widened his eyes in realization, and he resisted the urge to facepalm himself. Shocked beyond belief, Issei lifted Ophis off of him and placed her on the floor. Blinking repeatedly at the look on Ophis's face, Issei shook his head. How old are you again? I am infinity. That doesn't really answer my question, or soothe my worry at all. Oh, by the way, my name is ISS-. Knock knock. Issei and Ophis looked up at the sound of someone knocking on the door from outside. Looking down at Ophis, Issei just sighed and shook his head. He walked over to the door and opened it, his look of tiredness immediately rising to surprise, then slow but rising anger. In front of him was none other than the young Chinese woman who had brought him to the underworld to begin his fight with Riser. Issei narrowed his eyes at Xuelon, his attention on Ophis momentarily forgotten. Xuelon gulped as she tried to endure Issei's icy stare. She felt her face heat up from his glare, and she shuffled her feet in nervousness. What the hell are you doing here? Xuelon shuffled her feet again as she tried to avoid Issei's cold glare. She knew she had taken a huge risk in coming to his house. Just to see him. There were two reasons why she had come to his house. One was because she was ordered by Lord Phoenix to tell Issei about the arrangement which involved giving Riser's possessions to him. The second reason was because out of all the members in Riser's peerage, she wasn't too frightened to volunteer. That isn't to say Xuelon was exactly brave. When Yubaluna had informed her that Riser had perished at the hands of Issei, Xuelon was absolutely devastated. From how Yubaluna had described Issei, it confused Xuelon greatly. The way she described him was far different than the boy she had taken to the underworld, under Riser's orders. As she gulped down a nervous lump in her throat, Xuelon looked into Issei's different-colored eyes and gulped again. Are you alone right now? Does it look like I am? The young man answered coldly. Looking past Issei, Xuelon concluded that Issei was indeed alone. Why yes. Issei widened his eyes and turned around, only to see that Ophis had disappeared once again. The young man blinked several times in shock. What the hell? I wasn't imagining the whole conversation with her, was I? Sighing inwardly, Issei turned to look at Xuelon and narrowed his eyes. What do you want? Xuelon opened her mouth, and then she paused. How exactly was she going to word her response? She knew she didn't want to PSS him off. Trying to calm herself, Xuelon gulped down another lump in her throat. Lord Phoenix-sama ordered me to come find you. To inform you about something important. Noticing his intended lack of response, Shuelon lowered her head. Both he and Surzek-sama would like to talk to you about the matter regarding Riser-sama's possessions. Issei narrowed his eyes at the mention of Riser's name. I already told them I didn't want anything to do with Riser's belongings. I thought I made that clear. Now if you would dash. But you won it fair and square. Shuelon interrupted. You defeated Riser-sama yourself. I don't care about what I won. Tell Surzek and Riser's father that I don't want any of Riser's possessions. Shuelon widened her eyes, and she stepped forward. Both Surzek-sama and Lord Phoenix-sama insist that you have earned the right to Riser-sama's belongings. It would be honorable of you if you were to come to the Phoenix Mansion and accept what you have earned. Issei maintained his cold stare as he glared at Shuelon. Honorable? Yeah, right. Shuelon widened her eyes again. What? Ignoring her, Issei opened his house door and placed his hand on Shuelon's arm before moving her out of his house. Glaring at the surprised look on Shuelon's face, Issei placed her in front of the door and shut the door in her face. Shuelon stood shell-shocked for a moment, and then she huffed. How dare that boy do that to her? How could he? Narrowing her blue-green eyes, Shuelon got into a battle position as her hands started to glow with fire. Scoffing, she reared her fist back. As soon as she was about to punch and kick the door, Issei immediately opened the door and glared at her, prompting Shuelon to stop in her attempted attack. If you even try to kick or break my house door, I guarantee you'll wish you didn't. I will end you. And with that, he slammed the door in her face again. Shuelon stood still with a frightened expression on her face, and she resisted the urge to faint right then and there. Sighing, she placed her hand on the ground, causing a magic circle to emit. The aura from it surrounded Shuelon, and she disappeared. Issei sighed as he rubbed his head. Scowling, he shook his head and sighed again. Honorable. He can't believe Dash, he said as he shut his eyes in irritation. Opening his eyes, Issei looked over to see Ophis sitting on his couch. Ophis, you came back. Where did you go? Ophis tilted her head as she stared at Issei. I went nowhere. Raising an eyebrow at her response, Issei sighed and shrugged. Ah well. Looking over at Ophis again, Issei walked over to the couch and sat next to the Ouroboros dragon. So you said you don't have anywhere to live? No. I do not. She talks really weird. Issei thought. Issei sighed and crossed his arms. Is that the only outfit you have, Ophis? Ophis looked down at herself and tilted her head as she looked up at Issei. Do you not like my appearance? Your appearance? No, I was just asking Dash. He was cut off when Ophis's body started to glow and reform, and the young man widened his eyes in shock. The bright glow faded, revealing a more mature Ophis. She now appeared as a woman in her early 20s. Her silky black hair was longer, her dark gray eyes gained a more mature edge to them, and her body was now developed to the figure of a full-grown woman. Issei really couldn't keep himself from widening his eyes at the sight of the girl's more voluptuous body. Issei stared wide-eyed for a moment, and then he lifted up a finger to the now adult Ophis. Excuse me for a moment. And then he delivered a sharp slap to his cheek, in order to ensure that he wasn't dreaming or was trapped in a hallucination. Ophis tilted her head at what Issei had just done, but she remained quiet. Shaking his head and grunting in surprise at the unexpected pain, Issei opened his eyes and still saw the matured Ophis. Blinking several times, Issei asked Ophis the same question he asked her before Shuelon had shown up. How old are you again? I am ageless, Ophis said, her former childlike voice tumbling to a lower and sultry, yet emotionless pitch. Issei palmed his face again and shook his head. It was going to be hard to convince his parents to allow this girl to stay at his house. Removing his hand from his face, Issei noticed that Ophis was still dressed in her gothic Lolita fashion. Maybe it's time for you to get some new clothes. I think I still have some money left over. Ophis stood up on the couch, and Issei was about to get up from his spot, until he noticed something strange. He looked up, and his eyes widened. Oh dear Lord. Where are your undergarm dash? Shopping centers. The only outfit she has, and yet she neglected to wear any underwear? Issei sighed as he walked with Ophis to the store. After that frightening revelation, Issei quickly brought the Ouroboros dragon to the store. Walking inside, Issei looked around, while Ophis stared motionless, silently looking around the store. Sighing and rubbing his head, Issei grabbed Ophis's hand and pulled her towards the women's section. He encouraged the Ouroboros dragon to think about what clothes she would find interesting. Tsubaki Shinra narrowed her eyes as she looked at her list. Looking around, she tried to spot the specific store she was looking for. Where is the book dash? She cut herself off when someone familiar was in her eyesight. Her light brown eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. Issei Hyoudou. Tsubaki froze in her spot as she saw Issei in the nearby clothing store. But he wasn't alone. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, also known as the Ouroboros dragon, was also with Issei. What is the dragon god doing with Issei Hyoudou? Tsubaki couldn't believe it. And what happened to its appearance? I thought it took the form of a young girl. As she stared in absolute shock, she noticed Issei talking to Ophis. When the young man turned his head, Ophis turned her head around and looked right at Tsubaki. The vice president of the student council felt her heart stop almost immediately at the strange look on Ophis's face. Did it notice Issei's power as well? And if so, why is it with him? Tsubaki struggled to prevent herself from fainting right then and there as she felt the immensely powerful aura emitting from Ophis. Her knees felt wobbly, and she gulped down nervously. Much to Tsubaki's relief, Issei looked back over to Ophis and tapped her on the shoulder, her attention on Tsubaki now forgotten. Tsubaki widened her eyes as she hadn't realized that she was actually holding her breath in. Taking deep breaths, Tsubaki quickly walked forward so she could get away from the store. She was so engrossed at the thought of keeping herself alive, she didn't notice who was in her way until she had bumped into them. This caused her paper to drop onto the ground, and she gasped as she bent down to retrieve it. However, the person had already reached down to pick the paper up and gave it to her. Tsubaki gratefully accepted it, and she looked up, her light brown eyes widening in shock. Issei Hyoudou. The new kohai she had gained at Kuo Academy was right in front of her. Instead of the shy and reclusive expression he originally maintained, there was now a stern yet calm look on his face. Next to him was a cold-looking Ophis, who was holding a pair of bags. Tsubaki felt her breath leave her throat, finding herself unable to speak. Sona had warned the devils in the Occult Research Club and the Student Council to stay away from Issei. And Tsubaki was now deciding whether or not to simply run away, or stay where she was, shaking in uncertainty. Issei maintained his calm expression, and then he walked past Tsubaki, who remained where she was. Sighing in relief, Tsubaki held in her breath again when she saw that Ophis was sending her a slight glare. Issei Hyoudou is mine. I. She felt herself unable to reply, and yet her mouth remained wide open, and her body stiffened. Glaring at Tsubaki coldly, Ophis walked past her, shortly catching up to Tsubaki turned around to look at Issei and Ophis, and felt her mind go blank. I have to inform Kaicho and Rias about this. It seemed the bookshelf she had been trying to purchase for a long time would have to wait. Issei's house. Hey, cousin. Hey, Laiko-san. Issei rubbed his head as he talked to Laiko on the phone. Laiko-san? Are you all right? Well, I'm not exactly thrilled. But I'm okay. Today's been a really weird ride, hasn't it? Weird's just putting it mildly. Fufu. True. Are you sure you're all right? I'm all right, Ayasutoko. I should probably be all right in the morning. Daddy all right? Both cousins knew their current phone call conversation was a little awkward, considering what had happened earlier. We'll talk later, cousin. Good night. Good night. Hanging up the phone, Issei sighed as he laid on top of his bed. Next to him laid Ophis, who was staring at him with her hollow dark gray eyes. Did you have fun shopping? He asked. Yes. I enjoyed it. Nodding at her answer, Issei looked up at the ceiling and sighed. He then looked over to Ophis again. You know you can change your appearance back to what it was before. You don't really need my opinion on what you should look like. Tilting her head, Ophis sat up from her spot and scooted closer to Issei, placing her arms around his neck. I like this form. In this form I can hold you. I like that. Raising an eyebrow at Ophis' response, Issei's eyes softened and allowed himself to remain in Ophis' embrace. As he closed his eyes, Issei couldn't help but notice that Ophis' body strangely felt cold to him, and yet he was still warm. Takamagara. Amaterasu, the major deity of the Shinto religion, the goddess of the sun, and also the universe, sighed as she watched her son from the heavens. It's been 17 years, my little son. I miss you so. In her hand was a sword that glowed with a crimson hue. Normally the sword wouldn't have glowed at all, if not for the fact that there was something sealed within it. Something powerful. The name of the sword was Kusanagi no Tsurugi, formerly known as the Aim no Murakuma no Tsurugi. The legendary Japanese sword, and one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan. Originally wielded by the god known as Susanoo, the sword was presented to Amaterasu as a gift, in order for the chance of reconciliation. The sword appeared to be about 84 cm long, shaped like calamus, and was fashioned in a white metallic color. From that point on, as a memento of her brother, Amaterasu kept the sword in safe clutches. But she still disliked Susanoo, as she knew that the reconciliation was just a mask to hide his animosity. Until the beginning of the Great War. The Great War was a climatic battle between the devils, fallen angels, and angels. During that battle, the biblical god and the 4 great Satans perished, leaving the 3 factions in a state of exhaustion. Although there was no more conflict, peace did not reign. Something else happened during that battle. The 2 heavenly dragons, known as Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor, and Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, fought against each other during that time. Their battle was so fierce and catastrophic that the 3 factions had the gall to interrupt their battle. Due to the dragons' pride and annoyance at their fight being interrupted, Draig and Albion both attacked the leaders of the 3 factions. However, both of the dragons' bodies were destroyed, and their souls were sealed. Albion was sealed into the mid-tier Longinus known as the Divine Dividing, or the White Dragon Emperor's light wings. Draig, however, was not sealed into a sacred gear. After the end of the Great War, Amaterasu arrived at the scene and captured the dragon's soul, encasing it within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. From that point on, Draig and Albion have not seen each other for over many years, as the sword the former was sealed in was kept safe within Amaterasu's arms. As she held the sword, an aura composed of solar flares surrounded her, and she transmitted away. Issei Shrine located in Issei City, Honshu, Japan. Reappearing within the shrine, Amaterasu sighed as she placed the sword down onto the ground, making sure to hide it. As she looked around the shrine, Amaterasu lowered her eyes, gaining a saddened look on her face. I can sense him. My sweet little son. But now is not the time to meet him. Not yet. Placing her hand on her chest, Amaterasu closed her eyes as her solar aura covered her entirely, allowing her to transmit away. The Occult Research Club. He's with who? Tsubaki, Sona, and Akino winced at the shrill tone of Rias's voice. After seeing Issei and Ophis at the store, Tsubaki quickly made it back just in time to tell her master and Rias. Needless to say, Rias wasn't exactly taking it well. He's with Off-. How is that possible? How could Ophis find him? Why did Ophis find him? Rias screamed as she interrupted Tsubaki. She received only shrugs from her fellow devils. Rias clutched her forehead and collapsed into her chair. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, and the Ouroboros dragon. It was one of the strongest beings in the universe. And it was hanging out with Issei of all people? Sona sighed as she fixed her glasses. And now, we have yet another reason we have to separate ourselves from Issei Hyoudou. We certainly do not want to anger the dragon god. Rias sighed and looked over at Tsubaki. What did Issei do when you came in contact with him? He didn't do anything. After he retrieved my shopping list, he did not speak to me at all. Ophis spoke to me though. At the last sentence, Rias, Akino, and Sona gave Tsubaki their undivided attention. What did it say? Akino asked. Tsubaki felt a little uneasy as she remembered Ophis's words. It said that Issei Hyoudou belonged to it, as though it had already claimed him. Rias palmed her face and sighed tiredly. Unbelievable. Out of all the people Issei could have come in contact with, it just had to be Ophis. He certainly is an interesting boy, Sona said. Next day, Issei's room. My Issei. Why do you have to go? Issei noticed that Ophis has been referring to him with the word, my, before his own name. And in his opinion, he didn't mind it. Issei rubbed his eyes tiredly as he put on his book bag. I have school today, Ophis. I can't just stay home forever. I do not like that. Not at all. Issei sighed as he turned to look at Ophis, who was sitting on his bed. The Ouroboros dragon was still in her adult form, and was giving Issei her usual emotionless expression. Issei resisted the urge to smile as he thought he saw a flash of a pout on her face. In her adult form, her dark gray eyes looked less childlike in appearance, and more sharp and narrowed. Man. When she's in this form, her voice sounds really different. Obviously her voice is deeper now, but still. Man, her voice is different. I kind of like it. I'll be back, Ophis. I promise. And hey, look at it this way. As soon as I leave school, I can bring you back something. Ophis tilted her head at Issei's suggestion. Bring me something? Issei smiled as he fixed his book bag. Yeah. Is there something you'd like? That I like donuts, cookies. The young man rose an eyebrow at Ophis's answer, but then he smiled and gave her a thumbs up. You got it. Donuts and cookies. Ophis tilted her head as she watched Issei walk out of his room, and she remained on top of his bed. Seconds later, she got up from the bed and walked over to the window, seeing Issei rush out of the door. Issei looked up from his spot, seeing Ophis looking out of his window. Nodding and smiling to her, Issei gave Ophis a thumbs up. The Ouroboros dragon tilted her head again, and she lifted her hand up, mimicking Issei's thumbs up gesture. I'll be back, Ophis. And with that, the young man rushed on his way to school, leaving Ophis at his room window. Watching him leave, Ophis put her hand on the glass window, looking at her reflection. My Issei. Kuo Academy. Issei sighed as he sat at his desk. On his way to school, he could sense the numerous energies of the devils. He could tell that some of them involved the members of the Occult Research Club and Student Council. Yudo Kiba and Genshuru Saji. Issei had to admit, he was a little surprised when he discovered that Yudo and Saji were devils. And honestly, that troubled him slightly. Because of Riser, Issei's opinion of devils had lowered greatly. And the fact that Yudo and Saji, who Issei had considered as light acquaintances, were devils, that conflicted with him. Regardless, Issei still didn't trust the devils at all. Since Yudo and Saji seemed like the only devils who had not troubled him at all, and were actually pleasant to him, he would go by his own rule. If they don't bother me, I won't bother them. It's that simple. No sense in killing an innocent devil who had no way of being involved in his own life. Issei chuckled a bit. Innocent devil. That's an oxymoron. He looked over to the empty desk next to him. Yuma-san's not here. Okay, class. The students in the classroom ceased in their chatting as they looked at the teacher. Issei rose an eyebrow, wondering what was so important. The teacher smiled as she looked at her students, and walked over to the door. We have a new student here today. Please make her feel welcome. The teacher opened the door, allowing the new student to walk in. Issei widened his eyes at the familiar person, and then he narrowed them darkly. Why am I not surprised? It was a well-endowed young woman of Chinese descent with shoulder-length black hair and blue-green eyes. Her hair had two Chinese-style buns on both sides of her head. She was dressed in the Kuo Academy girl's uniform, which hugged her figure. Shuelon shuffled her feet as she looked at the students in front of her. She gave a cheerful smile as she waved at the students. Hey everyone, my name's Shuelon. It's nice to meet you all. I hope we can be friends. She giggled as she noticed some of the students giving her appreciative looks, the girls complimenting her hairstyle, and the males complimenting her physical appearance. Only one student was not happy at seeing Shuelon, and he didn't bother to cover it up. Shuelon smiled as she looked over at the students, but then her smile faded slightly as she noticed the look on Issei's face. Cold, narrowed, brown and yellow-orange eyes stared right into Shuelon's blue-green eyes. Shuelon felt her body shake, and she gulped down a nervous lump in her throat. Shuelon-chan, why don't you go sit next to Hyoudou-kun? He was a new student as well before you. Shuelon forced a smile as she walked over to sit next to Issei, who removed his attention from her and glared at the chalkboard. The Chinese devil crossed her arms as she sighed. Going to his house didn't work. Enrolling into this school was a sure way to get close to him. Issei inwardly sighed as he tried to control himself. He wasn't exactly in a murderous rage, but he was mad enough to throw a desk out the window. He would just have to settle with sitting next to the Chinese devil, who wouldn't stop bothering him. Sighing, Issei put his hand on his cheek, ignoring Shuelon's stare. "Damn it. I knew I should have listened to Ophis and just stay at home. I wonder what she's doing right now." Issei's house. Ophis tilted her head as she silently walked around Issei's house. Moments after Issei left his house, the Ouroboros dragon decided to go to sleep on Issei's bed. Not even 10 minutes later, did her stomach start growling. "I am hungry." As she walked into the kitchen, she opened the cabinets and refrigerator and let an expression akin to disappointment form on her face. "No, donuts, cookies." Shutting the refrigerator door, Ophis went to look in the living room and stopped when she saw a flyer laid upon the table. Tilting her head again, Ophis picked the flyer up and unfolded it, looking at the title. Fortune Cookie. The Phoenix Mansion. The mansion was quiet, completely void of all sound. Sitting in the living room of the Phoenix Mansion were none other than the members of late Riser's peerage. Ubeluna, Riser's queen, stared at the walls with a lifeless gaze as she held herself. She couldn't believe that Issei had murdered her Riser. That boy. That awful boy. How could he do that to Riser-sama? A young girl with long blonde hair and dark blue eyes shivered as she remained still. Her hair was tied in twin ponytails with large, drill-like curls, with blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair had several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. She wore a long, pink dress with white frills and a magenta bow in the front. Ravel Phoenix, the younger sister of Riser, was just as deathly quiet as the rest of her brother's peerage. When she witnessed her brother's death, Ravel didn't know what to think. It was as though time had ceased in her mind. The emotions she had felt during that time were changing so rapidly, she didn't know what to feel. Issei Hyoudou, the young man who had killed her older brother. The boy honestly frightened her to the core. That bone-chilling glare he gave towards her and the rest of the peerage. It was a sight wouldn't leave Ravel's mind. When Lord Phoenix had asked Riser's peerage to retrieve Issei in order to discuss his inheritance from Riser, Ravel and the other members had no intention of going anywhere near Issei. Except Shuelon. The Chinese rook was the only one who had volunteered. Kuo Academy. Issei sighed as he listened to the teacher go about her lesson. Normally, he would have been able to concentrate, if not for the fact that Shuelon was staring at him. The Chinese devil kept her gaze locked on the young man. She may have been a little frightened of Issei, but Shuelon wouldn't let that hinder her resolve. And so she enrolled herself into Kuo Academy, in order to get close to him. It was by mere coincidence that she would be put in the same class as Issei. As she continued to stare at Issei, she could feel his ki rising ever so slightly. Widening her blue-green eyes, Shuelon removed her gaze from Issei quickly, and immediately after, Issei's energy started to decrease. Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei looked up to see the girl he had saw yesterday at the store. The very same girl with black hair and blue, semi-rimmed glasses. Maintaining his calm look, Issei looked at Tsubaki Shinra, the vice president of the student council. "Oh, it's that girl who dropped her shopping list yesterday." He noticed that Tsubaki had a serious expression on her face, which greatly contrasted from the pale look she adopted from yesterday. Tsubaki struggled to maintain her indifferent and cold look as she gazed at Issei. "The president of the student council would like to speak with you. You would please follow me to the location," she said in a serious and cold tone. Issei didn't respond, and he looked away to see many of the students of his class whispering amongst themselves. Narrowing his eyes, Issei then looked towards Shuelon, who was now trying to avoid his glare. Sighing, Issei thought the request over. He had already decided that if the devils didn't bother him, then he wouldn't bother them back. It was as simple as that. Now this girl stated the president of the student council wanted to talk to him. Why are the devils concerning themselves with someone like me? Lowering his head, Issei thought once again, and closed his eyes. Didn't Saji-san say he was the secretary in the student council? As much as he did not trust devils, both Genshuru Saji and Yuto Kiba were actually pleasant to him. That being said, if these devils knew either one of them, he wouldn't blow off on them. That didn't mean he couldn't be indifferent towards them. Opening his eyes, Issei glanced up at Tsubaki. He rose an eyebrow when he noticed that Tsubaki's face was slowly gaining a red shade. Why is her face so red? It's not that hot in here, Issei thought. Tsubaki stood quietly as she watched Issei ponder on his decision. She genuinely found the young man interesting, wondering what went on in his mind. Silently retrieving his bag, Issei sighed and nodded to Tsubaki, and placed his hands in his blazer pockets. Tsubaki's stoic expression dissolved as she widened her eyes. He actually accepted? Issei sighed and looked at Tsubaki. At least through taking this opportunity, he could get away from Shuelon. Lead the way. As he followed the surprised Tsubaki, Issei's eyes softened as he thought about Ophis. I wonder how Ophis is doing. I hope she's all right while I'm here at school. At Issei's house. I want chicken fried rice. Okay, what else? I want cookies, donuts. Well, we don't have donuts, but we do have fortune cookies. Fortune cookies. All right then. The total is 15. We'll be at your address in no time. 30 minutes or it's free. 30 minutes? Free. If we're not at your house in 30 minutes, the food is free. Though, I must warn you, our delivery time is very impeccable. Ophis hung up the phone before the caller could finish his sentence. As she put the restaurant menu down, Ophis sat up from the couch and stood silently. As she tilted her head, Ophis's dark gray eyes narrowed a bit. I want free food. Snakes began to manifest around Ophis's body, and the Ouroboros dragon disappeared from Issei's house. In the student council room, Sona Citri clasped her hands together as she waited for Tsubaki to retrieve Issei. In the room with her were 6 members of the student council, including Genshuru Saji. Only Saji and recently Tsubaki were the only members of the student council to actually come in contact with Issei. The door to the room opened, revealing Tsubaki with Issei behind her, setting her face into a stoic and composed look. Sona stood up from her desk chair and walked over to the calm Issei. Tsubaki walked over to stand next to the other members of the student council and awaited for Sona's words. Stopping in front of the young man, Sona placed her hands to the side. Issei Hyoudou. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sona Citri. Issei didn't respond, but he gave Sona a nod in reply. As he looked at the rest of the student council members, he set his gaze to Saji, who looked back with a neutral but saddened look. Sighing and lowering his head, Issei set his gaze back to Sona. Before you say anything else, please let me just say this. Raising an eyebrow at Issei's words, Sona nodded. Taking his hands out of his blazer pockets, Issei put them to his side. I have nothing against any of you. However, that doesn't mean I completely trust devils at all. But Issei lowered his head and paused in his words. Noting the hesitance within Issei, Sona kept silent. Both Saji and Tsubaki remained quiet as well. Newbie. Sighing, Issei lifted his head up at Sona. I know that you and the rest of the devils here were not involved in Riser's plans at all, which is why I'm telling you this. The devils of the student council listened intently to Issei's next words. You don't bother me, I won't bother you. It's as simple as that. If it so happens that you do need or want or have to speak with me, and if it's very important, then so be it. Aside from that, I'll keep to myself, and you guys keep to yourselves. Sona and her peerage were a little surprised at Issei's declaration. Sure, he didn't trust devils, and yet he was acting in a mature and indifferent manner. Saji looked up at Issei and sighed. Hey newbie. It's all right, Saji-sen. Issei said as he gave Saji a soft half-smile. Saji widened his eyes at Issei's words. I hold nothing against you as a person. On the other hand, it'll take a long time for me to get used to devils. So staying away from each other is a good plan. No conflicts, no worries. Saji nodded and crossed his arms. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about your cousin. She really seemed like a nice person. Looking at Saji for a moment, Issei shook his head. Laiko-san's still alive. The student council members widened their eyes, with the exception of Sona. Staring at Issei for a moment, Sona nodded. That was a genuine relief to hear. I'm glad to hear that. And I appreciate you acting like this in a civilized manner, Issei Hyoudou. I am sure my peerage and I can agree to abide by your rules. Issei nodded in response to Sona's words, and he put his hands in his pockets once more. Then it settled. As she watched Issei turn around to leave, Sona widened her eyes as she had just remembered something. Issei. Turning around, Issei looked at Sona, raising an eyebrow. My older sister would like to meet with you. It's an important matter. Also a friend of mine, Rias Gremory, would also like to speak with you. Staring at Sona for a few moments, Issei removed his hand from the door. That I'll think about it, the conversation with your sister. As with this Gremory person. She's the president of the Occult Research Club. Tsubaki answered as she watched Issei. She's also Surzek-sama's younger sister. Saji added in his 2 cents. At the mention of the Mao, Issei unconsciously flared out a small portion of ki, causing the members of the student council to back away. After a few moments, Issei calmed down almost immediately and suppressed his energy. Tell this Rias girl that if she wants to talk to me, then she'll have to come seek me out herself. As he went to open the door, Issei turned back around. The underworld, Azazel's headquarters. Rainier sighed as she sat in Azazel's base. Dressed in her fallen angel attire, she put her hand on her cheek. Something wrong, Rainier? At her name, Rainier looked over to Calawarner, who had her arms crossed in a bored manner. It's nothing. Calawarner rose an eyebrow, but then she shrugged. Her eyes glazing slightly, Rainier held herself. I hope Issei-kun is all right today. In another section of Azazel's headquarters. Yo, Azazel. You called? Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, turned to look at a young man with dark silver hair and light blue eyes. Valet. Yes, I did. Azazel crossed his arms and sighed. I have a suspicious feeling that Kokobile is planning something. I believe he wants to start another great war. Raising a silver eyebrow, Valet scoffed. And how does that concern me? Can't you take care of it? Because I know that you and Albion have been looking for a stronger opponent. And I believe that Kokobile's plan involves Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor. At the mention of Albion's rival, Valet widened his eyes. Smirking at Valet in amusement, Azazel closed his eyes. Tell me, Valet, have you ever heard of the legendary sword, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi? Fortune Cookie Restaurant. An employee smiled as he carried some bags out. It hasn't even been 30 minutes yet, so today might be my lucky day. On top of the restaurant building stood Ophis, who looked down upon the car the employee was about to enter into. Ophis lifted up a finger, and she narrowed her eyes. I shall definitely have free food. The employee got into his car and got ready to start the engine until he noticed something slithering next to him. Tensing at the sound of the creature, the divine man slowly looked towards the seat next to him. Issei's house. An hour later, Issei blew out a sigh as he walked into his house. Closing the door behind him, he looked up to see Ophis sitting on the couch, looking at the clock on the walls. Ophis! Removing her attention from the clock, Ophis titled her head and offered a small smile as she looked at Issei. My Issei, you are back. Issei blinked, and then he gave Ophis a soft smile. Yeah, finally. I'm glad to see that you're still here. Putting his hands in his pockets, Issei looked around the house. So did you do anything today, Ophis? Knock knock. Issei widened his eyes, and he opened the door to see a Dilvoi man covered with extreme snake bites. Hey man, are you all right? Just take the food. The man whimpered and gave Issei a large bag and ran off to his car, driving away quickly. Raising an eyebrow, Issei looked in the bag, smelling something quite appetizing. Ophis? Did you order something? Issei looked up, and he jumped a little in surprise when Ophis suddenly appeared right in front of him. He noticed that since Ophis was in her adult form, she was a little taller than him. Never noticed that. Grabbing the bag from Issei, Ophis lifted her hand up and formed it into a thumbs-up gesture. I have obtained food. Walking away from Issei, Ophis sat back on the couch and reached into the bag to take out her order. Blinking several times, Issei widened his eyes when he noticed something strange. Hey Ophis, you're supposed to pay for Delvoi, you know. Pausing in her eating, Ophis set her dark gray eyes to Issei. Her mouth curved upwards into an expression akin to a sly smile. I shall have free food. A middle-aged man with black hair and red eyes crossed his arms, standing on top the building of Kuo Academy. The fallen angel known as Kokubile scowled in disgust. The fallen angel harbored a great deal of pride within himself. After all, he was one of the fallen angels who had fought and survived the climatic Great War. Due to that war, Kokubile believed that the fallen angel race was the superior species. The mere thought of anyone telling him otherwise brought damage to his pride. But years later, a godlike powerful source of energy had risen, and it angered Kokubile deeply. The one who possessed this power was a target of Azazel, since the laid-back fallen angel had become interested in him. The one who harbored this power was by no means human, Kokubile could tell that much. And to top it all off, Rainier, a fallen angel herself, was with the boy. Azazel had ordered her to merely watch over the boy, but Kokubile was disgusted with this procedure. At first Kokubile would just ignore the boy's godlike power, but soon after, Kokubile's pride soon began to decline. As the boy grew stronger, so did Kokubile's paranoia. And then it happened. Kokubile was one of the observers who had watched the fight between Issei Hyoudou and the third son of the Phoenix clan, Riser Phoenix. Watching the boy transform twice had only increased Kokubile's fear. However, it appeared luck was on the fallen angel's side. Due to the fact that both Surzex and Riser had agreed on a bet in order to see Issei Hyoudou's true power, there would be a large chance of the boy harboring a great deal of hatred for the devils. While disgusted at the thought of someone like Issei joining the fallen angels, Kokubile thought it would be beneficial for Issei to join on his side. In order to start another great war. Azazel had strongly objected Kokubile's desire to start another war, but that only served to increase the latter's desire to go on along with his plan. With Issei's power in his disposal, the devils, angels, and any other species would stand no chance against the fallen angels. But Kokubile couldn't dwell on that ambition yet. There were other ways he could start another great war, and he had every intention of using the way he had started with. He had already sent that bumbling stray exorcist and the bespectacled priest to steal 3 of the 7 Excaliburs. All Kokubile himself had to do was steal the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. One of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was originally called the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, which translated to Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. Rumors stirred that after the Great War, the bodies of the 2 heavenly dragons, Draig and Albion, were destroyed, and their souls were encased. Albion's soul was encased within a sacred gear. Kokubile already knew that. But Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor, was rumored to be sealed within the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The Welsh dragon wielded immense strength, possessing enough power to kill gods or satans. And not only that, but the Kusanagi no Tsurugi enabled its wielder to control the wind and cause it to move in the direction of her swings. Kokubile was all too elated to even think clearly. While the boy could be used for another situation with the heavenly dragon, Kokubile had a great advantage in his favor. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi was sealed within the Ise Grand Shrine, the Shinto shrine dedicated to the Shinto goddess known as Amaterasu Amikami. All Kokubile had to do was wait. Soon, that power will be mine. Then no one will be able to stop us. 3 days later, at Kuo Academy, walking into his class, Issei noticed that Yuma Amano was once again absent. Raising an eyebrow, Issei turned to see Shuelon sitting at the desk next to his own. As they locked eyes, Shuelon quickly looked away. Sighing, Issei walked over to his desk and put his bag down. Looking around his classroom, he noticed that he and Shuelon were the only ones in the class so far. Turning to look at Shuelon, Issei crossed his arms. "Alright, I know you didn't come here just to learn." Shuelon locked her eyes into Issei's own, but she remained quiet. "What are you doing here, Shuelon?" Her blue-green eyes appearing saddened momentarily, Shuelon sighed and held herself. But the Chinese devil still didn't say anything. Issei rose an eyebrow. "Is this about Riser's possessions?" "If it is, my answer won't change. I want nothing to do with them." "But you earned it." "I didn't earn anything." Shuelon looked away and held herself tighter. The rest of the girls, they don't know what to do. "Without Riser-sama, we're all so lost. I think it's quite clear that Riser didn't care that much about you and the rest of his peerage." Shuelon widened her eyes and locked them towards Issei's stern orbs of sight. Aye. If he really was the kind master you seem so eager to envision him as, he wouldn't have included his peerage into his bet with Surzex and his father." Shuelon didn't know what to say. She wanted to deny what this boy said, but as she listened to Issei's words, she realized he was right. Done with the conversation, Issei looked out the window, quietly observing the outside. Shuelon stared at Issei for a moment, and then she looked away, placing her hands on her desk. 2 hours later at the grand shrine of Issei. Kokabeel smirked as he shot another light spear towards the shrine. As he looked around the outside of the shrine dedicated to Amaterasu, he narrowed his eyes. That idiotic priest and that holy sword-obsessed priest should be more than enough to handle those devils at that school of theirs. No doubt, the Archangel Michael has already sent his subordinates to help the devils. Humph, how pathetic. Walking inside the shrine, Kokabeel began his search. Issei's house. "You want pork fried rice. What else?" "Cookies and donuts." "We don't have donuts." "I want donuts." "I already said we don't have donuts, ma'am." "Do you like snakes?" "Did I say that we didn't have any donuts?" "Silly me. What kind of donuts did you want?" "Fortune Cookie Restaurant." The employee hung up the phone and palmed his face. The manager of Fortune Cookie rose an eyebrow as she walked over to the worker. "What is it?" she asked. It was that same woman. Her voice, it's so cold and toneless. Every time she calls, something bad always happens. The last time she called and ordered here, another worker here had his car destroyed, and he ended up having to take the DLVY bike. What is it, boss? This sounds like a challenge. A challenge? Well, yes. Every time this woman calls, you say something bad happens, right? Yeah. Well, then wear this and take this with you. The employee widened his eyes when his boss handed him a 4-leaf clover and snake repellent. Are you sure this is going to work? Have I ever been wrong before? Well, don't answer that. Now hurry up and cook the demon meal. Issei's house. Ophis maintained her emotionless expression as she watched the clock. 5 minutes have passed. Soon, I shall definitely have free food once more. The door to the house opened, revealing Issei. Rubbing his head, Issei looked up to see Ophis watching the clock once again. Ophis, did you call that restaurant again? Setting her dark gray eyes to Issei, Ophis gave the young man a sly smile. Yes, I did. Issei sighed and palmed his face. Ophis, if you keep doing things like this, people aren't going to deliver here anymore. What will you do until then? Ophis already had her answer ready. I will order from another restaurant. But they will still come here. Issei widened his eyes and walked over to the dragon god, sitting next to her. How do you figure that? Ophis' smile grew into an expression akin to smugness, and she tapped her finger on Issei's forehead. They will challenge me, my Issei. The more times I call, they will answer. Humans challenging me. That is amusing. Ay. Issei droned as he shook his head. Sighing at the dragon god's troll logic, Issei looked at the living room table, and his eyes widened. It was the fortune cookie flyer, but it was turned over. On the back of the flyer, was the picture of the Grand Issei Shrine. Ophis tilted her head at Issei's expression. My Issei, what is wrong? Issei picked up the flyer as he looked closely at the shrine. The Grand Issei Shrine. That's the place where my parents found me. I haven't seen this place in years. As he looked at the shrine, Issei gained a thoughtful look on his face. Maybe I should go visit. After all, it is the place where I was born. Plus, I was named after it. I guess there's no shame in going. Sitting up from his spot on the couch, Issei dusted himself off and looked at Ophis. You want to come with me, Ophis? Ophis tilted her head and looked back up at the clock. I shall wait for free food. You can't do this forever, Ophis. You know you could always just ask me to bring you food. Ophis gave Issei a sly smile, which seemed to widen. My Issei is kind. But free food is much more satisfying. Issei sighed as he rubbed the back of his forehead. There's just no convincing you, is there? No, there is not. Grand Issei Shrine. A pool of solar flares appeared in front of the Grand Issei Shrine, revealing Issei with his eyes closed. Breathing out a sigh, Issei opened his eyes, and he gasped. What on earth? The Grand Issei Shrine was in complete ruins. The structures of the entire floors were torn apart, and the rooms were now turned to ashes. Issei looked on in shock as he walked inside the shrine, looking around his surroundings. What the hell happened here? Issei widened his eyes and quickly avoided a crimson blast of energy that was sent towards his way. Maintaining his balance, Issei looked up to see a man with black hair and 5 pairs of black wings. He also wore a black robe with detailed accessories. Held tight in the man's hands was a sword shaped like calamus, and sported a white metallic color. The sword was glowing with a dark crimson hue. So you are the one who defeated the 3rd son of the Phoenix clan. Issei narrowed his eyes at the man. His energy tells me he's not a devil. But that doesn't mean I trust him. Standing up straight with a cold gaze, Issei glared at the man. Were you the one who destroyed parts of the shrine? Fallen angel Kokobile smirked as he held the sword. So what if I am? This shrine has nothing to do with you. Leave now, boy, and I'll let you live. You really think I'll leave just like that? After you destroyed this place? Narrowing his eyes, Issei peered at the sword in Kokobile's hands. Was that sword part of the shrine? So what if it is? None of that matters now. With this sword I can dash. Kokobile then cut himself off when he suddenly had an idea. An awful idea. He then smiled in a smug way. Listen well, boy, because I will not repeat myself. My name is Kokobile. I am a fallen angel, and because of this, the enemies of the fallen angels are the devils and the angels. The reason I am telling you all this is because I would like to make a deal with you. Taking Issei's silence as a sign to continue, Kokobile smirked. I can fully assume that you hold a great deal of hatred for devils, due to what the Mao and the 3rd son of the Phoenix clan have done to you. It seems that we have something in common, Issei Hyoudou. Not unlike yourself, we fallen angels hate the devils with an intense passion. They are not to be trusted. Kokobile's smirk widened. That is why I am offering you to join me. Together we can decimate every single devil in existence. No other devil shall place harm on you, nor shall they manipulate you for their own selfish desires. Devils are known for their devious and manipulative nature, boy. With your power and the power of the entire fallen angel race combined, no one will be able to stop us. You can have anything you desire. Well, what is your answer, Issei Hyoudou? Issei lowered his head, his hair shadowing his eyes. Kokobile chuckled inwardly, confident in his persuasion. I refuse. Kokobile narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of this, boy? You're actually right about 2 things, Kokobile. Yes, I distrust the devils. Yes, they are devious. But aren't fallen angels just the same? How dare you, you little brat? Issei narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. That's the reason they fell from heaven, right? Because they had impure thoughts. If you really think about it, in a way, devils and fallen angels share a lot of similarities. They are deceitful, devious, and neither of their thoughts are exactly pure. You bashing the devils, Makes you sort of like a hypocrite, Kokabeel. Kokabeel's eyes twitched as he struggled to contain his temper. How dare you say those words? With a snarl, Kokabeel swung the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and out of the sword, a crimson wave of energy collided towards Issei, who quickly got out of the way. Narrowing his eyes, Issei got back up. That sword is no joke. I've got to be careful. Issei's hair and skin started to glow with an orange-yellow color. His brown-orange-yellow eyes losing their pupils and irises, Issei looked up at Kokabeel and disappeared from the fallen angel's sight. Kokabeel widened his eyes and held his guard. Issei, in his super-solar form, suddenly appeared in front of him and reared his fist back. Kokabeel smirked and impaled Issei with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, prompting to Issei to widen his eyes and cough out blood. Kokabeel cackled as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi started to glow with a crimson color. How pathetic! You may have bested Riser Phoenix, but you underestimated me, Issei Hyoudou. Now rot in. Hell. After saying that, Kokabeel dug the sword deeper into Issei's stomach, and a crimson blast completely swallowed the young man in a pool of energy. The crimson light faded, revealing nothingness. Smirking widely, Kokabeel stepped back, but then stopped as he felt something on his shoulder. You missed. His red eyes widening in horror, Kokabeel turned around to attack with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, until he felt something grab his arm, and something else put pressure on his knee causing it to jut backwards. Kokabeel's bone from his leg jutted out more, causing a large pool of blood to pour out from his leg. Ah! Screaming in great pain, Kokabeel looked up to see Issei staring down at him with a fierce glare. Why you dash? Checkmate, fallen angel Kokabeel. Issei snarled as he lifted the fallen angel up. Narrowing his eyes, Kokabeel summoned a light spear the size of Kuo Academy itself, and impaled Issei with it. Or he would have, had not Issei summoned a solar shield to absorb the colossal light spear. Kokabeel widened his eyes in horror, and in his shock, he dropped the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Like I said, that's checkmate Kokabeel. Rearing his fist back, Issei charged a great amount of solar energy as a result from Kokabeel's light spear, and pierced the fallen angel in his stomach. Gwa! I don't like being manipulated, Kokabeel. I thought you would have learned that already when you saw my battle with Riser Phoenix. He did the same thing and look what happened to him. Holding the fallen angel with only one hand, Issei glared darkly at Kokabeel. Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei turned around and looked up to see a young man with dark silver hair and light blue eyes. Sensing his energy, Issei narrowed his eyes. Another devil? What's he doing here? Valet Lucifer flew down towards Issei and Kokabeel, his eyes widening a little at the bloodied fallen angel and the golden aura surrounding Issei. Covering his interest with a confident smirk, Valet pointed to Issei. I believe I need that fallen angel you have trapped in your hand. Narrowing his eyes further, Issei looked over at Kokabeel, who shuddered at the young man's dark gaze. Suddenly Issei lifted his hand to the side, and sent it towards Kokabeel's midsection. Gwaff! Valet widened his eyes once more as he witnessed Kokabeel's bisection. And they say I'm a battle maniac. As his body fell apart, Kokabeel started to lose his voice as a result of his screaming. Looking over to Valet, Issei held up the fallen angel's upper body. Which half did you want? Issei asked quietly. For once feeling a little hesitant, Valet walked over to Issei and picked Kokabeel up by the hair. As he looked into Issei's clear eyes, Valet felt a chill go up his spine. Backing away from Issei, Valet revealed his demonic wings and flew up into the air, flying away from the Issei shrine. After standing for a few moments, Issei powered down to his normal state and sighed. Looked around the shrine. Issei looked down to see the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Narrowing his eyes, Issei bent down and looked at the sword more closely. Hesitating, he went to touch it, and then his eyes widened as he felt darkness claim him. Issei's inner world subconscious. Issei opened his eyes and shook his head. His sight clearing, Issei widened his eyes in amazement. Where the hell am I? In front of him was a multitude of buildings and skyscrapers. The setting in front of him seemed to have the appearance of a virtual world. What is this place? It's about time you found the DMN sword. Partner. His eyes widening in shock at the sudden voice, Issei turned around and immediately after doing so, he took a step back. It was a lean-built and stoic middle-aged man with pale skin, green eyes, and long ragged crimson hair. He was also clad in a crimson-black overcoat that flared out from behind him. Issei took another step back. In the man's hand was the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword itself. Staring down at Issei, the man pointed the sword at him. Are you ready, partner? 'Cause if you're not, there's a chance you might die here. Issei blinked repeatedly in confusion, and then he looked down to see that he suddenly had another version of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi as well. Widening his eyes, Issei pointed to the young man. Hey, where did you get the Kusanagi no Tsurugi? The man narrowed his eyes. You'll have to be more specific. When you talk about the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, do you mean the one you're holding in your hand? Or is it this one in mine? Issei got into a defensive stance, not knowing what was about to happen to him. Who the hell are you? Taking advantage of Issei's shock, the man soared towards Issei in a burst of speed. Frowning darkly at Issei's surprised look, the man reared his sword back and he spoke with a fierce tone. You want to know who I am, partner? Well, here's your answer. I am. Outside Issei's house. Liko sighed as she walked to her cousin's house door. On a whim, she wanted to see how her cousin was doing. Even though it had only been a couple of days since the cousins had last seen each other, Liko couldn't help but worry for her cousin. I wonder how Izutoko is doing. Sighing, Liko brushed her dark silver hair back and lifted her hand up to knock on the door. Knock knock. Liko waited for a response. Raising an eyebrow, Liko knocked on the door again. Knock knock. Once again no response. Her interest piqued, Liko went to open the door and looked into her cousin's house. Looking inside, her crimson eyes widened at the first thing she saw. It was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be in her early to mid-20s. She had long dark black hair, pointed ears, and emotionless dark gray eyes. The woman was dressed in a black sweater with dark jeans and black shoes. Liko also noticed that the woman had a gothic Lolita headpiece on her black hair. Blinking repeatedly at the sight of the woman in her cousin's house, Liko cautiously walked over to her. Who are you? Ophis tilted her head as the silver-haired girl walked over to her. Who are you? She asked in an emotionless, cold tone. Liko looked taken aback from Ophis's cold tone, but she assented and answered. I'm Liko, Issei's cousin. At the mention of Issei, Ophis's flat eyes softened considerably and she slowly lifted her hand up to point at Liko. My Issei? You are his cousin? Liko rose an eyebrow at Ophis. The way she speaks. It's so weird. Yeah. Now can you tell me your name? Staring at Liko momentarily, Ophis suddenly gave the dark silver-haired girl a sly smile. I am Ophis. Your cousin, my Issei, belongs to me. Wait. What about Issei? Issei belongs to me. One day I shall claim him for myself. Liko suddenly felt a little uneasy around Ophis, and she started to feel a bit anxious. Claimed Issei? What do you mean? I have marked Issei. He belongs to me. Liko didn't know how to respond to this. Removing her stare from Liko, Ophis looked at the living room table and picked up the fortune cookie flyer. Smiling deviously, Ophis held up the flyer to Liko. Would you like free food? Liko rose an eyebrow at Ophis's request. Free food? Grand Issei Shrine. The area around the Grand Issei Shrine was completely silent, so silent that not even a tumbleweed would be able to make a sound by blowing away. Inside the shrine laid Issei on the ground. His eyes were closed as though he was asleep. Next to him on the ground was the Kusanagi no Tsurugi itself. Issei's inner world subconscious. You want to know who I am, partner? Well, here's your answer. I am. Two Kusanagi no Tsurugis clashed against each other, one fierce and proficient, and the other clumsy and hesitant. Issei quickly blocked the man's attack. The pressure to hold his own against his opponent strained him greatly. I still don't understand. I don't even know how to use a sword. Issei yelled as the man put more pressure on his sword. What's not to understand, partner? Better concentrate, or else you'll lose a limb. Issei tensed as the man pushed him forward. Landing on top of a skyscraper and trying to regain his balance, Issei rubbed his forehead. I don't have a clue on what's going on here. He looked up and he widened his eyes to see the man about to attack him with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi once again. Issei thought quickly and blocked the attack. As soon as the Kusanagi no Tsurugis touched again, both of the swords emitted colorful auras. The color of the man's Kusanagi no Tsurugi emitted a dark crimson aura, while Issei's Kusanagi no Tsurugi released a yellow-orange aura. Issei widened his eyes, while the man deepened his frown. Narrowing his eyes, Issei flew away the other side of the skyscraper, putting some distance between himself and the man. The man narrowed his eyes and pointed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi towards Issei. Don't be so hesitant. Quicken your pace and attack me. Issei narrowed his eyes as he tried to catch his breath. It's not exactly easy for me. Gritting his teeth, Issei let out a bellow as he transformed into his super solar state. The man shook his head at the sight. Issei screamed louder as he tried to access his hellfire form. Don't even bother. Issei stopped and widened his eyes when he saw a large dark crimson wave of energy soar towards him. Issei quickly dodged the energy wave, and looked behind him to see the energy wave decimate an entire multitude of buildings, leaving large a crater in the ground. Oh my god! Don't get all distracted on me. Issei looked back just in time to see the man send another crimson energy blast with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Issei tensed and proceeded to block the energy wave with his own sword. But he found it hard to withstand the pressure, so he forced himself to maneuver the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and send the blast to another direction. A bright crimson flash illuminated the space on where Issei and the man stood. As the light faded, Issei struggled to catch his breath and then clenched his fist as he pointed to his opponent. Who the hell are you? The man rolled his eyes and then transmitted away. Issei widened his eyes and looked around his surroundings. The man then appeared in front of him, grabbing onto Issei's own version of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Holding a tight grip on the sword, the man huffed and clenched his fist, causing the Kusanagi no Tsurugi to break. Issei looked on in shock as the Kusanagi no Tsurugi disintegrated in his hand. The man broke off a piece of the sword and held it up towards Issei. Don't make me repeat myself, partner. Didn't I yell it out to you earlier? My name is Draig, the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei had no time to react when Draig suddenly grabbed his face and threw him into a nearby building. His frown becoming stern, Draig narrowed his eyes as he watched Issei struggling to climb out of the building. For such a powerful brat, you sure do show a lot of stupidity. Issei grunted as he looked Draig in the eyes. When you are in battle, always keep your guard up. That should be an obvious rule, Issei. While you were standing there without a weapon like a dumbass, I could have easily just stabbed you. Issei widened his eyes and looked down to see that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was no longer in his hands. Kukukuku. At the sound of Draig's laughter, Issei narrowed his eyes and glared the disguised Red Dragon Emperor. Battle not going in your favor? Well, the next ones won't if you keep standing around like that. Issei gritted his teeth and tried to increase his energy, until Draig pointed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi towards him. You can't access that hellfire transformation of yours, partner. At least not in the human world. Ceasing in attempting to transform, Issei straightened himself. What are you talking about? The reason you can't access it here is really simple. You're not in the underworld. I don't understand. When you absorbed the flames of the Phoenix Devil, not only did you achieve a transformation that allowed you access to the power of hellfire, but you also gained the powers and abilities of an individual of the Phoenix clan. Issei widened his eyes at Draig's explanation. You mean I gained all of Riser's powers? The young man said in a bit of disgust. Now he had a portion of Riser's powers. Great. Exactly. In fact, possessing the powers of a phoenix is exactly the reason why you can only use your hellfire transformation in hell. Because that is where you obtained the form. But I achieved my first solar form in hell as well. That form was attained by your own energy. From your own power. It belongs to you exclusively. When you absorbed the Phoenix Devil's flames, you gained all of his powers and the mystical flames of hellfire itself. Issei blinked as his confusion overtook his rationality. How do you know so much about me? Kukukuku. Well, in simple terms, I've known about you since the day you were born. You could also say I've been watching you since your birth occurred. Issei narrowed his eyes as Drake positioned the Kusanagi no Tsurugi into an offensive position. Enough talk. Prepare yourself, Issei Hyoudou. Issei took a step back and looked down to see the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in his hand once again. He gained a nervous look in his eyes as he settled into a defensive position. I have no idea on how to use a sword. And even if I did, the outcome wouldn't change. I stand no chance against this dragon. He's far stronger than Riser and Kokobile by a large margin. But he seems to be a lot weaker than Ophis. I hope she's all right. Drake maintained his frown and charged at Issei. Kakamse. Issei's house. The DLVI man of the fortune cookie restaurant gulped nervously as he walked up to the cursed house. So far, nothing had happened to him at the moment. No snakes in his car, no explosive bikes, and more importantly, no snakes. Checking himself to make sure he had his lucky 4-leaf clover and the snake repellent, he smiled and confidently knocked on the door. Seconds later, a black-haired young woman with flat dark gray eyes stared into the DLVI man's soul. Nonetheless, the DLVI man smiled with a smug air about him. He held out the bag of food to the young woman and smiled wider. Here's your DLVI. And just 20 minutes to spare. That'll be $30.47, if you please. Ophis stared blankly at the DLVI man, and then she smiled. The DLVI man's smile lessened into an unsure expression, and he paled. Look behind you. Feeling nervous for a moment, the DLVI man looked behind him to see nothing. Raising an eyebrow, the DLVI man turned back around to see Ophis with her hand on his neck. What ash? Doink. The DLVI man suddenly collapsed onto the ground, completely unconscious. Ophis let a sly smirk cross her face as she picked up her food. Score infinity for me. Score 0 for fortune cookie. Feeling proud of herself, Ophis walked into Issei's house and closed the door behind her. Sitting at the couch was Laiko, whose crimson eyes were wide with amazement and/or disbelief. Did you just pressure point the DLVI guy? Ophis smiled as she placed the food on the living room table. Yes, I did. It was fun. Opening the bag, Ophis's smile fell into an expression akin to a frown. Laiko rose an eyebrow. What's up? They put no donuts in here. They forgot donuts. Sitting up from the couch, Ophis walked over to the door and opened it, glaring down at the unconscious DLVI man. Narrowing her dark gray eyes, Ophis pointed to the man, sending one of her snakes to crawl all over him. Of course you realize this means war, fortune cookie. And with that legendary declaration, Ophis closed the door. Issei's inner world subconscious. Issei grunted as he blocked another of Drake's strikes. Demented. Even in my solar form, I don't stand a chance against him. I need an opportunity. Quit dawdling, partner. Issei widened his eyes as he narrowly avoided another crimson blast. Reappearing in front of Issei, Drake smirked and in a motion far too quick for Issei to see, he impaled the young man with the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Issei widened his eyes and covered his mouth in order to prevent any blood from coming out. Drake smiled as he pushed the sword forward, causing Issei's eyes to widen once more. As I thought. You're powerful but far too unskilled, partner. I refuse to have a host who is so much weaker than I am. Granted, you're nothing to laugh at, but your performance in this battle is pitiful. I won't stand for it. Smirking widely at the look on Issei's face, Drake slowly pulled the sword out of Issei's stomach. Wrong one. Drake widened his eyes and turned around just in time to see Issei's version of the Kusanagi no Tsurugi impale him through the stomach. Drake's face maintained a shocked expression as Issei glared up at him. Out of the disguised Red Dragon Emperor's stomach was a pool of crimson shattering energy particles. Kukukuku. Whoa. You got me, partner. Looks like I underestimated you. But there's a reason I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake's body began to glow as he transformed. Issei widened his eyes and backed away, holding the Kusanagi no Tsurugi in his hand tightly. The Red Dragon Emperor's body began to change and distort into a large red western dragon with green eyes. Issei backed away as the size of Draig towered over the buildings and skyscrapers of his inner world. Narrowing his eyes, Issei gripped the hold on the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. In his true form, Draig peered down at Issei and then started to snicker. Kukukuku. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion. What's so funny? Kukukuku. You, partner. You are amusing. Looks like you're not as naive as I originally assumed. Issei remained in his battle stance, as he cautiously looked up at Draig. He then widened his eyes when his body began to disappear. What's happening? Kukukuku. Interesting. You have earned my respect, Issei Hyoudou. I shall lend you my power anytime you wish. You can use it to show those who ridiculed you. Issei continued to stare up at the Western Dragon in confusion. Draig then gave Issei a serious look as the young man started to fade away. However, let me give you a warning. If you wish to control my power, make sure you don't slack off before I come back. Issei stared up at the Welsh dragon silently, and seconds later he started to disappear from his own mind. Your mother would be proud. As Draig watched the remaining form of his wielder fade away, a confident smirk formed on his face. Albion, our battle shall come soon. You better hope your host will have what it takes to defeat this one. The one called Issei Hyoudou, the Grand Issei Shrine. Issei's eyes fluttered, and then opened completely. Widening his eyes, Issei looked around his surroundings and looked over to see that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was no longer in his hands. Where did the sword go? Looking around the shrine, Issei narrowed his eyes and got up from his spot. Issei's house. Issei opened the door to his house and shook his head. I see a Toko? Widening his eyes, Issei looked up to see Laiko sitting next to a moody Ophis. Laiko-san, what are you doing here? Laiko sent Issei a smile. I just wanted to see how my cousin was doing. She then looked to Ophis, who had a pout on her face. But as Ophis here tells me, it looks like your life is going good so far. Issei rose an eyebrow at Ophis's facial expression, and then he looked to Laiko, and offered her a smile. Why, I guess you can put it that way. Next day at Kuo Academy. Sitting at his desk, Issei looked out the window of his classroom. He looked up at the sun and sighed deeply. As he looked around the classroom, he noticed that Yuma was once again absent. Where has Yuma-san been? He then noticed that Shuilan was absent as well. As he looked back at the sun, he felt someone walk up to him. Issei Hyoudou. At the call of his name, Issei looked up to see Tsubaki looking down at him, her hands to her side. Staring at Tsubaki blankly, Issei's eyes widened in recognition. Oh, it's you. Getting up from his desk, Issei put his hands in his pockets. Is something wrong? And secondly, is it important? Tsubaki maintained her stoic expression as she gazed at Issei. Before her stoic gaze could break down, Tsubaki closed her eyes. Kaisha's Wani-sama is here. She would like to speak with you as well as Surzek-sama. Issei narrowed his eyes at the last person Tsubaki had mentioned, but he calmed himself quickly. What does Surzek want to talk about? He didn't particularly mind what Sona's older sister wanted to talk about, but if Surzek wanted to talk to him, the Crimson Mao had better be expecting another falcon punch in the face. Unaware of Issei's passing thoughts, Tsubaki opened her light brown eyes. He didn't say. Muttered. Tsubaki rose an eyebrow at Issei's response, and then her eyes widened considerably as she noticed that Issei had a red stain showing through his white shirt. You're bleeding. Raising an eyebrow, Issei looked down to see that there was blood on his shirt. Lifting the top of his shirt away from him, the young man widened his eyes to see that there was a large cut mark on his stomach. How did I get cut just now? This morning it was just fine. Was it from Draig? It definitely couldn't have been from Kokobile, because I transmitted away from him. He tensed when he felt a hand reach down to his stomach. He quickly gripped Tsubaki's hand and held it tightly. Tsubaki widened her eyes slightly as she met Issei's stern gaze. I was going to heal you. Issei's stern look dissolved into a look of hesitance and he gently released his grip on Tsubaki's hand. It doesn't hurt. If it did, I would have noticed it by now. I'm fine. But you need to be healed before the blood flow increases. Tsubaki insisted. It's all right. Let's just go meet Sona's Wani-sama, and, Surzex. I can heal myself afterwards. You're such a strange boy, Issei Hyoudou. Tsubaki said as she rose an eyebrow at Issei. Issei sent Tsubaki a sad look. If I had a nickel for every time that phrase has been said. Tsubaki kept her gaze on Issei for a while, and she stood still in her spot. Issei's eyes softened, and he sighed and looked away. I appreciate your offer to heal me. But not now. I just want to get this over with. Staring at Issei for a moment, Tsubaki's eyes softened. Follow me, Issei. The student council room. Tsubaki opened the door to the student council, and she and Issei walked inside to see Sona with a young woman with black hair in pigtails and violet eyes. Next to the siblings was Surzex Lucifer himself, and the young women of Riser's peerage. Issei kept a calm face as he looked at the familiar and unfamiliar people in the room. Sona, Surzex, and then the rest of Riser's peerage walked out of the room, with Tsubaki following them and closing the door behind her. Turning around, Issei then realized that he was alone with Sona's older sister. The girl held up a hand and motioned Issei. Issei Hyoudou. If you would please sit down. Issei complied and sat at the desk across from Seraphal Leviathan. Seraphal was normally cheerful, with a childlike air about her, but even she knew when to be serious. Which was why she was cautious with the young boy in front of her. Maintaining a stoic air about her, not unlike her younger sister, Seraphal folded her hands on the desk and spoke. My name is Seraphal. Seraphal Leviathan. I've asked for you here today, because I wanted to talk to you, Issei. Issei remained quiet. He didn't want to say anything yet. If this woman wanted to talk to him, then the least he could do is be respectful. Seraphal gulped as she spoke carefully. I wanted to tell you that we devils. Seraphal began as she hesitated in her words. The Satan with the title of Leviathan tapped her hands on the desk. Not all devils are the same, Issei. I know from what happened to you, you might not believe me, and I completely understand if you didn't. However, every devil is different. What Riser Phoenix and Surzex-chan did to you in the underworld, it was completely reckless and inexcusable of them. They caused so much psychological damage to you, all because they wanted to see how powerful you were. Seraphal looked up and locked her bright violet eyes with Issei's own multicolored orbs of sight. I just want you to understand something. In spite of what Surzex-chan and Riser have done, please understand that the rest of us devils are in no way like that. I get what you're saying, Leviathan-san. Seraphal widened her eyes at Issei's first words since their one-sided conversation. Issei crossed his arms as he adopted a stern expression. I understand that every devil is different. It's completely unreasonable of me if I were to assume that every devil is evil. It's not exactly justifiable of me to hate devils just because two members of their species wronged me. Seraphal's eyes widened further as she listened to Issei's words. Issei sighed as he rubbed his head and looked into Seraphal's eyes. That's why I suggested to your sister that she and her peerage stay away from me, and vice versa. That way, there will be no conflict between us. The Satan with the title of Leviathan's eyes softened as she gazed at Issei. I'm glad to hear you say that, Issei Hyoudou. That I don't hate the devils. I just don't trust them. The devil and Issei remained quiet for a few moments, before Seraphal spoke once again. There was something else I wanted to talk to you about. Yesterday, a battle was supposed to commence here at Crow Academy. But the one who initiated the fight, which was a fallen angel, never showed up. Issei remained silent as he started to feel that he knew who was supposed to show up. Seraphal gave Issei an unreadable gaze. When Sona told me about the event that had taken place here, I rushed to get here. The two members on the opposing side were already defeated, and the rest of us devils waited for the fallen angel to show up. But then, another devil arrived at Kuo Academy. It was a kid with silver hair. He told us that Kokabeel had already been incapacitated. All thanks to you, Issei. Issei inwardly scoffed as he remembered the devil who had asked him to hand over Kokabeel. As he looked into Serafal's eyes, Issei straightened himself in his seat. I just happened to be passing by when I saw Kokabeel. He tried to manipulate and goad me into joining the fallen angels. Serafal exclaimed as her eyes widened. Issei closed his eyes as he crossed his arms. I refused. Only because I knew he was manipulating me. If that devil hadn't shown up to retrieve him, not even Kokabeel's ashes would have remained. The Leviathan felt a chill go up her spine at Issei's last sentence, but she composed herself. The reason I'm telling you this is because I wanted to thank you. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion. Thank me? I didn't do anything. Issei widened his eyes when Serafal suddenly gave him a warm smile. Because you fought Kokabeel, you prevented an event that would have shaken the angels, fallen angels, and devils. And to top it all off, you saved everyone at Kuo Academy, including my younger sister and her peerage, as well as Rias-chan and her peerage. So I inadvertently saved all of the devils at Kuo Academy? So, Agent, I thank you for that. Feeling a little weird at the very affectionate suffix to his nickname, Issei chose not to respond and simply nodded. The door to the student council room opened, revealing Surzex and the rest of Riser's peerage. Sarah? Surzex began. Serafal smiled in response. Yes, Surzex-chan. I'm done. Sitting up from her seat, she walked over to Issei and smiled at him, oblivious to Issei's confused stare. When Serafal was sitting down, Issei couldn't see her lower body, so he was completely shocked that she had a childlike body. It was nice talking to you, Issei-chan. I hope we can speak again. And with that, the older sister of Sono walked out of the student council room, leaving Issei with Surzex and Riser's peerage. Issei Hyoudou. Surzex stated as he walked over to sit at the desk across from Issei. Issei gave Surzex an indifferent nod and looked over at the young women who had accompanied the Crimson Satan. Within the crowd he noticed Shulon, who lowered her gaze from Issei. As Surzex sat down, he placed his hands on his lap and maintained a calm air about him. Sit. I believe you know why I am here. Riser's possessions? Issei asked as he looked over to Shuelon. That's right. You already sent Shuelon to my house in order to convince me otherwise. Why are you so eager to give me Riser's inheritance? It's not so much that we are eager, Issei Hyoudou, Surzex began. We are doing what we think is the correct way to amend our ties with you. Issei rose an eyebrow at the statement and crossed his arms. Pretty strange way to amend relationships. He thought to himself, wealth won't change my opinions no matter how valuable it is. I understand what you are saying. The young women of Riser's peerage remained quiet as each of them gazed at Issei. Only Shuelon had come in contact with Issei the most, only because the rest of the servants did not want to get on Issei's bad side. However, as they looked at Issei currently, they noticed that he was actually calm while talking to Surzex. Opening his eyes, Issei pointed to Surzex. I'm willing. Surzex rose an eyebrow at the young man's words. What do you mean? I'm willing to consider accepting Riser's inheritance. But I also have conditions. Surzex blinked in surprise for a moment, before he smiled inwardly. Not in amusement, nor in trickery, but in genuine relief. Name them. Issei put his hand under his chin as he looked at the young women in the student council room. First, they go nowhere near my house. Shuelon widened her eyes at Issei's first condition. Issei narrowed his eyes as he pointed to the girls. I don't like the idea of having 15 girls in my house. The only 3 women who should be in the house are my mother, my cousin Lyko, and Ophis. Ophis? At the mention of the all-powerful dragon god, Riser's peerage paled, and Surzex, to his credit, widened his eyes in a bit of horror and shock. Ophis? It lives with Issei Hyoudou? What does it want with him? Ophis? The infinite dragon god? It lives with you? Issei rose an eyebrow at the personal pronoun Surzex used to describe Ophis. Yeah, she lives with me. Surzex opened his mouth to reveal to Issei that Ophis was actually genderless, but then he thought better and closed his mouth. Issei lifted up 2 fingers and frowned. Second, if it's really necessary, only 3 girls of Riser's peerage can come to my house at a time. Not live, but visit my house. Like I said, 15 girls in my house is too much for me to handle. Not to mention that Ophis would probably throw a fit. Issei amended in his thoughts. The young man then lifted another finger as he looked at Surzex. My third and final condition is... 2 hours later, still in the student council room. The blood flow seems to have stopped. I'm surprised Kaisha's Wani-sama and Surzex-sama never commented on your appearance. I'm just glad that I was able to keep it together, especially when I was still bleeding. Tsubaki sent Issei a strange look in response to his statement, and she went to heal the bloodied mark on his stomach. She narrowed her light brown eyes as she peered at the mark. It's as though someone stabbed him with a blade. Has he been fighting with a sword? She rose an eyebrow questioningly at Issei, who looked down as his cuts sealed up. Making sure the spots of blood were gone, Issei put his shirt back down and dusted himself off. He then stood up and reached to lift Tsubaki up to a standing position. Thanks for healing me. Consider it Kaisha's gratitude for saving the school from Kokabile. Tsubaki stated brusquely. Issei rose an eyebrow at Tsubaki's response. Inadvertently. Don't forget inadvertently. Issei said as he walked away from the girl. Issei. Stopping in his tracks, Issei turned around to face Tsubaki, who kept her gaze on the young man. Has your initial opinion of the devils lessened? Issei was silent as he thought of his response. As much as he wanted to deny it, he really could not blame every single devil in this world. Surzex, Lucifer and Riser Phoenix were the only devils who had wronged him. Sure, it was natural for Issei to dislike those specific devils from a certain standpoint, but, as he realized from what Serafal had stated earlier, he then realized that not all devils were the same. Gaining a serious look in his eyes, Issei frowned as he looked off to the side. Not every devil is the same, Issei began quietly. So it isn't fair of me to assume that all devils are the same when 2 of them had already set themselves up for a bad appearance, while the 2 of them here were actually nice to me. Tsubaki maintained her sharp stare as she remained quiet. Issei narrowed his eyes and looked at Sona's queen. I don't hate the devils, Shinra-san. That's all I have to say. And with that, Issei walked out of the student council room, leaving Tsubaki alone. What kind of being are you, Issei Hyoudou? Issei's house. Walking upstairs to his room, Issei looked up to see Ophis sitting on his bed. Her expression seemed to be more devoid of emotion, which worried Issei. Ophis? Are you all right? No. I am not all right. Issei widened his eyes. Her speech changed. She's talking normally now. Ophis turned to look at Issei, and her eyes lowered into an expression akin to sadness. My Issei. You are troubled. That worries me. Troubled? No, I'm fine, Op-dash. No. You are not. Ophis said as she interrupted Issei. You are troubled, my Issei. Your energy has become less radiant, less pure. I do not like that. Issei widened his eyes further as he listened to Ophis's words. Her dark gray eyes narrowing sadly, Ophis got up from the bed and walked over to Issei, placing her hands on his cheeks. Issei belongs to me, Ophis began possessively. No one shall take you away from me. Issei is mine, because you are not a bad person. You are my first and only mate. Ophis, Issei thought. Ophis then pressed Issei against her, placing his head at the base of her neck. I like it when Issei is happy. I do not like it when you are conflicted. I do not like it when you are distant from me. I do not like that at all. Issei's eyes softened as he looked away. Am I really becoming darker? My Issei. At the call of his name, Issei looked into Ophis's eyes. Ophis brought her face close to Issei's own. I love silence. I love Issei. Silence is my second love. Said, my Issei is my first love. I love you, my Issei. You are mine. Issei widened his eyes in amazement, and was too late to react, when Ophis brought her face closer and pressed her lips onto Issei's own. The young man widened his eyes at Ophis's possessive lock on his lips, claiming them as hers only. The young man felt as though time had just stopped for him. And how could he not? This was his first time kissing someone. And he certainly didn't expect the infinite dragon god to claim his first kiss. Issei's inner world subconscious. Drake smirked as he watched his wielder's kiss stolen by the dragon god. Kukukuku. Interesting. It seems that one of the strongest existences has fallen for my host. Kukukuku. I must say that I am impressed. Issei's room. Ophis released her lips from Issei's own and gave the young man a smile. Kiss. I like that. Issei stood shell-shocked and he touched his own lips. In amazement. Huh. He tensed when Ophis suddenly gripped his collar and held him possessively. Do you understand, Issei? I do not like it when you are not happy. I do not like it when you are not with me. I do not like that, not at all. Issei blinked several times before he closed his eyes and gently grabbed Ophis's hand. Sorry, Ophis. It's just that I'm not used to being with someone. He then opened his eyes and looked into Ophis's own. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I do know this. I'll be with you all the way, Ophis. I promise you. In emphasis to his statement, Issei tightened his hold on Ophis's hand and sent her a smile. Ophis smiled in response and placed her head on Issei's shoulder. My Issei. Issei relaxed into a comfortable position as he sat under the shade of the tree. His back was currently leaning against the tall plant, his eyes closed in a peaceful manner. He had no idea what compelled him to wake up so early in the morning. Perhaps it was his old habit of wanting to see the sun rise up to the sky as much as he could. Wake up, sleepyhead. A familiar voice uttered gently. At the sound of the voice, Issei opened his eyes and looked up to see a brown-haired young woman gazing at him with crimson ruby eyes. His vision slightly blurry, Issei blinked as he leaned forward to see who it was. Liko-san. Rise and shine, Issei Toko. Issei Hyoudou greeted with a smile. The young man blinked again. What was Liko doing here? Moving her eyes away from Issei for the moment, Liko turned to look at the rising sun in the sky. A small smile formed on her face as she chuckled softly, and she looked back to her younger cousin. Mind if I sit with you? She asked. In response to his cousin's request, Issei scooted over to give her some room on the ground, to which Liko happily took. As she sat down next to her cousin, Liko laid her elbows on her knees and leaned her head on the tree. The two cousins were silent as they watched the short cycle of the sun. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by the elder Hai. It's been a long time since we've done this. Liko remarked with a nostalgic air in her voice. We used to watch the sun when we were little. Yeah. Issei said softly with a faint smile of his own. Looking over to her cousin, Liko tilted her head slightly. She watched her cousin as he looked up at the sky almost wistfully. Just as Liko's mind was about to become almost sidetracked, the sound of her younger cousin's voice brought her back to reality. Liko-san. She hummed in reply. The younger Hyoudou moved his head to look at his older cousin. Your hair's back to normal. He observed. Did you stop dyeing it or something? Liko suppressed a snicker as she folded her arms. I'm glad you noticed. She said, yes, as a matter of fact, I did stop dyeing it. Why do you ask? Do I still look like an angel? She was only teasing her cousin when she asked him the question, so the response he gave her immediately made her mind stop in its tracks. Of course you do, Liko-san. Issei answered sincerely. Liko gasped at her cousin's answer. Now that I think about it, Issei continued as he rubbed the back of his head, I think some angels have brown hair too. Liko was silent as she felt her cheeks heat up. She quickly looked back up at the sky to avoid her younger cousin's eyes. It's a little weird actually. Issei said as he frowned slightly. What's weird? Liko couldn't resist asking. That you still kind of look like an angel, Liko-san. Her younger cousin began, and yet I haven't really seen anyone try to ask you out or show any interest in you. Liko could practically feel her entire face steaming due to the impact of her cousin's words. Nevertheless, Issei was a bit correct. No one had ever asked her out before. That's because you're not interested in anyone but her conscience almost told her before she quickly shut it out. Liko struggled to gather her thoughts and ignore her conscience. Her face was still red, and the spiraling thoughts that consisted of her younger cousin wasn't making things any easier. "It's because of you," Liko said quietly. "Because of me?" Issei repeated, causing Liko to jump in shock. Liko's eyes widened in shock as she quickly shut her mouth. Had she said that out loud? "What's because of me?" Issei asked innocently. The elder Hyoudu's mouth remained open as she tried to think coherently. Seconds later, she turned her head away as she attempted to form a legitimate frown. My face is all red, you dummy." She pouted. "You shouldn't say things like that. Especially when you don't mean them." "But I do mean it, Liko-san," Issei insisted, unintentionally making his older cousin's heart flutter. Liko's attempted frown immediately disappeared and was replaced by a look of shock. She mustered up the will to hold in her ever-growing blush and gave her younger cousin a false look of annoyance. "You shouldn't lie to your cousin like that," she muttered. "But I wouldn't lie to you, Liko-san," Issei insisted again. "What kind of cousin would I be if I never told you the truth?" The elder Hyde felt her entire body shake, her heart beating and fluttering quickly. As her frown disappeared, Liko reacted and suddenly hugged her cousin tightly. Issei gasped in surprise, not expecting his cousin to do that. Not hearing or either ignoring Issei's response, Liko tightened her hug and moved her lips to her cousin's cheek. "Chew." Issei's eyes widened as Liko placed a sweet yet chaste kiss on his cheek. Seconds later, Liko ended the kiss and released her cousin from her embrace. "Liko-san," Issei said as he rubbed his cheek in confusion. Liko chuckled softly at the look her cousin was giving her. Her Ayasitoko really was something else. If only he wasn't so naive and literal-minded sometimes. And what exactly is wrong with that? Her very annoying conscience made itself known once more. "You know you love that trait of his." Liko ignored the small part of her psyche for the time being and beamed a small smile at Issei, who blinked only once at her. Yes, her Hyouko was indeed something else. Inside of Kuo Academy. Walking into his classroom, Issei widened his eyes when he noticed someone who he hadn't seen in a while. Yuma-san. Rainer, in the form of Yuma, sat quietly at her desk. Issei gained a serious look in his eyes as he detected her energy signal. She's a fallen angel. Gotta say, I didn't see that coming. Rainer looked up and her violet eyes widened as she saw Issei looking at her. Locking her eyes with his, Rainer held herself and looked away. "Welcome back," Issei said to her. Issei sighed as he walked over to the fallen angel. Crossing his arms, Issei looked out of the window. "I take the reason you haven't been here was because of me, right?" Issei asked as he looked back to Rainer. "Not exactly." Originally, I stopped coming here was because of your anger towards the devils. I assumed that as soon as you came into contact with one here, you would explode or something." Rainer looked up at Issei and crossed her arms. "When Valle Lucifer, the devil who brought back Kokobile, told us that you were the one who bisected Kokobile, I was honestly terrified." "Kokobile? He called you a monster. The most terrifying being he had ever come in contact with." "A monster? What the hypocrite!" "Huh." Rainer widened her eyes in confusion as Issei sent her a bitter smile. "I'm not a devil. I'm not a fallen angel. I'm not an angel. Hell, I'm not even human." "Issei-kun, how can he say something like that?" Rainer's eyes remained widened in awe as she listened to Issei's words. He then looked down to Rainer. "I don't hold anything against you, Yuma-san. To me, race doesn't matter. I still consider you an acquaintance." Rainer couldn't speak as she felt a luminescent blush form on her face. "Issei." Both Issei and Rainer looked up to see Shuilan walking towards them. Rainer narrowed her eyes at the Chinese devil, while Issei maintained a calm stance. "Shuilan-san." Issei greeted as he nodded to her. Nodding and smiling at Issei in response, Shuilan sent Rainer an unreadable glance and set her gaze back to Issei. "The rest of the girls and I wanted to know, what time of the meeting to talk about Riser's inheritance is good for you?" Issei adopted a thoughtful expression as he pondered his decision. No doubt Riser had a lot of stuff in his possessions. Maybe I'll bring Ophis with me when I go to this meeting. Let's have the meeting in 2 days. Issei answered. Dimensional gap. The dimensional gap existed as the gap between the realms, earth, heaven, and the underworld. It had the appearance of an endless void, where in every direction there was a mix of iridescent colors. Issei found himself mesmerized and taken aback by the sight in front of him. He'd dare say that it was quite possibly the most beautiful realm he'd ever set his eyes on. Ophis, what is this place? He asked, earning a small smile from the infinite dragon god. This is my home. The dimensional gap. Dimensional gap. Issei repeated softly, it's a really beautiful place. Originally the birthplace of Ophis, it was currently rented by none other than the apocalypse dragon, the Great Red. Ophis narrowed her eyes as she sensed the dragon who took her home. Baka-red. Huh? Issei asked. Before Ophis could reply, a crack tore through the dimensional gap, revealing a massive red western dragon with golden eyes. Issei widened his eyes as he sensed the overwhelming power of the dragon in his sight. Amazing! Baka-red. Ophis muttered. Great Red, the apocalypse dragon, and the true red dragon god emperor paused in his motion as he glared down at Ophis. He then stopped when he noticed something different about the Ouroboros dragon. Ophis? Did you grow? Ophis frowned as she refused to answer the Great Red's question. Huffing at her lack of response, the apocalypse dragon turned to look at Issei Hyoudou, and his golden eyes widened a little. I remember this energy. It's from this kid. This must be the one Ophis was talking about when she went through that tangent of hers. Issei stared wide-eyed as he looked at the colossal dragon. His powers completely off the charts. His strength, when compared to Ophis, they feel about the same. Staring at Issei for a moment, Great Red turned his attention to Ophis, who was still glaring at him. Hey Ophis. Is this the kid that belongs to you? Yes. My Issei is mine. Huh? Great Red said as he looked back to Issei. Ophis, who is this guy? Issei whispered to Ophis as he leaned closer to her. He is the apocalypse dragon. The Great Red. His strength lies within the dreams and realities of beings. He is the reason I have left my home. Took my home away from me. Issei widened his eyes and looked up at Great Red in confusion. The young man narrowed his eyes and then levitated, flying up to the height of Great Red's horn. So you're the reason why Ophis ran away from her home. So she says. Great Red countered. The true red dragon god emperor and Issei suddenly began to emit auras from their bodies. Emitting from Great Red's scales was the vast crimson energy pressure. Emitting from Issei was the flames from his supersolar form. Staring at each other, the auras of Issei and Great Red began to expand. You know, Issei began. In a way, you and Ophis balance each other out. She represents the nothingness of infinity. You, on the other hand, represent the power of dreams. Nothingness is infinite all by itself, but your power, as long as dreams continue to exist, then your strength is infinite as well. Humph. Nice observation, brat. If you really think about it, since you two more or less represent the aspects of infinity, that would sort of make you and Ophis related. Siblings. That's right. That would also make you sort of like my brother-in-law. So it seems, the tension between Issei and the true red dragon god emperor was fierce as their boundless auras expanded within the dimensional gap. The two strong beings narrowed their eyes as they stared at each other. Ophis watched the scene with a cold expression, waiting to see what would happen to her mate and her enemy sibling. But what happened next was something not even the infinite dragon would have been able to predict. Ooh! High five! Issei and Great Red cheered out simultaneously as they clashed their hands together. As soon as their hands touched, the destructive power of Great Red collided with Issei's solar energy, causing the dimensional gap to shake momentarily. What? Ophis muttered silently. The Ouroboros dragon widened her eyes at the most shocking thing in her life. My Issei and Great Red getting along? Kaka. How interesting. So Ophis has claimed you as her mate. That could only mean we were destined to be brothers. Great Red exclaimed as he smirked at Issei. Issei smiled as he clenched his hand into a fist. This is too awesome for words. One of the two strongest beings in existence, and he's my brother-in-law. Awesome. Grinning widely at each other, Great Red and Issei bumped fists, chuckling at the other. Ophis, on the other hand, looked at her mate and her brother in absolute astonishment. Smiling widely, Issei turned to look at Ophis. Ophis, Great Red doesn't seem like a bad guy. He's just being a good brother. Narrowing her eyes at her mate for the first time, Ophis flew up to Issei and glared at the Great Red, pointing to him. Great Red is noisy. He is distracting. He makes too much noise. I was born here first. He needs to leave. Issei shared a glance with the Great Red, before they looked back at Ophis. Ophis's eyes twitched as she palmed her face in a manner similar to the one she had learned it from. This is embarrassing. My mate and Great Red brothers-in-law. This is not fair. Oh come on Ophis. Don't be mean to your brother. Kaka. Great Red cackled as he gave Ophis a cheeky grin. Feeling an unfamiliar emotion within her, Ophis held out her hand and began to charge a black energy blast towards the Great Red, who widened his eyes at the unexpected attack. Issei rose an eyebrow at the scene and sighed. They sure do fight like siblings. Ophis being the oldest and Great Red being the youngest. Hey! Ophis, cut it out! Great Red yelled out in annoyance. I shall blast Bakared's mouth. Ophis said in a menacing tone as she increased the intensity of her energy blast. Yep, definitely like siblings. Issei amended. Issei's house. Well, that wasn't too bad. I did not like your interaction with Bakared. Issei smiled as he looked to the side to see Ophis lying next to him on the bed. The infinite dragon god frowned cutely at her mate as she held him close. After the revelation that she and Great Red were in fact related, Ophis, for the first time, was shocked. Her shock had turned to horrified realization when Issei pointed out that he and the Great Red were, in simpler terms, brothers-in-law. To put it short, Ophis was not happy at all about this. You don't have to worry, Ophis. Great Red doesn't really seem that bad to me, Issei said. Issei looked at the Ouroboros dragon curiously and blinked several times. Ophis gazed at her mate with her usual emotionless expression, though the look on her face appeared to be more annoyed than anything. Bakared is too noisy. He annoys me. He's like your opposite. You like quiet places, while Great Red is noisy like a biker guy. Exactly. He is my antithesis. I'm not so sure about that, Ophis. Ophis tilted her head at Issei's statement, and rose an eyebrow in a questioning manner. What do you mean? Sitting up straight, Issei smiled at the infinite dragon god. It's like I said earlier. You both represent infinity. You were born from the nothingness of infinity, while Great Red was born from dreams. You and Great Red, in my opinion, are the absolute strongest beings in existence, Ophis. You're also my family, and I'm glad that I got to know you both. Even though Ophis' facial expression remained cold and emotionless, she felt something stir within her. Ever since she was born, Ophis felt only the nothingness of eternity, possessing no ounce of emotion. When floating around in the dimensional gap, she merely basked in the nothingness in her home. All she desired was silence, as it was initially her first craving. Then many years later, the being in front of her was born. When sensing his energy for the first time, she felt something clouding over her state of nothingness. My Issei. My mate. Ophis stated as she hugged Issei tighter. The infinite dragon god's love for Issei, to put in shorter terms, was infinite. In a way, all three of them, herself, Issei, and Great Red, represented a certain aspect of infinity. Ophis was nothingness, Great Red was illusion of dreams, and my Issei. His energy is virtually infinite. He is like myself and Great Red. My Issei represents the quasi-aspect of infinity. Issei. Ophis blinked and looked to see her mate sleeping peacefully. Tilting her head, Ophis released Issei from her arms and brought her hand to caress his cheek gently. My Issei, you are sleeping like an angel. A sly smile formed on Ophis' face as she tilted her head. Her sharp dark gray eyes glinted as she smiled wider. If my Issei was an angel, only I shall be the one to make him fall into nothingness. I am nothingness. Issei is mine. I am the nothingness that will hide its mate. I love my Issei. Outside Issei's house. Rias, this is a terrible idea. No, scratch that, it's a stupid idea. Hush, Sona. Sona rolled her eyes as she watched her childhood friend set the ladder in front of Issei's house. The Citri devil shook her head in disappointment. After Seraphol and Tsubaki had informed her that Issei's opinion of the devils had changed for the better, Sona did not hesitate to tell Rias about the news. What a horrible mistake. Eager to introduce herself to Issei, Rias followed the traces of Issei's energy and tracked it to his house. Sona, worried about what her friend was getting herself into, followed her to make sure nothing would happen. Rias, why did you even bring a ladder? Sighing tiredly, Rias turned to glare at her friend. Because if I knock on his house door, there's a chance Ophis might answer. Tsubaki already told us how possessive Ophis was of Issei, so that plan is sure to fail epically. I'm not going to risk that. And I'm not dumb enough to teleport in his room either. So using a ladder is a sure and much safer way to talk to Issei. Have fun get beaten up by Ophis then. Sona said as she walked away from her friend, quickly losing hope and patience towards Rias. Pouting at her friend, Rias scoffed and climbed up the ladder, almost all the way to the top of Issei's room window. The crimson-haired devil held in her breath as she took another step, and she climbed up the ladder. Raising her head up, her blue-green eyes widened when she looked into a pair of dark gray soulless eyes. Boo! Ah! Rias screamed in terror as she fell off the ladder, landing on the grass with a thud. Rubbing her sore head, Rias looked up to see Ophis staring down at her from Issei's window. Ophis! The Ouroboros dragon suddenly granted Rias a sly smile and narrowed her eyes. Issei belongs to me. She stated menacingly. Looking at the standing ladder, Ophis smiled wider and lifted up a finger. A black spark of energy began to emit from her finger, and the infinite dragon god shot the blast at the ladder, completely disintegrating it to ashes. Rias gasped. As she watched the ladder crumbling to pieces, Ophis set her sights to Rias and gave her a smug smile. Enjoy the climb back up, beach. Ignoring the shocked and horrified look on Rias's face, Ophis closed Issei's window and walked away to sit next to her mate on the bed. As she sat on the ground, Rias widened her eyes as she realized something. Did Ophis just call me a beach? Issei's room. My Issei. Ophis stated in satisfaction as she went to lay on Issei's bed. Her eyes then widened in shock when she saw that Issei was no longer in his bed. The Ouroboros dragon narrowed her eyes darkly as she immediately knew who could have taken her precious mate. The dimensional gap. Issei and Great Red stared at each other quietly. Issei rubbed his eyes tiredly, trying to figure out how Great Red, who was a colossal dragon, was able to stealthily bring him to the dimensional gap without Ophis noticing. Issei rubbed his head awkwardly, while Great Red looked around the dimensional gap in boredom. While they both were happy that they were more or less family now, they had no idea what the other liked. As from what Ophis had told, or complained, to Issei, Great Red apparently liked to perform crazy moves within the dimensional gap. Crazy moves, huh? Now that I think about it, I heard at school that there was supposed to be a motorcycle racing tournament later on. Issei thought. It was at that moment that both Issei and Great Red began to read each other's thoughts. Both of their eyes widened as they found that they were thinking of a certain subject. Smiling widely at each other, Issei and Great Red rose their fists up and pointed to each other knowingly. Oh! Oh! They then bumped fists, their vast energies colliding against each other in a flare of crimson solar energy, causing the dimensional gap to shake once again. Wanna go ride motorcycles? Issei asked. Great Red gave Issei a wide smirk. Bitchin'. Baka Red. Issei and Great Red turned to see Ophis glaring at the two with a furious look on her face. Crap. Great Red uttered. Issei's house. I don't think I've ever seen Ophis mad before. Clenching her fists, Ophis glared darkly at Issei, who was feeling a little mindful about how he was going to calm the Ouroboros dragon down. Ophis dash. Bakared. Ophis grumbled. Issei gulped as he tried to sit still. He knew he wasn't the only one suffering. As soon as he and Great Red tried to teleport to the motorcycle tournament, Ophis appeared in the dimensional gap. Needless to say, Issei and Great Red knew they were both in trouble. After looking regretfully at Great Red, Issei opted to teleport himself back to his home, as he knew Ophis would save him for last. And now here he was, at the mercy of the infinite dragon god. Ophis dash. Why were you with Bakared? Ophis asked darkly. Issei wanted to point out that Great Red was actually the one who took him to the dimensional gap in the first place. But he didn't want to put his brother-in-law into any more trouble. Sighing, Issei bravely walked up to the dragon god, ready to explain. Earlier at school, I heard about a motorcycle racing tournament. Since you told me that Great Red liked doing crazy moves, I thought it would be a good event for him. Issei blinked several times as he waited for Ophis to speak her mind. The Ouroboros dragon currently had conflicting thoughts. On one hand, she didn't like Great Red's influence on her mate, but on the other hand, the desire to keep Issei all to herself predominated her thoughts. Ophis, do you really hate it when Great Red and I try to spend time together? I do not hate it. I do not like it when you are not with me. Issei widened his eyes in realization. So you wanted to go with us, then? Ophis walked closer to Issei and lifted her finger, placing it on Issei's forehead. It does not matter where you and I go. As long as I am with my Issei, then I am satisfied. Ophis, I love my Issei. When Bakared stole you from me when I was distracted, I felt worry. Bakared has already stole and occupied my home for some time. The very act of Bakared trying to steal you away. For me, that is unacceptable. The young man widened his eyes when he felt Ophis' hands on his cheek. As he looked into Ophis' eyes, he no longer detected the usual emotionless or possessive look in her eyes. Her eyes now showed worry, emptiness, and love. Ophis' eyes looked so empty. Placing his hands on the infinite dragon god's own, Issei offered Ophis a soft smile. Ophis, you don't have to worry. Like I said, I'll be by your side. I'll protect you and be with you any way that I can. I promise you. Issei then smiled wider and placed his hands on Ophis' chest so he could feel the dragon god's heartbeat. You always say you were born out of the nothingness of infinity. So if that's true, that must mean I'm the part of infinity that, I guess in a way, overflows past nothingness. Ophis' eyes began to gain a softer edge as she listened to Issei's words. She widened her eyes when she felt something wet slide down from her eye. Am I Issei? The infinite dragon god stuttered. Issei's smile softened as he went to rub the tear away from Ophis' eyes. You, Great Red, and I guess we're like a trinity. A trinity? Issei smiled as he pointed to Ophis. The nothingness of infinity. He then pointed to his own head, tapping it twice in alluding to dreams. Great Red, the illusion of dreams. He then pointed to himself and paused. Well, I don't exactly know what aspect of infinity I represent, but I do know this. I'm the infinity that completely fills up nothingness. Ophis stared wide-eyed at Issei. My Issei. The young man in front of her filled the infinity she represented. He was one who existed to burst within the void, to completely surpass the trenches of nothingness. That was why Ophis felt so content with Issei. He filled her with so much raw emotion. He made her feel so much. So many emotions, an aspect she had always thought she would never experience. Feeling herself overwhelmed by a sudden rush of emotion, Ophis locked her lips with Issei, once more claiming his lips as her own. The Ouroboros dragon loved Issei deeply, her desire growing to the point that she wanted to be with him forever. She, Great Red, and Issei all represented the aspects of infinity, and although Ophis still didn't tolerate the presence of Great Red, as long as Issei remained with her, then she could endure. Releasing her lips from Issei's own, Ophis hugged Issei in a softer grip. Are you all right now, Ophis? Issei asked quietly. Yes, I am fine. My Issei. Next day at the mansion of the Phoenix clan. So this is the Phoenix mansion. Sit. Why are we here? Issei smiled as he looked over towards Ophis, who held his hand. The couple stood in front of a large white mansion. I'm supposed to get some benefits today, Ophis. Ophis tilted her head as she looked at the mansion. Benefits? She asked. Issei nodded in response. Yeah, Issei began as he rubbed his head. The devils are so eager to give me Riser's inheritance. Well, might as well go inside. Ophis held his hand tightly. Issei walked with her inside the Phoenix mansion, looking around his surroundings in awe. Issei. Both Issei and Ophis looked to see Shuilan walking over to them with a smile on her face. Her smile faltered a little when she noticed the powerful aura of Ophis, but she managed to compose herself as she looked back to Issei. I'll show you to where the meeting is. I'm glad you could make it. Shuilan led Issei and Ophis through a series of hallways and doors, until the trio stopped a door painted in gold. Gaining an almost nervous look on her face, Shuilan sent Issei a slight smile. This is it, she said as she opened the door, revealing a large number of devils. Inside the room were none other than Surzek's Lucifer and Lord Phoenix, who both looked to see Issei. They both widened their eyes and tensed as they noticed the Ouroboros dragon holding Issei's hand. But eventually they composed themselves and turned to look at Issei and nodded to them. Issei Hyoudou. They greeted simultaneously. Issei nodded to the both of them as he sat down on the remaining seat. As he looked around, he found that there were no more seats in the room. Before he could say anything, Ophis suddenly plopped down onto his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck possessively. The devils in the room all widened their eyes in bafflement, including Surzek's and Lord Phoenix. The sight of an adult Ophis sitting on a teenage Issei's lap brought a somewhat misleading thought to the devils' minds. Surprisingly able to keep calm about the position Ophis was in, Issei nodded to Lord Phoenix. So let's start the meeting. As you wish, Riser's father stated. Clearing his throat, the Phoenix Lord clasped his hands together. Issei Hyoudou. As a result of the actions of Riser Phoenix, you have been bestowed his possessions. To what you have inherited is of a great importance. Issei nodded as he listened to the next part. According to the documents regarding Riser's inheritance, you have been granted 30 billion bloodstones, this mansion and all of its items within it, secrets of the Phoenix clan possessions, and lastly Kukukuku. So you finally came to your senses and accepted what you have earned. Issei widened his eyes at the unexpected arrival of the deep voice. Draig. Long time no talk, partner. I must say, you getting the possessions of a member of the Phoenix clan will be beneficial for you. The only question is, how good will it be? I don't know exactly. You remember what I told you during our battle? When you transformed into your Hellfire state for the first time during your battle with Riser Phoenix, you gained the powers of a phoenix. Do you know what that means, partner? No. That means, technically, you're part phoenix. Part of the legendary creature. Kukukuku. Part phoenix. Issei widened his eyes as he found himself unable to speak. But the good thing is, you're still not a devil. You're just a phoenix. That's something to be happy about. I'm not too sure about that, Draig. You need to be partner. Kukukuku. See you around. Issei remained quiet as he felt Draig retreat into his subconscious. Trillion yen. Huh. Issei stuttered as he came back to reality. Lord Phoenix stopped in his explanation as he noticed Issei's expression. Blinking several times, Issei shook his head and nodded. He looked up at Ophis and smiled at her, ensuring to her that he was all right. He then looked back to Lord Phoenix and Surzek's. That's a lot of money. That is an understatement. Ophis added in her 2 cents. The devils in the room noticed the sultry, yet emotionless tone within Ophis' speech. Clearing his throat again, Lord Phoenix resumed his explanation. Also, you constantly gain a large surplus of 5 million bloodstones a week. And much more. Issei rose an eyebrow in amazement. The underworld sure is rich. Understatement of the millennia, partner. Oh, you're still here. I thought we were going to talk later, You thought wrong. Take this. Issei widened his eyes when Surzex suddenly handed him something. It was a card that featured the symbols of the Phoenix clan. A credit card? That's right. The credit card is connected to the money that the Phoenix clan wields, and it works just like the ones the humans use in your world. Turning the card around silently, Issei handed it to Ophis, who took it and looked at it with a concentrated expression. Smiling at the look on Ophis's face, Issei brought his attention to Lord Phoenix and Surzex. So is there anything else? Outside of the Phoenix mansion, Issei crossed his arms as he watched the 15 members of Riser's peerage staring right at him. Next to him was Ophis, who had her cheeks puffed out like an irritated chipmunk. I do not like the way they are staring at you. Ophis stated telepathically to Issei. It's all right, Ophis. You don't need to worry. As he looked at Riser's peerage, he could already point out Shuelon, Mira, and Yubaluna. Issei narrowed his eyes a little at Yubaluna. Riser's queen widened her eyes and quickly looked away. Looking at the other members, Issei noticed a girl with blonde hair and dark blue eyes looking at him with an unreadable expression. Issei closed his eyes as he concentrated. Looks like she could be Riser's sister. Apparently, from what Riser's father and Surzex said, all of Riser's possessions are bestowed upon me. I just want to say this. The young man opened his eyes and pointed at Riser's peerage. You girls stay here at the Phoenix mansion. In order to live comfortably, I'll give you enough bloodstones to support yourselves. Holding Ophis' hand, a wave of solar flares began to form around Issei and the Ouroboros dragon. His sight focusing on Shun, Issei nodded to her. You remember what I said? If it's really necessary, only 3 of you can visit my house. Only 3. That's it. I can't have all 15 of you in my house. With that, Issei disappeared with Ophis, leaving Riser's peerage to stay at the Phoenix mansion. The dimensional gap. So have you calmed down now, Ophis? Yes, I have. Brother. What? No calling me Baccarat anymore? I'm touched. And you called me brother. You are still annoying. What the hell did you just dash? Ophis, Red, please calm down. Great Red sighed as he peered down at his brother-in-law. Ophis removed her stare from Great Red and sent her mate an emotionless expression. Issei had convinced Ophis to travel to the dimensional gap so she and Great Red could reconcile. It seemed to be working so far. Ophis narrowed her eyes as she looked up at Great Red. I apologize for ruining your fun with my mate. Great Red grinned and nodded. Thanks for the apology, sis. You shall apologize as well. What? Why? Ophis narrowed her eyes and flew up to Great Red's horn. You stole my Issei when I was not looking. You took him without my permission. Issei is mine. Yeah, but he's my brother-in-law. He is my mate. Ophis countered. All right, fine. I'm sorry, all right. Apology is accepted. Issei chuckled a bit as he watched the scene. Well, at least they're getting along. Issei's inner world subconscious. Partner. Long time no see. Have you come here to train? Issei kept quiet as he looked at Drake. When the Red Dragon Emperor had started that conversation with him earlier, it honestly confused Issei. Not today. I just want to talk. Then speak. Earlier today, you said my hellfire transformation made me a phoenix. What exactly did you mean by that? Raising an eyebrow, Drake chuckled and placed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi on his back, crossing his arms in amusement. You have no idea how powerful your hellfire transformation is, do you, partner? No, I don't. Kukukuku. Outside of Issei's subconscious. Issei was laying on his couch, while meditating and talking to Drake within his subconscious. Next to him was Ophis, who was sitting next to him. As she watched Issei, her dark gray eyes narrowed in concentration. I sense the Welsh dragon within my mate. The Ouroboros dragon then set her sights to the middle of the room as she noticed a bright silver circle glowing on the ground. A silhouette suddenly emerged from the circle and cleared, revealing a beautiful and voluptuous woman with curly blonde hair. The woman had her eyes closed with a peaceful look on her face. Narrowing her eyes darkly, Ophis placed her hand on Issei's forehead. Opening her bright eyes, Gabriel, the most beautiful woman in heaven, widened her eyes in surprise when she noticed one of the strongest beings in existence clinging to Issei. Ophis? The infinite dragon god. Holding Issei tighter within her grasp, Ophis set her narrowed eyes directly to Gabriel. Seraph Angel Gabriel. What do you want with Issei? Gabriel remained speechless as she set her sight on the infinite dragon god's grasp on Issei. When did Ophis find Issei? And what is it doing with him? Ophis maintained her glare at Gabriel and held onto Issei tighter with her grip. Gabriel widened her eyes further as she noticed Ophis' appearance. Its appearance changed again. The last time I heard, Ophis took the form of an elderly man. Then it took the form of a young girl. And now, it's in the form of an adult woman. And its body shape seems similar to mine. Suddenly, Ophis' body began to glow with a blackish aura, before a lone snake began to manifest. Gabriel gasped as the snake morphed into the form Ophis took when she first encountered Issei. Another Ophis? It took the form of its young female state. Ophis looked at her double and tilted her head. Mimicking her original progenitor, the double tilted her head as well. She then sat on the ground and gazed at her original progenitor. While appearing just like Ophis, the double's facial expression appeared to be more devoid of emotion. Ophis lifted her finger up and pointed to her clone. I shall call you Lilith. Tilting her head again, the second Ophis, rechristened Lilith, set her sights to Gabriel. I am Lilith. Lilith then narrowed her eyes and pointed to the Seraph Angel. And Issei belongs to us. Issei's inner world subconscious. Drake, what did you mean when you said I became a phoenix? I thought when I absorbed Riser's flames, the hellfire transformation was the only result. So naive, partner. Issei rose an eyebrow as Drake shook his head. The Red Dragon Emperor looked up as the sky in his host's inner world began to change. Huffing lightly to himself, Drake turned his attention back to Issei. Partner. The mythical phoenix symbolizes immortality and rebirth. The Phoenix clan possesses abilities that are akin to that of the phoenix itself. Riser Phoenix, because he was a member of the Phoenix clan, was not exempt from inheriting these traits. When you absorbed his flames, you gained the physiology of the legendary phoenix. Issei widened his eyes as he listened to Drake's words. So I'm actually a phoenix now? Not completely. You're part phoenix. Since you possess the physiology of one, you have all the powers and attributes of the legendary creature. That's a lot to take in. Kukukuku. I'd thought you'd feel that way. The two stood in silence, looking around the surroundings of Issei's inner world. Seconds later, Drake smirked at Issei and pointed the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword in his direction. You've got a lot on your plate, partner. Do you realize that? Before Issei could answer, he looked up just in time to see the sky of his inner world changing once again. It appears that someone is trying to wake you up, partner. Really? I wonder what Ophis wants. Outside of Issei's subconscious. Slowly opening his eyes, Issei blinked several times before coming back to reality. The first thing he saw was Ophis clinging on to him. Raising an eyebrow, Issei turned his head to look around his surroundings, and widened his eyes in. In front of him was a beautiful young woman with curly blonde hair, and another Ophis dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit. Wait, another Ophis? Issei widened his eyes further at the other Ophis, who got up from her spot on the ground and walked over to him. Our Issei. The Ophis clone stated in an almost robotic-like tone. Our? Issei thought. Why is there another Ophis? Lilith, return within me. You shall play with our Issei later. Ophis ordered. Gazing at Issei with no ounce of emotion within her eyes, Lilith nodded stoically as her body glowed. Converting herself into energy, Lilith retrieved into Ophis's life force, leaving a surprised Issei and Gabriel. Blinking several times, Issei rubbed his head in confusion. Ophis? Who was that? That was Lilith, the snake who bit you from 11 years ago. Issei widened his eyes. But I thought that snake disintegrated as soon as it bit me. No. It returned to me as soon as I marked you. Issei didn't know how to respond. Lilith appeared to be far more emotionless than Ophis had ever been. As a matter of fact, her eyes appeared to be lighter, yet lifeless, than Ophis' own. Her eyes are a lot emptier compared to Ophis. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Issei brought his attention to Gabriel, who was silent the whole time. Issei narrowed his eyes as he sensed Gabriel's energy. Her energy's different than the devils and fallen angels. So she must be an angel. After confirming the woman's race, Issei looked over to see an irritated Ophis. Noticing Issei's movement, Gabriel's surprised expression morphed into a warm smile. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion at the woman. "How do you know my name?" he asked as he sat up straight in his seat. Gabriel smiled wider and placed her hand on her chest. "I've known a lot about you since you were just a young child, Issei." "You have?" "Ha, yes I have. I came to you because I thought we could talk." "About what?" Issei asked cautiously. Ophis kept silent as she listened to the angel's words. Inside she began to feel the tremors of possessiveness once again, but when she remembered Issei's words of reassurance from yesterday, she calmed down. Gabriel smiled wider. "I would like to invite you to the realm of heaven. I have a cafe there, and I would appreciate it if you would join me." "Are you asking me out on a date?" "You seem surprised." "Well, yeah. I don't think I've ever been asked out by an adult before. It's kind of strange." Gabriel felt her cheeks flush red by Issei's innocent comment, but she smiled and composed herself, waving her hands in defense. "Don't think of it as a date," Gabriel said in embarrassment as she chuckled nervously. Issei rose an eyebrow in confusion, and he looked back to Ophis. "Ophis? Are you all right about this?" Issei thought as he spoke telepathically to Ophis. Ophis maintained her emotionless stare towards Gabriel, and seconds later, she set her gaze towards Issei. "I am all right. Okay with you going with the seraph?" Issei widened his eyes in surprise at Ophis' answer. Sitting up from his seat, Issei nodded hesitantly to Gabriel, who smiled and placed her hands to her side. Suddenly, Ophis' body glowed again, and an aura of black energy manifested, forming into Lilith. Looking up at her progenitor, Lilith tilted her head as she set her sight over to Issei, who looked taken aback by the emptiness within the second Ophis' eyes. "Lilith," Ophis began as she pointed to her other. "You shall follow our Issei and the seraph. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lilith replied as she held Issei's hand. Chuckling nervously at the surprised Issei, Gabriel teleported herself and the other two to the realm of heaven, leaving Ophis to sit in the living room. As Ophis sat still, a thoughtful expression formed on her face. She had no idea on why she was thinking what was she pondering on right now, but the thought wouldn't leave her mind. What was on her mind was a subject that involved herself and Great Red. If pushed further, it could possibly involve her mate as well. "I shall converse with Bakared," Ophis stated as a black aura covered her body, allowing her to transport to another location. Realm of Heaven. "So this is the cafe. Do you like it?" Issei didn't know what to say. He had been to a number of cafes in the human world, but neither of them were as clean as the one he was currently in. With his hand clutched within Lilith's grasp, Issei sat down in the booth with Gabriel. Sitting down, Gabriel sent Issei a smile. "What do you think?" "It's a lot cleaner than the ones I've been to." "Shiny," Lilith said as she looked at her reflection from the table. Giggling at the second Ophis antics, Gabriel placed her hands on the table and locked eyes with Issei. "Sit. The reason I've asked you to come here was because I wanted to thank you." Issei rose an eyebrow. "This is the first time I've met you. So why are you thanking me?" Issei asked. "For preventing another great war," Gabriel answered. This answer piqued Issei's attention. "Great war?" Gabriel's expression became solemn as she gazed at Issei. Many years ago, the angels, devils, and fallen angels were in constant tension. We, angels, were under the rule of the biblical God, the devils with the 4 great Satans, and the fallen angels were in the organization known as Grigori. Issei listened intently to Gabriel's story. Lilith's eyes started to flutter as she was beginning to fall asleep from the story. Gabriel smiled as she saw Lilith lay her head on Issei's shoulder. It seems so empty compared to Ophis, but I think it loves Issei just the same. Moving her attention back to Issei, Gabriel explained the rest of her story. The biblical god was the original creator and leader of the angels. However, Gabriel paused as she tried to compose herself. He perished in the Great War between the three factions. The four great Satans perished as well, which caused the Great War to finally end. Gabriel's eyes then narrowed as she gave Issei a stern expression. The fallen angel known as Kokabeel wanted to start another great war, Issei. And in doing so, he sent 3 of his followers in order to steal the 3 of the 7 Excaliburs. Issei widened his eyes at the information. Excaliburs? The current leader of the angels, my brother Michael, sent 2 exorcists to retrieve the Excaliburs. After so many days, Kokabeel was supposed to show up to your school and engage in a battle with the devils and Michael's exorcists. But according to what I have heard, Kokabeel never showed up to the battle. Issei remained silent as he felt the situation was somewhat similar to the conversation with Seraphal Leviathan. As he looked back to the sleeping Lilith, Issei was caught off guard when Gabriel suddenly leaned forward to give him a soft kiss on the cheek. Leaning back, Gabriel flashed Issei a warm smile and folded her hands on the table. Issei widened his eyes and rubbed his cheek. What was that kiss for? Foo-foo. Gabriel giggled as she covered her mouth with her hand. It's like I said, say. For preventing another great war. Issei blinked several times and got ready to answer, until he felt someone pulling on his clothes. He looked down and saw Lilith pulling on his clothes in order to get his attention. Lilith. Lilith tilted her head as she gazed at her progenitor's mate. I am hungry. Foo-foo-foo. Issei turned to look at an amused Gabriel. I'm feeling a little famished myself. What would you like, Lilith-chan? Lilith tilted her head again. I want free dash. Issei widened his eyes and covered Lilith's mouth before she could say any more. She'll have donuts and cookies. Issei amended for the second Ophis. Next day at Kuo Academy. Valley Lucifer stood silently as he floated above the buildings of Kuo Academy. Jutting out from his back was a pair of silver-blue dragon wings. According to Azazel, the school was where his destined rival attended his classes. He could already sense Issei's immense power, and in his own sense of honestly, Valley couldn't help but become interested in fighting him. I sense the Welsh dragon within this boy, Valley. It will be very interesting to meet my rival after all these years. Humph. From what I heard from Azazel, this guy sounds like a worthy opponent. Worthy opponent? That's a nice thing to say. Widening his eyes, Valley turned around to see the wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor himself, standing on top of the school flagpole. Instead of his usual Kuo Academy uniform, Issei was dressed in a black jean jacket, a red t-shirt, black pants, and brown dress shoes. He had his hands in his jean pockets as he looked curiously at Valley. Issei Hyoudou. Valley Lucifer. Valley narrowed his eyes as he sensed another presence. He turned to see Ophis herself standing on top of the flagpole next to Issei's own. Ophis. Valley. Ophis said before she gave him a sly smirk. Drake. It has been a long time. Indeed it has. Albion. Issei and Valley locked stares as they each sensed each other's power. It's a nice school, Hyoudou. How long you been here? Not too long. Issei said as he shrugged. I assume you know who I am? The Vanishing Dragon. Dryags mentioned you a couple of times. This is the second time we've seen each other, Hyoudou. How's Kokabeel doing? Azazel sealed him within the deepest part of the underworld. We don't have to worry about him screwing things up. Issei nodded as he tried to ignore the intensity of Draig's aura. Valley kept silent as he looked over to Ophis, who kept her emotionless stare. I didn't expect Issei Hyoudou to be in contact with you, Ophis. Ophis gave Valley another sly smile. Issei belongs to me, Valley. Valley hummed as he looked over to Issei. You seem to attract a lot of beings, Issei Hyoudou. What kind of person are you? Issei shrugged again as he balanced his position on the flagpole. To be honest, I don't really know, Valley. I guess my answer is I am who I am. And there's nothing wrong with that. As the days go by, in reality, nothing's changed. You seem a lot calmer than the last time I saw you. Valley noted. Well, in my defense, Valley, Issei began as he crossed his arms. Kokabeel tried to attack me first for no valid reason. Normally, fighting opponents isn't one of my hobbies. That's why I'll only do that. He then locked Valley with a serious gaze. To make sure I protect everyone I care about. Valley didn't show it, but he felt a chill go up his spine at Issei's words. Placing his hands in his pockets, Issei closed his eyes. You said I seemed like a worthy opponent. By that statement, it seems like to me you're a battle maniac. What can I say? I like to fight strong opponents. Valley said as he smirked. Is that all you want to do in life, Valley? To fight strong opponents. If there is no one strong for me to fight, then I would gladly welcome death. Valley stated. Issei opened his eyes and widened them at the vanishing dragon, while Ophis tilted her head. Issei then crossed his arms and relaxed his stance. That was quite astounding. Valley rose an eyebrow. I've never met anyone with that kind of mindset. Issei stated as he transmitted away. Valley narrowed his eyes as he watched Issei reappear on the school grounds, with Ophis next to him. Looking up at the vanishing dragon, Issei nodded to Valley. In my opinion, one of the ways to get stronger is for you to constantly evolve. Whether you choose to increase your power or the alternative. Intertwining his hands with Ophis' own, Issei gave Valley another nod. Enjoy each day for what it is, Valley. And with that, Issei and the Ouroboros dragon walked away from the vanishing dragon, before the former turned around to look back. If you want to find stronger opponents, I would be happy to help you out with that. Just call me. Issei said as he walked away with Ophis. As he watched his walk away from Kuo Academy, Valley narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. If I didn't know any better, it sounded like the host of Drag was. I know what he was saying, Albion. Valley stated as he interrupted Albion. Walking onto the bridge, Ophis tilted her head as she gazed at Issei. Sit. Were you offering the vanishing dragon a challenge to fight Baccarat? Ophis asked as she walked with Issei. Actually, I wasn't. It was just something that popped up in my head. Whether he chose to think that I meant Brother Red, or myself, it doesn't really bother me. I really don't have any joy in fighting people. The Phoenix Mansion. What is this room? It's the Phoenix Information Center. Issei looked around in awe as he looked around the large room. Surrounding the room were a series of high-tech keyboards. Widening his eyes, Issei walked over and pressed a button, causing the keyboard to emit a holographic-like screen. Issei hummed as he peered at it in a curious manner. Shuilan, who had showed Issei the information center, giggled softly at the young man's curiosity. You look like you've never seen holographic computers before. That's because I haven't. Issei answered. You haven't? Pressing another series of buttons, Issei looked up at the holographic screen to see an assortment of informational websites, a chat screen, and other sites. Yeah, Shuilan began. This room is basically exclusive to information brokers. Issei rose an eyebrow as he looked to Shuilan. Information brokers? Shuilan smiled and nodded in response. Yeah, but usually this room is vacant because none of the members in this house are information brokers. So no one actually uses this room. Is that a fact? Issei asked in interest. Are you interested in becoming one, Issei? An information broker. Issei began as he looked at the holographic screen. He then smiled as he crossed his arms. An information broker does sound interesting. It'll give me something to do besides school. Shuilan smiled as she placed her hands behind her back. It's not going to be easy. You can't just learn something and become a master at it instantaneously. Issei scoffed as he looked over to Shuilan. And when has that ever stopped me?